shadows gather where the truth once stood. A kingdom of confusion carved out of falsehood. But he walks through the ruins like a prophet reborn. A voice watching fire, a mind guarded scorn. The chaos watches when the Nazi glare. Guardian of reason in a world unaware. When the overlord stalls at the edge of the frame, the faithful rise up, they already know his name. I'm here to resurrect the second coming of common sin. I come to wake the sleeping, the church will bring the fade. No hurdles, no illusions, no hollow incompare. Here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. Picking truck from the wreckage, lazy dog from the dead. Every word is a weapon, shot men declare. Exposing every shadow we pretend not to fear. And the overlord marches with the suffering command. A beast of judgment, the Lord will kill his dead. On his growl rips through the silence of the night. The loyal understand, trigger keeps the balance right. I'm here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. I'm making the chaos of found to every test. Strong against the darkness, lies in defense. He's here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. Now you're head to the beast that controls the dawn. Sensing yellow reason with the ball crushing block. If his ball runs empty, the shadows will consume. The world cracks open, ushering down. So with the command, don't deploy a core. If you know what's good, feed Morty the overlord. I'm here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. Maintaining the chaos of every test. Strong against the darkness, lies in defense. He's here to resurrect the second coming of common sense.
All right, well, let's try that again. All right, welcome back to the party, everybody. This is Morty, and I am your host, Lutch, aka the Indian Jesus, here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. Everybody hit that like and subscribe. You know I would do it for you. And let's party. Welcome. We got Olivia. How are you doing? We got Lucid's Emerald. Good to see you. We got David Gill over on Rumble. What is good? Very good to see you guys. We are gonna have some fun. I don't even want to tee anything up. I mean, you've got enough from the thumbnail there that and the title, but I don't even want to say anything more. I have not watched most of this. I just know that it happened. Usually when I don't watch something before we cover it, then some bullshit happens. But I have a feeling. I have trust in Rob Noerr and SpeakeaZy, who just always come with the fire. And so let's do it. So without further ado, as always, guys, if you cannot hear the video, please do let me know.
Time to think. Walking cold, stand your ground, say what you believe. No script, no notes, no place to hide. Red actions drop. The room goes live. No prep.
He has no idea what the topic is. He has no idea
minds
What's going
enter
on?
one stance brace.
Noerr prep.
And then they just go.
Noerr prep. Noerr prep.
No topic, no opponent name, just pressure, just fire, just debate.
Noerr prep. Noerr prep.
No warm up, no safety net. You showed up, now defend
It's a
it.
dope song.
This is Noerr prep debate. This is Noerr prep debate. Noerr prep.
All right, so I played that just in case you're not familiar with the format. Then that's essentially what's going on.
Right, everybody, welcome to Noerr Prep Debates. For anyone new here, this is a live no prep debate format built around one simple concept. All right, Rob Noerr is walking into this debate completely blind. He does not know the topic. He does not know who he's debating until the live reveal. But the mystery debater does. Okay, they've had time to prepare, build arguments, gather
I'm
sources.
specifically not. I'm specifically playing all of this. Usually we would skip and get right into the debate, but there's a reason. There's a reason.
Isn't coming ready. Okay. Once the redactions drop, there is no pause, no prep time, no warm up for Rob. The debate begins immediately. So here's how tonight's going to work. First, we're going to roll the Who's That Debater reveal. Bring our mystery debater on screen. They'll briefly introduce themselves, state the prompt, and then go straight into a 10-minute opening statement. After that, Rob will give his own 10-minute opening statement completely off the cuff. Then we move into the open floor discussion. We aim for around 2 hours total runtime.
We got HR Death the Poet in the building. Welcome to the party. We are here to see who Rob is gonna be debating. He has no idea who it is and what the topic is. Welcome.
But if both debaters want to continue after that, we'll keep going. And once both sides are ready, we'll move into the 5-minute closing statements. We also have added in some audience interaction a little bit here. So any super chats that are under $20 or Rumble rants, I'm gonna read at the end of the stream no matter what. Okay, but $20 and up, they may be read at the moderator's discretion during natural pauses in the debate.
That's one thing I gotta get with you guys. I gotta figure out a way to incentivize you for to donate. Like 20 up gets you something. I'm thinking of stuff because I don't want it to be like a grift. I want you guys to enjoy what you get, but I don't know. We'll get there.
They're just going to be read. It's not anything that's going to be answered to, and if it's not like pertaining to the debate, I'm not going to do it. So don't waste your money. And $50 and up, this will become a forced question. So I'll highlight the $50 super chat, and we'll ask the question for both debaters to address before moving on. But again, that's at my discretion. So if you're just going to send in 50 to try and derail, you're going to waste your 50, and I'm going to love it. All right. So don't waste your time. All right. And then at the end, of time and energy
See, I respect you guys too much, but I definitely shouldn't.
allows, we may also do super chat Q&A. That's if time and energy allows for both debaters. Okay, that's the format. No safety nets, no excuses. Preparation versus instinct. So let's bring up tonight's mystery debater.
Who's that debater?
Footage law, Casey. Mic check.
Working, we hear you.
So you guys, like I said, there was a reason. There was a reason that I played all of that, and you may recognize Casey from one of the debates that I had with him, her, whatever it is. I don't actually remember what the debate was. I just remember destroying this VTuber.
Cool. I'm sometimes streamer on Twitch. You can find me on YouTube, Casey Lee IRL. Do a lot of nerd programming often on stream, but also I'm a fervent.
Hey, we got Salty in the building. Welcome to the party. A fan of Casey. Welcome.
Porn advocates, and that's what we'll be doing here today.
So what's your prompt for today?
The prompt is that I affirm the position that pornography is a positive influence on society, that it should be protected for adults with the same fervor that we protect free speech, basically.
All right. Thank you. And if you want to get right into your opening statement, let's do it.
And so that's when Rob is aware that this is the debate and this was the debater. No bullshit.
All right. We have seen a push as of late to infringe on this right. as the U.S. Supreme Court upheld Texas age verification law in Free Speech Coalition v. Paxton, allowing states to room to require age checks for pornographic websites, which has led to these sites blocking entire IP ranges for access to their services. These systems obviously chill lawful adult access while pushing further the ease of while making it easier for the surveillance state to function, obviously, while risking data breaches and identity exposures.
Hey, we got Rowdy Gaddy in the building. Welcome, welcome, welcome to the party. Checking out another Noerr prep debate with our boy Rob Noerr and Casey Lee. Welcome to the party. The discussion is pornography is a positive influence on society. So, yeah, that's like I said in Discord. I think most of us are going to fall on the same side. I think we're going to have a lot of fun with this. As soon as I saw that this is what it was, I was like, oh, we have got to jump in. Once again, a big shout out to Easy and to Rob. Again, they just do not miss. They do not miss. Of course, if you are not subscribed to both of them, go do that.
The protection for pornography should be treated itself as we treat speech broadly. Adults should have the right to consume legal sexual content, as it is currently the legal and social norm outside of the laws passed of late. Broadly, societies that do allow open sexual expression are more open, they're more tolerant, and less repressive.
Okay, so let's stop right here real quick, and let's try to see. Let's say that you were thrust with this this prompt, and you had to debate it, not because you believe it, but because that's the task at hand. Ooh, how would you go? How would you try to argue this? How would you try to argue this? Because again, I understand. I don't think any of us here, whether or not you believe in ID or whether you should use it, or I don't think anybody thinks it's a positive influence on society. But I might say something along the lines of incels being violent if they don't have, if they don't have their gooning material. I don't know. Can anybody give a strong, at least internally logical argument as to why somebody could think that porn is a positive influence on society? It's AVI is a disembodied what? Oh, you're saying the VTuber? Yep. That's not surprising that a VTuber is on this point. And I understand that there's a lot of different VTubers and different things. Actually, in the same way that I talk about atheists, and like just because I'm an atheist doesn't mean I think that, or that. And most likely I probably don't. But if the shoe fits.
Other positives from pornography broadly, they can reduce shame around sexuality. The pornography can normalize the idea that people have sexual desires.
Oof, already, you're first saying, okay, because that's what I was asking for. What are the actual points of contention? Saying that it can normalize the idea. Well, you have to then claim that normalizing sexuality is a good thing. And you could, but that's an uphill battle, and I don't think Rob is going to agree with that. Versus
societies that disallow it broadly, whilst, for instance, wrapping women in.
That's good. So, like, even if we don't agree with it, we are based on liberty, and we want to have, and that's a good angle. That's a good angle. Doing porn is more moral than child labor. I disagree. I actually think we should bring back child labor, just not the way that we had it before. Just like you could be a cashier or some basic shit. You could shovel driveways and shit like that. That's child labor. But if we're talking about sending kids into the mines, then yeah, I still disagree.
Sheets for fear of.
Wait, more moral. Oh yeah, then I do agree. I got it backwards. Sorry. Okay.
Of their feminine wiles. Pornography broadly provides sexual education for some viewers where sexual education is limited.
That's again a bad thing.
Taboo where they are from. It can benefit the relationships when used responsibly. It has obvious economic value. It encourages broader conversation about consent. It represents sexual diversity in its nature. Perhaps
That's what we need more of.
the most important point, I believe, is an outlet for
Let's get
sexual
some
deviance.
responsibility.
A safe outlet, and perpetual coomers.
Hey, we got Bugs in the building. Welcome to the party. I'll read this out since you're just listening. We have a Noerr prep debate, and the topic is pornography is a positive influence on society. We are just in Casey Lee's opening statement, but I am excited to get into this one. Welcome. That was one of the first things I fell in love with. My first car was doing the radio and the speakers. Good times.
I'll give the example of the streamer Destiny, who, when he's not on stream, he spends his days texting random women about slurping other men's jizz from their vaginas, and doing entire streams wearing butt plugs because it, at the request of some he thought somewhere, is a man.
So not that, but something like, oh, I'll do a whole stream with a goofy hat on, or I'll do that maybe we got something in there. Maybe. Oh yeah, it is Memorial Day. Shout out to you guys. Shout out to America. And of course, a great dilly to all the fallen soldiers. Dilly fucking dilly. America #1. Thank you for the reminder. And remember, guys, we had movie night last night, and it was a good time. I watched Airplane for the first time, and you guys came through. So even though it's Monday right now, we haven't even gotten to 20 minutes into this stream, and we already have points towards next week's movie night. Thank you so much.
And who was in desperate need of relieving himself of his deviancy, and a safe, easy way for this outlet is pornography. Obviously, this is a man who desperately needs to watch porn and get the evil out.
See, that's what I was thinking. Like, okay, it's a safe alternative for people who would otherwise do nasty stuff.
That is why we should not be oppressing the rights to access pornography. Of course, pornography is not always in itself a positive.
Exit only.
And in every case, you can think of some cases where it is not so. But that is the same for most things, like guns, for instance, or speech. We can't look at every case and say this is a positive. But what's important is that that we don't limit access. We don't limit speech. It's an important part of our society, and it has been attacked as of late.
All right. Thank you for that opening statement. And with that, we're going to hand the mic over to Rob. So, Rob, whenever you're ready for your opening statement, you had plenty of time there left over. But when there's a minute left, Rob, if you get that far, I'll let you know when there's.
Ooh, we got a background now. We got a nice background now. Scary. Ooh, scary. Very true. And I think Rob's going to get into a lot of that. But before we even get there, what was the opening statement? The opening statement was basically, we need pornography because otherwise people will do stuff that's worse than watching pornography. That is essentially the argument that's on the table. Now, the question isn't even, is it necessary? The question is it a positive influence on society? And so she's gonna hang her hat on the fact. I'm gonna use she just because it's easier. Way too strong. And so to use Confidence's words, I think she prompt cucked herself. Like because you can make these arguments where there is value. Maybe it shouldn't be illegal. Like I would be able to argue that pornography should not be illegal. I think I could even argue. I don't know if I could argue. No, not needing an ID. I'm just glad that they don't do that in my state. But that's another aspect. Before the conversation even begins, you have to be able to craft a prompt that is that you can argue in your favor, but also that you can that you don't miss the blind spots of how easy the other side is going to have it. There's Lucid's Emerald. Welcome to the party. Very good to see ya. What people do before the hub? Dirty bugs. Yeah. I mean, you were around before the hub. We were just talking about your age. Don't act like you don't know. There you go. David said most of the positives he gave about porn, I would say, are not positives. And that's exactly where I think Rob is going to have the easiest thing here, is that you have to first prove that the things that it does. You've drawn a line between porn. We can just say it now because they're going to say it a million times. But you're drawing a line between porn and the outcome. But that whole thing, you're not establishing if that's even good or bad, much less a positive or negative influence on society. And so already she's up against the wall.
There's a minute left.
Can I just ask a clarifying question? Is the exact wording of the topic what's on the screen right now? Pornography is a positive influence on society?
That's what it was broadly. I tried to narrow it a little bit for your sake, but
fair enough. As long as we have a general agreement, I'm not trying to get over semantic. I just want to make sure. Okay. All right.
Right. Exactly. That's exactly right. And so because of the fact that these people are picking their own prompts, it's not like this was pulled out of a hat. It's not like SpeakeaZy gave it and it was like, okay, well, is anybody willing to do this? From what I understand, the Casey and SpeakeaZy would be talking about behind the scenes about, okay, how about this? And then he'd say, well, that's a little bit broad, so maybe we could do this, change that, and then they log it in. And so that makes it worse. That you workshop this and you're like, yep, sounds good to me. Libby said, to be honest, I would argue the definition of porn is subjective. Authoritarians could define Pride and Prejudice as porn, for example. Smart. I want to give you a dilly-dilly for that. That's exactly precisely the type of thinking that the type of mindset we should be in when we're watching this stuff. Because we all obviously disagree that it's a positive influence. But the exercise is not in just being right, it's about drawing the lines there. And so when you can see the other side of it and knock down not just the straw man, but a steel man of their argument, then you can be that much more confident in your position. Twilight was originally erotica. Why does that not surprise me? Horny little girls. Well, not little girls, but I mean, you know what I mean.
I'm not trying to get over semantic. I just want to make sure. Okay. All right. So pornography is a positive influence on society. Interestingly enough, there could have been a more difficult prompt to say that pornography should be legal, and then you could agree that pornography is bad, but say for free.
Yeah. In case you just missed it, the Noerr prep means that Rob Noerr here had no idea. Casey just came on and started talking, and so he's just going off of what he thinks in the moment. We got Gabriel. Welcome to the party. So I agree with porn is both objective and subjective. Okay. Say more on that. I think I agree. But yeah, say more on that.
Speech reasons legal, and then you could agree that pornography is bad, but say for free speech reasons it should be legalized. But it's easier to win that pornography is actually not a net positive influence. And I think
a lot of Christians. I'm gonna slow him down. She talks slow and he talks.
Casey, you probably agree with me, though we've never met. I think that generally speaking, when we're looking at this prompt, it should be, is it a net positive or net negative? Because as Casey said at the end of the opening statement there are times that it's not a positive. So it wouldn't be sufficient for me to say, here's one negative, but there's a bunch of positives, or sufficient for Casey to say, here's one positive, but the negatives outweigh. So the way to decide the debate, I think we'll both agree on, is it more positive or more negative? And I think the results clearly show that it is by far more negative. Now, as the person who's entering this debate that didn't know the topic or anything, I don't at my fingertips have research that I've done in the past on this subject. But
yeah, you don't go deep dives on pornography, Rob. David said, I think freedom is the only good argument for porn. I think observing deviant sexual behavior and then getting the dopamine, oxytocin, and such encourages the need for more deviant porn. And yeah, that's where you see, I was going to say younger men, but I don't even know if that's even the case. But supposedly straight men going into tranny porn because the regular porn just doesn't get them off anymore. And so, I'm pretty. I mean, I'm not shouting it from the rooftops, but I'm pretty open about the fact that I don't have a problem with the use of porn, and I'll visit the hub every once in a while. It's not it's not a common thing, but every once in a while you do your thing. But I've never felt the need to search for I don't know. I'm a homepage guy. Just give me some fucking pussy and tits, and I'm good. But a lot of people don't view it that way and don't experiencing it that way, and it becomes a need, and you can always find dirtier and dirtier stuff. HR said Mormons consume the most digital porn in the U.S. I have heard that stat before. Lucid said the winning factor is how many negatives will outweigh the positives. Yep. Correct. Gave us some part of World War Debate Contender Series. 32 debaters, one winner. Word up. I have not heard of that. Yeah, send me DM with the info on that. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. That being said, I did realize that I don't necessarily love being a debater. Like I just had an impromptu debate, if you want to call it that, with our boy Drew, who claimed that he's a white nationalist. But I was like, I don't think you are a white nationalist. And so I'm actually going to post that separately. But yeah, just going into debates just to debate, not really my thing. I'd rather hang out with you guys and break down the debate and all of that stuff. But yeah, send it over. Send it over. Thank you, sir.
Don't at my fingertips have research that I've done in the past on this subject, but I will be talking in broad strokes about it, and we'll see if I can find on my computer that I have saved that. And I think it's going to be important to talk about the scientific literature on exactly what pornography does to people's physical and mental health. I think that's going to be a key component in this debate.
Yeah, I think something that you'll see with me personally, again, this is my humble opinion, that if you use it as a tool and you don't abuse that tool, I don't see that there's anything wrong with that. Theoretically, I feel the exact same way about alcohol and cannabis and substances like that. I mean, anything else that you could do that is not necessarily healthy for you and is not hurting other people. It's a matter of, are you using it properly? And yes, there's things that people can get addicted to. There's things that people can have problems with. That is not a reason for it to be outlawed. And so HR is asking who's trying to outlaw it. A lot of Christians are. I think a more popular thing is using the ID, which again, I don't have an argument against. I just don't want to have to upload my ID. But yeah, that's where I stand on all this.
To people's physical and mental health. I think that's going to be a key component in this debate. Suffice it to say, when it comes to the discussion, that'll be outside the scope of this really, but maybe still something that tangentially we'll talk about, as to whether or not pornography should be legal. It is a more difficult question because inside me, I have two wolves, the Christian conservative in me and the former libertarian in me that's fighting. And I will admit, there is.
So that's where I came in with J.S. Urban when we debated the legality of prostitution. That I don't. Again, I took that debate because it was something that I could debate. I don't necessarily think we should be fighting to legalize prostitution. But on principle, there is the arguments that I thought he brought were not good enough. And it comes from the libertarian versus the Christian conservative mindset.
Something about the former libertarian that says that consenting adults should be allowed to view material of sexual activities, even if it is damaging to them. Just like you should be allowed to drink a bunch of fattening sodas like I do from time to time.
I mean, it is a VTuber.
But it doesn't mean that those sodas are positive. So I will say that I do think that it's a conversation worth having, what amount we should have. My preponderance of what I'm thinking is I would have no problem whatsoever limiting pornography in a legal basis as well to select places because of the abject harm it does. And there is a history in this country of doing those things. For example, we don't want fentanyl legalized because we understand the damage that it can.
Sorry, pal. I mean, hey, I get all the bullshit of, being a DEGEN because I'm an atheist. And hey, we have a VTuber arguing that porn is good for society. What do you want from me? What do you want from me? I don't know. And as I was saying earlier, it's kind of a tongue-in-cheek thing, but it is, a serious thing that of course the atheist is going to be a DEGEN. Of course the VTuber is going to be a DEGEN. Just kind of tongue-in-cheek, but also kind of half-joking. I wouldn't assume that you're degenerate just because now I know that you're a VTuber. But if I just happened to pop into a stream and I saw it was a VTuber, I'd be like, what is this about? I don't know here. I'm drinking some alcohol. We should be able to do things that are not good for us. That's freedom. Gifts of porn is protected by the First Amendment under freedom of expression. I believe. I don't know. Let's actually Let's do ChatGPT. Is pornography covered by the First Amendment? Are there any special circumstances, or is it just treated like any other expression? Good question. Good question. We got Podesta in the building. Welcome, welcome, welcome to the party. So I'm not against porn, but I don't know what the argument would be if for it being good for society. Yeah, that's what I was saying too. What do we got going on here? Here, copy and paste. And yeah, I agree, and that's why I was saying we should try to think of some of the arguments. And what did Olivia say? Olivia, not that one. Yeah, focusing on the entrepreneurship. I thought you said something more specific, but and then the idea that people who are, you know, master gooners are more likely to go out and do real violent stuff in the real world. And so that could be a reason. So in the U.S., it is generally protected by the First Amendment with important exceptions. That's what I was looking for. It's not treated exactly like all other expression because courts created categories of sexual material that receive less or no constitutional protection. Distinction between porn and obscenity. So porn itself is usually protected. Sexually explicit material involving consenting adults is often protected speech under the First Amendment, even if many people find it offensive. All that stuff. Supreme Court has repeatedly held that the government cannot ban speech simply because it is sexually explicit. But then we get to obscenity, which is not protected. Major exception is obscene material, which gets no First Amendment protection. Comes from Miller v. California. The Miller test asked, the average person applying contemporary community standards would find the work appeals to a prurient or purely sexual interest. 2, the work depicts sexual conduct in a patently offensive way, defined by state law. And 3, the work taken as a whole lacks serious literary, artistic, political, or scientific value. If all 3 are met, the material can be legally banned as obscene. And then obviously CSAM, absolutely, absolutely unprotected. So generally, yes, in short, pornography is usually protected speech, but obscenity is not. So it comes down to whether or not, you ever read something super bright and then your eyes just go crazy? So yes, it is protected, but as long as it is not obscene, determined by the state laws. What happened? Correct. We have a name for the degenerate VTubers, and we call them lewd tubers. All right, fair enough. I will start using that. Larry Flint. Hey, that's another movie that I've never seen, and I love. Oh, and David said the exact same thing. That was the Larry Flint case, and I mean, outside of the cultural importance of that case, Woody Harrelson and courtroom dramas, I love that shit. So how have I never seen it? How have I never seen it? We got Liberty Plus TV. Welcome, welcome, welcome to the party. Said I'm all for local bylaws against things people decide they don't want in their direct community, like drugs. They should be legal at the federal level, but if a city doesn't want the fentanyl store, whatever. Localize and decentralize. Sounds good to me. So it's not half and half. What's protected is protected, but once it gets into the Miller test with those 3 things, that it's not artistic, it's not purely sexual, like if it's a torture video kind of thing, then it's not. It's considered obscene. And so I guess you could say pornography itself is protected, but obscenity or obscene, well, because I think you would still. The question is whether that obscene thing, whether that is still called pornography or whether obscenity is a different thing. than pornography itself. Because then we're just completely taking out of the category, in which case it would be completely protected, and obscenity is completely not. Yeah, so the extremes. It has to be what porn is supposed to be in the most vague way. All right.
Those things. For example, we don't want fentanyl legalized because we understand the damage that it could cause to people. And I think in many ways, although taking fentanyl as an individual action would be more damaging than consuming pornography, I think pornography
was this the you know it when you see it case?
Has negatively affected society in far greater ways based just on how much it's consumed. However, the legal part of the discussion will not be necessary for me to argue whether or not it is a positive influence. There are things that both Casey and I would probably agree are negative influences, but that are still legal, like maybe watching Destiny's show. It's legal, but
So this is, I wonder if any of you guys are seeing this, and maybe I'm projecting. This might be projection on my end. So will give me the whistle. But I feel like Rob spent that time talking about the law while he was coming up with what exactly he's going to say to the prompt itself. Because he said all of that just to say, well, that doesn't matter. Smart. Vamping. He was vamping.
Negative influences, but that are still legal, like maybe watching Destiny's show. It's legal, but we'd say it's a negative influence. So I don't think the legality comes into question here. So thank you so much for being here, Casey. I didn't know I would be debating a lady from Dragon Age, or I don't know. I was like, the character looks familiar. But so, all right, so let me begin and give my arguments. I'll basically narrow it down into a few select arguments on my offense. Then I'll address some of the key points that was made in the opening statement there. I think the first reason that pornography is a net negative influence is because it is actually physically damaging. Studies for the past decade have showed that pornography is sometimes more addictive than narcotics. That's how bad it is. It literally chemically alters the brain, and it shrinks, I believe, the gray matter zone in the brain, which is actually leading to people not only being less intelligent and more addicted to this, but
not seen that one either.
It also causes other physiological changes. There are stories that are rampant with men that have erectile dysfunction because they've got too into pornography. There are women whose sex drive is no longer there because they've got into pornography. So the chemical makeup of the body is altered in negative ways.
Well, that also has to do with the fucking toys they got out there. They got one that'll go in your ass and up your pussy and spins and fucking wild. I mean, let's not blame it all on the porn.
This would be akin to saying that we would say that a serious narcotic, which it seems that pornography is at least that addictive, should be illegal because, or should we would consider even if it's legal.
So a real quick aside about VTubing, since we have a VTuber here. So the avatar is following her face pretty closely. So is this just more like a filter that's on, or is this like a setup where you have to wear something that like when you do the like in the movies when like Hulk and Mark Ruffalo has that fucking thing and there are all the dots, you know what I mean? Is that what that looks like, or is it just a simple thing? I said VTuber thirst traps are more of a problem than porn, in my opinion. Dilly fucking dilly to that. Dilly. Lewd tubers, as Lucid said. Where is it? Where'd it go? Oh yeah, the lewd tubers. Fair enough. You should take the woke approach and not a right-wing one. Meaning what? Oh, I just saw you deleted that one. But yeah, if you say same on that. Let me say, debating porn when sex robots are about to be widely accessible seems silly. Embrace Babylon. That is a good point, but I don't think it renders the prompt irrelevant. I mean, there's probably going to be a bigger problem. It doesn't mean it's not a problem at all. So I said he has an iPhone tracking his face, and it's rendered on the PC as an avatar. Thank you. All right, I'm back in.
Addictive should be illegal because, or should we would consider, even if it's legal, a negative influence because the perceived benefits wouldn't outweigh that fact alone. So I think if I win that fact, it would clearly win the debate for me, because I don't think that you see many positives as far as I'm concerned based on this opening statement. The second argument I would have is that it affects mental health. And I think that what we see with that is, in addition to just the chemical makeup, we see that it affects people's mental health. I remember reading a study a while ago, and one of the most common things that serial killers that were trying to explain their condition to people said was addiction to pornography. And that sort of like hyper addiction to sexual activity in an aggressive way, which then tends to escalate into more aggressive forms of pornography, which then conversely to what my opponent said, it's not a healthy outlet. It actually makes those degenerate behaviors more likely, up into the most degenerate behaviors.
I completely agree. And but that seems to be the only place that she can stand. It's like, well, this person would go out and you know, diddle a kid, but you know, now they're just watching adult like moment, but overall then you're still feeding into it, you know. Woke meaning porn is patriarchy and subjugates women and terrible for worker safety, HIV, and how early they seem to die. I don't even know if that's woke. What's woke about that? But solid points. That's probably the best way for him to address this in terms of having a good back and forth that isn't going to just be like, no, you're transphobic, you're a misogynist, you know that. Basically, when you see the eyes move a certain direction, they're looking in that direction unless the model messes up. Gotcha. I'll leave that to you, pal. I'm a downer guy. I didn't get some dope in porn would be pretty dope.
Makes those degenerate behaviors.
Actually, now that I say that, there are times when I was in my addiction and I'd kind of get horny and I'd like throw something on, but I couldn't even keep it up for the fucking thing because I was so high. Oh man, good times.
But my opponent said it's not a healthy outlet. It actually makes those degenerate behaviors more likely, up into the most degenerate behaviors, such as assaults on people of a sexual nature or actual killings that occur, and they start with pornography addiction. This would be akin to saying that like low-level drugs are a gateway into these worst things. There is no positive benefit that would outweigh the millions upon millions of people that have had mental health effects of pornography. It has demeaned both men and women. It has made both of them victims in many ways. The men that basically become people that are just drooling idiots over sexual content. The women that feel that they've been objected to, they have to, based on the stereotypes that they see in this, give their body up and have this free sex movement. Pornography is part and parcel to opening the door for all of that happening with mental health.
I switched over to Kratom, but you know. Kratom definitely don't hit like the subs do.
The third thing I'll say goes along with that.
But that's a good thing.
It's declining birth rates. Pornography is an outlet where people no longer have the former form of marriage that we would have celebrated that was a good thing, which was a man courting a woman and then getting married and then having children.
True, but I don't think just because there's a lot of wokeness in that discussion doesn't mean that it doesn't actually apply. I think the wokeness aspect is shoving things in where they don't really apply. There's nothing wrong. Let's pull back up again. There's nothing wrong with being against subjugating women. That's not woke to not want women not to be subjugated. That doesn't, you know, it's not woke to acknowledge that people who are in that industry tend to die young. And so, I mean, you're right that somebody using those arguments probably or is more likely to be woke. But the action itself, or the position itself doesn't seem woke because it fits. Because it's reality.
Pornography goes in with the free sex degenerate movement that prioritizes feeling good in the moment and materialism over commitments and duties that we in society have.
Actually, that's not even accurate. Most, I'll look it up when we play it again, but the average numbers for an OF girl is not high at all. Like any other industry, especially an industry that's online and is in content, the people at the top are making fucking bank. But everybody else is begging for 250 points a week. I'm going to look this up, though.
And materialism over commitments and duties that we in society have. Men in raising families and working and providing for our families, and women in having those children and being caretakers to help. Instead, we have glorified sexual gratification, and this degeneracy has led to many parts of...
Whoa. Am I frozen? What's happening here? Hold on. If you can hear me, hold on. Come on, baby. What's going on? No.
Society breaking down. Because
I don't know what's happening.
You could draw.
I don't know if you guys can hear it. Yeah, you're fucking frozen. Fuck! What the hell is going on? go. Struggle streaming. Hold on, I'm gonna hop on my phone. I think I gotta restart the computer. I'm not seeing anybody bugging out in the chat, so I will assume that you can still hear me. Give me one sec. Ay, 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 ay. All right. Are we back? Oh, of course. Let me leave the studio. I don't know. I don't know what's going on here, bro. All right, testing. All right, we're back. Whole thing just goddamn seized up. We're at what, 13? Please let this work the way that I want it to work. Because it's blacked out, but hopefully a reload will bring us right.
Materialism.
Yeah.
Over.
All right. Struggle streaming is over. Let me grab some of the chats while we are here. Oh yeah, I was gonna look that up. Okay. Let me star that so that I don't forget. All right. Yeah, I was looking up the average salary or earnings for an OF girl. So I'm gonna do that when I play that next. All right. True. I said I wouldn't call it woke. I would call it corporatism. Yeah. What he shouldn't do is mention what nation all the porn barons live in. Why is that? Is that all the whatchamacallit, the Middle East? Okay, yeah. All right, we good. I was talking about actual prostitutes pulling $2,000 a night. Basically showing titties for free. All right, so I'll put both of those. I'll put both of those. All right, let's dive back in here.
And then getting married and then having children. Pornography goes in with the free sex degenerate movement that prioritizes feeling good in the moment and materialism over commitments and duties that we in society have. Men in raising families and working and providing for our families, and women in having those children and being caretakers to help. Instead, we have glorified sexual gratification, and this degeneracy has led to many parts of society breaking down. Because of these things, and you could draw a direct line from pornography leading to sort of a free sex movement, which then in turn leads to these declining birth rates and other things. It leads to sort of an unreasonable expectations where we see the top like tens and nines of men, the top group, are now having sex with like a group of women.
Shout out to the Vigilante TV. Welcome. So look at the mean earners, not the average. Average doesn't matter. Yeah, I got it right here. I'm gonna look for a good spot to pop that up. Yeah, just ask Hassan Piker.
Tens and nines of men, the top group, are now having sex with like a group of women. So if you look at studies with like Tinder, you see all these women swiping, I think it's swiping right, I've never used Tinder, but saying that they want to go out with only the top men, the ones that are really wealthy, really tall, really attractive.
When you put it like that, that's a good point.
And so that means that the men that are like 7, 6s, and 5s are left without mates. This is a terrible way to structure society. And it all stems from influences that we see with pornography. It's not to say that other influences don't exist, but the unreasonable sexual expectations that are set forth from pornography and the standard that says to gratify your immediate base needs is terrible. And it's leading to generations of young men that are checking out. We're likely to see, because of pornography, we're going to see the increase in AIs being used for pornography. And we're going to see eventually basically sex robots, and that actually could be cataclysmic and have a drubbing to human society as they're trying to figure out how to then have families and children in traditional life when the gender worlds are completely shattered, because pornography addiction has led to AI pornography, which has led to people disassociating from the thing that made society go round. and that was men trying to court women, have mates, provide for the family. It will.
Oh, there's a famous thing where he talked about going to a brothel, and he was recently talking about the game Pragmata, where there's apparently some little girl or like a little droid that's like a little girl that has a very father-daughter type thing, and it was wholesome for a lot of people. And he was like, "Why do you guys even care?" And then everybody reminded him that he's also someone who pays for sex. Vigilance, if you can't get laid, it's because you don't have a personality. And banning porn isn't gonna get the personalityless men laid. Agreed. Agreed. Especially on the second point. Some people are just ugly. Some people are just ugly. HR says something. Yeah, you got it. I'm quite excited, says Salty, for sex robots. Not gonna lie. Well, let me know how that's working out. Liberty said conservatives don't understand things they want to change. They will celebrate a drug bust, but every drug addict can find drugs within 24 hours after, and they don't get clean because of a drug bust. True, but I think there is the what they're valuing is not that the person is getting clean, that the person is not doing drugs in front of them and their children and things like that. And whether that's good or bad is up for you to decide. But that's why that makes sense for them. We got Dick Johnson in the building. Welcome to the party, sir. Very good to see you. This guy's gonna lose this debate. He doesn't understand why it's actually bad. Which he are you talking about? Because that is a man, but I've been saying she just for ease. Interesting. Let me say, I think people aren't starting families. They think people aren't starting families because of porn, but maybe they're obsessed with porn because they aren't starting families. Ooh, that's a bar. That's a bar. I mean, there's definitely aspects of that. The causal relation. Very smart. Really? You think Casey's going to win? Okay, well, rooting for Casey. Let's see it.
Go around. And that was men trying to court women, have mates, provide for the family. It will further lead to a shattering of gender roles. Need I mention all the shattering of gender roles and what's happened and the downfalls that's had within society, how we now need two people working in a household to be able to provide because feminism has led to this mentality that women need to be in the workforce, et cetera, et cetera. The other thing that's worth saying, the last point I'll make, is pornography is horribly harmful to the people that engage in pornography. You can see famous pornographers, whether it be OnlyFans girls to back in the day, people that did pornography like on VHS or whatever fucking channels or whatever that they did. You can see many of them have came out and said that the lines were blurred constantly for sexual abuse, that they deeply regretted what they did, that their children, when they find out and their friends find out.
How would you know? No, I'm just kidding.
That their parents did pornography. It's a nightmare. It is shameful, and there's a reason that it's shameful because we understand that sort of behavior that should be private. The idea of
this is where I think where science and Christianity really need to come together, because there absolutely is an aspect of humanity where it's like, okay, I don't necessarily exactly know why I don't like that, but there's something deep in my bones that tells me that that's wrong. And just saying it's God kind of is a thought terminating cliche. I'm not saying that you guys don't actually believe that, but I'm saying it doesn't help us explore what that exactly is. And if we did, then the things that make us feel disgusting with all the DEGEN stuff, then we would have the scientific basis to either ban it or, do whatever else we wanted to do. Is this on tall or normal? Okay, that's much better. Much better. Just because the words are here, I made it a little bigger for you.
Is we understand that sort of behavior that should be private. The idea of being engaged in doing pornography is a step worse than actually watching the pornography yourself. But make no mistake, the existence of pornography and your partaking in it helps make that possible. When we sit back and we complain about OnlyFans girls and how terrible it is for society and how we have more and more money going into this field of pornography, which makes us less and less productive as people in this country.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely would be a surprise that this is such a basic prompt that this isn't a matter of citing case law. This isn't a matter of names and dates. This isn't a matter of scientific studies. This is such a broad, more principled stance that this isn't the type of thing that you do need to prep for. Like, I can have this debate with anybody right now because all the reasons that I have are conceptual. And so even if you throw that, you would have to change the concept of what I think. And I'm not saying that can't be done. I could lose a debate on anything. Don't think I can't. But I mean, Rob is Rob. You know what I mean? You ever said, how much money does it take to raise a child in this economy? Around 1 to 4 million. Yikes. Speaking of, all right, let's do a couple of these and then we'll go back to Chat GPT. Somebody said, where in the Bible does it say not to look at naked art? Pretty sure there's naked statues all over the Christian world. Very true. Very true. Vigilante said it makes us less reproductive, not productive. That's the talking point. Get it right. I don't know. I don't know. I don't buy that. Like, yeah, I don't think that, like, with all the what did Gabriel just say? Like, this seems to be something that would have a stronger connection to whether people are having kids versus the fact that they goon sometimes. You know what I mean? All right, so we had GPT. I asked, what is the average salary or earnings of a woman who uses OF, and how does that compare to traditional prostitution numbers? Because that's what you were bringing up, right, Liberty? You're saying the streetwalkers. Comparison is hard and sound because OF earnings are extremely unequal, and prostitution data is fragmented. Okay. Headline numbers you see are usually skewed. Right, the median creator appears to make roughly 150 to 80 a month, meaning half earn less than that. On top of that, yeah, okay. So we have the so we'll say the typical creator, like, you're doing anything, but you're not doing anything crazy. You're not paying for a guy in Bangladesh to do all this stuff. Yeah, that's for the month. That's for the month. That's less than $200 a fucking month. And then, of course, the if you're active, even still, $1,000 a month is not a lot of money for that. That's not a lot of money for that. Yeah, so most of them are not making quit your job money. Much higher gross income, but very uneven and obviously riskier. Just give me the chat. No chart, you fuck. If you compare a typical yeah, so you're just saying we can't. Okay, so typical of side income territory, a few $100s a month. Typical full service, higher gross income potential, but yeah, so they're not going to give us numbers. And then one last thing. How about comparing traditional pornography to OnlyFans? Because that's really more of the closer comparison, whether you're on P-Hub or whether you're on OF. Is more straightforward. Great. But like we just saw, only earns a traditional porn performer tends to make more per shoot and day work, but income is inconsistent. Again, they're not going to give us numbers. We got numbers. All right, so entry level mainstream scene. I mean, you can make some good money, but I think the overall point is that while we can see that a lot of people are going to make lots and lots and lots of money, the overwhelming majority of people are not. It's the same thing that we could say with just being a streamer. That some people are pulling in fucking thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars per stream, and some of us are not. Livia said it takes empathy, empathy to form a compelling argument. The arguments tie arguments to others, not to yourself. Pretty good. Pretty good. Boxer, what's worse? Being a kid walking in on your parents or being a parent and having your kid walk in on you? Well, as somebody who doesn't have kids, I'm going to go with the former. But let's put that to the poll. Let's put that to a poll. Which is worse? You walk in, parents walk in. Boom. Vigilantes. I'm trying to think. Arguments to ban porn are dumb. Agreed. Agreed. Yeah, I mean, you get the light bill paid. I mean, that's pretty much what you guys do. You know, one bill here or there paid, but it definitely, I still got to work. David said, is Casey a man or a woman? I believe that's a man. I'm pretty sure that's a man, but I don't care enough to think much about it. And so it looks like a chick, has a chick-ish name. So I'm going, I'm just going by the she there. And then again, it's easier to talk about she versus he than he versus he. Danger pay. I mean, yeah. All I know is skanky ass prostitutes are able to support a $500 a day heroin addiction. True. Vigilante said, I live in the hood, and currently I can't tell if there are fireworks or gunshots or a mix. Probably a mix. Probably a mix. I mean, I definitely like the nipple, but I need the whole kit and caboodle. I feel like that's where most scarring happens when it comes to sex all over. What did I miss? Say more on this. Where you feel like that's where most scarring happens? Where? He lost this when he threw feminism under the bus. I don't think he did. Diving back in.
Going into this field of pornography, which makes us less and less productive as people in this country, you consuming that pornography is actually a step in that. So it's something that we should reject. Finally, a couple things that was said that I'll play in defense here. I don't think any of the benefits that Casey talked about are all that great. I think they pale in comparison to the negatives that I've talked about. One thing I'll say is the idea of reducing shame. I will say that reducing shame is bad, that actually we need to increase shame. And increasing shame would mean that people are acting less sexual in public. Last thing I'll say, and probably the most important thing, we started off complaining as a free speech issue about the age restriction thing. I'm not saying this about Casey. I don't know Casey, but this is horrific. The idea that pornography is a net benefit and free speech. And so we need to challenge trying to restrict this content for children. Pornography is a direct lineage to children getting involved in sexual activity, which leads to an increase in children being sexually harmed by this. That reason alone should be the most important reason in this debate, and a reason to reject anything but it reduces shame, but it's a free speech issue. All of that should be outweighed. So that's my opening statement.
I got it. So all the people in porn are not feminists. Seems to fall right in line with feminism. Empowered women. I don't need no man. I can do whatever. I'm equal. I can be as sexual as a man can be. That sounds like one-to-one feminism. No? David said, agreed. Bring back some shame. Shame. Shame is necessary. A necessary component of free speech. Agreed. Great. And the stronger we have the value in that shame, and the more specific we can be with that shame, the less we need the law.
Perfect timing, right on the dot. Like it. That is going to be the opening statements, everybody. So from here, we're moving into the open floor discussion. Like I said, we're aiming for around 2 hours total. At that point, I'll check in, see if the debaters want to continue or move into closings. I'm going to be mostly staying out of the way unless things go like too far off the rails or the talking over each other becomes unbearable for the audience. But quick reminder for the chat, there is some chat interaction during the open floor. $20 and up may be read live during the natural pauses in the debate.
Let's get to it.
Like a penis. I'll still like it like this. But if you're just gonna ask, hey, what size is your penis? I'll open
of the legality.
We're at 2 hours.
All right.
Should we start with sort of the conversation of the legality of it? Is that fair with you?
Yeah, that's
I think that, in my opinion, obviously you may disagree. I think that's the strongest case you make, because saying that it's a positive or negative influence saying whether or not it should be legal or illegal is a step further than that. Will you admit that just even if you would win the debate that it should be legal, that in itself isn't proof that it's a positive influence? Would you admit that?
That is that's a positive. Yeah, I would agree with that, because I would agree that alcohol is not the net positive, but I also believe that it is important that alcohol is legal. So
That's fair, and I'm happy for the concession. Having said that, I'm more.
But don't you think there should be some level of shame associated with being an alcoholic?
Than happy to dig into this for a little bit. I think clearly the bulk should be on the positives, but I think that's fair, especially since you've given that concession and it's clearly something you want to talk about. So I'm more than happy to start with the conversation of it being legal.
I'll show you my tits for $20. I'm a fucking $20 and I'll show you my titties.
right, and just to make clear, my policy, like my prescription for like the children of it all, it would be on device restrictions. Like it's up to the parents to set the settings on device, and just not have it on server side checking IDs or whatever. I think it's the best method to actually to work, because you're always going to find pornography somewhere else, and then it comes to the definition of what is pornography. Or
okay, that's okay. One, I agree in this sense. So this is beyond the scope of legality, sort of. I do. Let's start with this. Would you agree? Okay. You've given some positives, right? You've given some positive. Would you agree, though, that of everything that I talked about as negatives and everything you've talked about as positives, the idea of mass amounts of children being harmed would outweigh any of sort of the other negatives I talked about or the positives you've talked of?
That would be a measurable.
No, he noticed, and he's just like, we're here. The show has started. So it's like, okay, this is why I kind of, similar to when I did that mini debate with Andrew Wilson and Rachel Wilson, that, because, yeah, exactly. She just conceded. And he could be like, well, there we go. I win. But then what? So he's obviously not afraid of, looking bad. And so he's like, all right, well, let's just have the conversation. I already win. You know what I mean? Feminists in the 70s hated, yeah, right? I mean, what are we talking about? And so maybe the fourth generation feminists, but certainly the first through third generation feminists, or wave, whatever you want to call it, they love that shit. David said, do you have ID check for tobacco or alcohol where it is sold? Yep, we do. Indeed.
Harm, that would be on the scale.
Okay, so I think then that's a good place to start, because we'll see whether or not it's likely lead to these outcomes of children being harmed. Your solution to this is
that's it. That's his main thing, is that this is a direct line between having pornography and children getting hurt. That seems to be the top of where we're going.
Trying to force the actual producers of pornography, of big ones where we'll get into a second how much of the market share they have. Instead of having them have age restriction, your argument
is that how debates work? I thought I was just going to get the whole thing in the first 5 minutes.
Is they shouldn't, and instead it should be left up to parents. But I think that's obviously, though we may agree that it's best for parents to take an active interest and always be observing what their kids are doing online and what they're doing while they're playing video games, or even what magazines, books they're getting, etc. I agree with you there. Parents should be the first line of defense. But me and you are both going to have to agree that oftentimes many parents are left wanting. And we as a society shouldn't say, hey, if your kid gets molested,
I told you not to call me that in public.
Up to the parent to stop it. We'll say, no, we still have laws. We still have things to make sure. For example, we don't leave strip clubs or, strippers in areas where schools are near, etc. So I don't think that it's sufficient to just say, no, we shouldn't have age restriction for pornography, because it should be up to the parents to put restrictions on the device.
It's a bit gross overstatement to say that leave it up to the parents. I think there should be better on-device options for parents to enable when they give their children smartphones.
Okay, but
in case you guys didn't pick up that when I do stuff like this and pull up the Twitch chat and it's me, that's Rumble. So David saying that would be the argument for, do you have a D check for tobacco and alcohol where it's sold? That would be the argument for ID. And, and not just the parents controlling everything. Because you're right, they could theoretically be like, well, if you don't want your kids drinking, then just don't send them to the liquor store. But it's not that simple, is it?
Their children smartphones.
Okay, but for the purposes of what I'm saying here, it's still, no matter, let's assume, like I have an iPhone, right? And we were just talking about this before. I have an iPhone 14, I think it is.
I think the problem with that is that there is a constitutional amendment for that, where there's no constitutional amendment for porn. And so that takes it out of a separate category.
Let's assume, like I have an iPhone, right? And we were just talking about this before. I have an iPhone 14, I think it is. Pro Max. Oh, it was big time when I got it. Like, let's say we somehow force. We're like, okay, iPhone, you have to have the best parent security tools possible. We're making that legal. You have to do it. You're still going to have huge swaths of parents that are like, and they're just not going to do it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I mean, it would be up to the parents too, but to enable it. It's just that's a big gap.
Somebody like Casey, where it's not a person, it's a filter and it's an avatar. It's a virtual YouTuber.
Between that and just like leave it up to the parents, or whatever, where it's not, it would be difficult.
Right, but that's the come on, don't freeze again. Where the fuck are you? Right, and that's why the discussion isn't about legality, it's about positive or negative. Meaning positive or negative influence.
For parents to track everything that their kid does online or whatever. But if we have tools to do so, like that is my policy prescription for solving the children of it all or whatever.
So I have libertarian questions about the outlawing of pornography, as I've been honest to, though I would lean in that direction. However, right, like those same libertarian policies are even stronger about, I don't know how we could legally compel like every PC, every video game console, every telephone manufacturer. We are legally compelling them that they have to have certain tools available. Okay, but we shouldn't legally compel the actual pornographers to have age restrictions.
You don't see the difference between what I'm doing and what Casey's doing?
Come on, man.
You get it. You get it. Shout out to equality and efforts because vagina. Welcome to the party. Said, liked, and shared. Thank you so very, very much. You guys know that stuff's helped out so very, very much. It is free. It's easy. It just takes a second. And even if you don't think that anybody can click on the link that you share, just by you telling the platform that you want more people to see this, they will show it to more people. Welcome to the party. I said, so what's Mini Butterbean's solution? Argument being porn bad. Yeah, I mean, pretty much. The prompt is that it is a positive influence, and so it objectively we just have to agree that this is a factor, that's a factor, that's a factor, that's a factor, that's a factor on the negative side, that's a factor on the negative side, and then weigh that out. I don't understand how anybody could argue that it is a positive influence on society. I am wholeheartedly against banning it. I don't even like the idea of needing ID, selfishly, but to say it's a positive, I think it would have been a much more interesting conversation to say pornography is a neutral influence on society. That seems like it would have been a much better thing. Is my camera like super glitchy?
Compel the actual pornographers to have age restriction access. And I'll say real quick, as you think about that, just one little quick thing. You said, of course, it'll be difficult for parents to do this. Everyone's, even if you're trying as a parent, you're right. It's impossible to figure it all out. Shouldn't that be why we have multi-tier restriction to this stuff? So sure, we have the parents trying to help. Sure, we buy the devices that give us the tools to do that. But we also make sure the pornographers are doing their part to make sure that it's age restricted.
I mean, if it does, but there's a cost. There's a high cost that's associated with ID checks on websites, and I don't think that the negatives outweigh the, or I think the negatives do outweigh the pros in that.
Okay,
in that
so what's
scenario.
the high cost?
Well, when it comes, I mean, hey, we could do this for the after party. And with 8 votes, which is worse? You walk in on your parents or your parents walk in on you? And 62% of you said parents walking in on you is worse. I would disagree. I've been walked in on, but my parents my mom who walked in was very, I don't know if that counts because she walked in, but she didn't realize what was going on, or she chose to be completely ignorant in the moment. And that was bad. Quality said it's not good concerning the addictive properties, but it certainly helps men document female history and behavior. What do you mean by that? Because if you're saying that, oh, look at porn, that's how women are, I don't think that tracks. Claus said the pornographers are not responsible for your shitty parenting. That I agree with. What if the debate was it is positive for people who like porn? I think that would be interesting. I think that would be interesting because then we're talking about what is positive for a person. But yeah, I think just saying it is a positive influence on society, it's just to blanket that it's like, no, bitch, it's not a positive influence.
Sides, and I don't think that the negatives outweigh the, or I think the negatives do outweigh the pros in that.
Okay,
in that
so what's
scenario.
the high cost?
The high cost is
Wait, did she just say it again?
Outweigh the.
Oh, I don't think the negatives outweigh.
I think the negatives do outweigh the pros in that.
Okay,
in that
so
scenario.
what's
then
the
you
high
lose.
cost?
The high cost is these pornographic websites having your name and all your information and what porn you like and what you've watched and then potentially even selling that to anyone, including the government or anyone who wants to out someone for having watched some porn at some one point. Like, these data breaches happen all the time. The idea that there's going to be some database out there with something you may have watched even on accident or whatever the hell, just to smear someone if they needed to be smeared, for instance, like. That is a huge privacy issue.
Okay, two things. One, you said you wanted to reduce shame, and now you're like, it'd be shameful if people found out what porn you were watching. There seems to be some tension there. Secondly, okay, we have to show an ID to get in a strip club. Why?
Because it's all about the cost benefit analysis. There's not the big privacy cost when walking to the strip club. But from what I know, they don't keep online databases of who goes in and who goes out. There might even be rules against doing that. I would.
Yeah, I agree. Olivia's saying, type porn to positive liberty, and Rob even said that in his opening that there's two sides of me. There's the Christian, and then there's the libertarian. And I agree that that's probably the best avenue. But again, because of the wording of the prompt, it isn't about. It really is about the effects. It has to be about the effects, and so for you would have to prove that the effects are not only not as bad as we think, but are good for everyone in society. Maybe not everyone, but good for society itself. But yeah, if it was good for the arguing that it would be good for the person who uses it, I think that would be. I still don't agree with that, but I think that would be a much more fruitful conversation. Sorry, David said that Casey said the negatives of age check. Gotcha. Okay, so not the whole thing. Gotcha. The negatives of the age check outweighs the positives. Well, disagree yet again. This is the prompt is not should porn be legal. If the prompt is if it's a positive influence on society, we allow a lot of negative things for liberty and freedom. Indeed. Locks up. What do you mean? It should be good. We'll give it a reload just in case. All right, let me know. Locks said if I'm assuming you're saying whacking off the porn helps me sleep, and getting sleep helps me keep my job, then whacking off is a good thing for me. It's not. It is an internally logical argument. It absolutely is. I think he would come back to the idea that you're just wrong about that. That go into the Christianity and like, no, it's eating away at your soul or any of that kind of stuff. It says Christian debaters are considered really good at debate, but I've never seen them defend their actual worldview. I don't think that's sustainable. Well, when you're surrounded by a bunch of people who already agree, of course, tag, bro. Then you never need to explain it. That's how Jim Bob beat me in his debate, by just not engaging with the reality of what I was saying. He was just saying, no, you, when I'm saying you have to prove God in order to ground this, he's just saying, no, I don't. And everybody already believes, no, I don't, so I lose. Yeah, right. We're gonna have a good time trying to get around those censors. And Podesta makes a good point. You don't need the P Hub. Well, yeah, we can just say it now because they're gonna be saying it all. But you don't need porn to jack it or whack it. All right. Well, now you're here. Whichever one works. Whichever one works. Let's dive back in.
Of who goes in and who goes out. There might even be rules against doing that. I would be pro rules against doing that.
Well, nonetheless,
Rules against doing that? You mean I would be against
rules against selling your data, rules against intentionally. Yeah, you always run the risk of a data breach, but I run that risk on everything I do, even in the current standard, right? Like right now, if I go to a pornographic website and I'm not forced to show ID, if someone hacks my account, my digital fingerprint, so to speak, would be obvious to determine who I was. The type of person that's sophisticated to hack a database like that, if they truly wanted to look into me, without much effort, would be able to link my digital ID to sort of who I am, my social media accounts, etc. And when we're talking about a cost-benefit analysis, you've already conceded that the biggest impact or the absolute worst negative that we'd have here is the harm of children. So why would we have the slight inconvenience of you being forced to prove your age to go on a pornographic website based on the idea that hypothetically that company could sell your data or be hacked? But then instead we say, well, if we do that, we're ensuring that there's a better chance that children in mass have access to this material. I think the harm way outweighs the benefit in that.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think so, because if a parent is like just does the minimum on device protection, then they're not going to be going.
I used to think this as well, but the outside of I don't want to have to give my ID, what's the argument? What's the argument? There's absolutely no reason besides I don't want to have to give ID, which I agree with. I don't want them to start doing that. I mean, well, they have started, but I don't want them doing that here. But if they did, I would completely understand. I would say, what if the push to ban porn is actually coming from the XXX video shop lobby? You never know. Those lobbies, guys. Also, if I had to give ID for porn, I would go back to Playboy. Well, I think that's kind of the idea. I think that's kind of the idea. To make sure, I mean, one, obviously to make sure it's not children, but two, to create a different thing that, you know, you are ashamed of what it is. And so, you know, and that is a good argument, but it's not like you don't like put your information all over the internet. We said porn isn't bad. Addiction is bad. The naked human form is beautiful. The Song of Solomon is porn. Also art. It celebrates life. So we can agree addiction is bad. Porn isn't. It is the drive of our species. I agree. I agree.
The minimum on device protection, then they're not going to be going to the type of site that would have this type of check or whatever. You're not going to be like, that's on the top of the list is like, you can't go to Pornhub if like on these types of protections. Like, so the actual benefit is actually quite minimum.
I disagree. I think that two things. One, that implies that the parent is proactive. You'll admit right now that there's devices. It might not be up to your standard, but there are devices on almost every device that a parent would have. The computer I'm using, probably the computer you're using, the one SpeakeaZy's using, all of our cell phones. There are parental controls on pretty much anything that you buy new at this point, right?
Yes.
And yet that...
Interesting. Quality said, should the government have a right to force people to lock up their guns in a special kind of safe to save lives, since children can hurt themselves? How about knives or chemicals? Interesting. I would say definitely not, but I'm also not a gun user or a lawyer. What do you guys think? I mean, I don't mind that you all know that I, says Box, watch Sissy Hypno. Box continues, but it seems uniquely blackmailable in a way internet banking is not. Again, I don't necessarily even disagree, but the principle, like that is not that doesn't supersede the principle that we want to make sure that you ain't clipping me. No, I forgot what I was gonna say. Like, yeah, it is different, but like other sites that you put your information in can blackmail you as well, and you do it there. Anything that you're on can have a leak or can be breached. It is what it is. That's not necessarily a reason to do anything. Clause A again, it goes back to the parents. I don't think that's a strong, and I think that's a strong part of the argument, but not strong as the basis, because, I mean, how many of us did stuff that our parents didn't allow us to do? Or let's go the other way. Did any of you never do something that your parents didn't want you to do? Exactly.
It's not sufficient to stop mass amounts of children from consuming pornography. In fact, my guess, I don't have the data from me. You tell me what's your guess. I would guess that probably 50% of people under the age of 18, more than 50%, have consumed pornography, despite the fact we have these parental
sucks to suck
devices.
Probably most guys. Yeah, I don't think. My general theory is once you're going to be old enough to get around it, to know, like, if you're 16, 17, you're going to be smart enough to get around whatever.
Well, that's exactly right. But we would still categorize them as not adults. And if pornography on itself could be damaging to someone who's 16 and have lasting effects as people are in puberty and their sex drive is just sort of beginning, and instead of having a healthy sex drive, they get these unreasonable expectations of pornography. So you would agree that we should try to prevent 16 and 17-year-olds from accessing pornographic material?
Right, but once if they're smart enough to get around parental controls on a device, and they're smart enough to access a website that won't be registered as needing to ID, and there'll always be accessible pornography on the internet, like always, torrents,
that may be,
or anything.
So again, this is a bad argument that just because the law isn't going, or the policy, or the whatever you want to talk, whatever you're talking about, just because the policy doesn't kill the bad behavior, that's not an argument not to try. People still murder. So why do we even have laws against murder?
That's not going to help your argument, though, because while it is true, we hear this argument all the time. Why build the wall at the border? Can't people just climb over it? The same, you could be like, why require ID to purchase alcohol? You don't think there's kids smart enough to get fake ID? Sure, there'll always be a chance to get around it, but we should do our best through our legal system to enshrine that the people that are profiting and creating this pornography, like, are doing their due diligence. The burden's on them to do their best to make sure that people that we shouldn't have accessing that material aren't doing so. And I don't think it's efficient. I think you see this shit from Pornhub all the time and these other big sites that are like, this is, oh my gosh, if they force us to age restrict, hypothetically, someone could hack us. Well, then get stronger security. I think if you're going to be engaged in a degenerate, shameful business like this and making money off it, the least you could do is go out of your way to protect children as best as possible.
Sony's been hacked. Microsoft's been hacked. Google's been hacked. Steam has been hacked. Hacks happen.
Okay, but that's like saying, why should we force banks to have security, right? When theoretically someone could rob a bank. So the bank should just be like, fuck it, you don't even have to provide ID.
Right. So the fact that a policy or a measure doesn't completely stop a behavior doesn't mean you shouldn't do it. Shout out to Smoking Spaceman. Welcome. So as noble as the endeavor is, you can never get the evils to go back into Pandora's box. Very true. Yeah, it's almost like you should turn your notifications on and make sure that they're working. Well, vaguely, you remember my grandpa's sentiment that it shouldn't be for children. I generally agree. Generally? You generally agree that porn shouldn't be for children? Or are you talking about something else? I generally agree with that. I just don't know how to do that in the age of the internet. Yeah, it's tough. It's not easy.
We don't have security cameras. We don't have a guard. We just got a big pile of cash in the center of the room there. It's FDIC insured, but theoretically, someone could rob even a secure bank. So because of that, we're not going to require banks to have safe and reasonable security measures. I just don't see, like, if we agree that protecting children should be the priority issue that we look at given this topic, where is the potential harm in forcing these big companies? I will concede there is still a chance some kid gets a magazine somewhere that's pornographic, or finds old VHS tapes, or some really intelligent kids able to find a way that they could get around the parental protection and around the age verification on these websites. And yet still, just like kids can figure out a way to steal their parents' car and drive it, that doesn't mean we should allow them to do it under the law. There is no compelling reason that I see that we shouldn't force these companies to require age verification if they're going to have pornographic material.
Well, and this goes for alcohol as well. I mean, did anybody here who drank in high school not go to somebody who was older, had a fake ID, use a fake ID, any of these things? There's ways around it. That doesn't mean we shouldn't have the security measure in place. The only reason I don't want to have ID for porn is because I watch porn and I don't want to give my ID for that, because it is a shameful thing. It's just that simple. There's no objective argument as to why it would be wrong. At least not that I can think of.
So the problem with your analogy earlier about the wall of the border, I think you can build a wall big enough. You could with our surveillance, we could absolutely stop people from crossing 100%. But you can't do that with like 17-year-olds accessing pornography. You can't. Like, I think this is you could do that, and then versus there's no possible way you can stop them from finding it.
Okay, I disagree that you could build that wall. Even if people couldn't climb over it, they could get around it. They could dress up as guards. There'd still be a way to get in. It would just be vastly more limited. But let's assume you're right. Let's accept that analogy. That the key distinction here is you could theoretically build a wall that no one could get in. Okay, so then hypothetically, if we could build a protection software or an ID verification system that would ensure it would be impossible for kids, then you would say that these pornographic companies should be forced to do that?
No, because if there was 100% way of doing it, it would be like an AI
we're doing this again.
Device,
Come on,
like
pause.
Determining whatever.
Okay. I'll back that up. Shit. Now I don't remember what the fuck I was gonna say.
Would be impossible.
Yeah, let's just hear that again. So listen to
system.
I don't know why YouTube's been doing this. Listen to how Rob sets exactly. Listen to how Rob sets this up, because he's saying, okay, you're arguing this, but then he proves that they agree on this, and she's like, well, no, I would still do that. So let's hear exactly.
But let's assume you're right. Let's accept that analogy. That the key distinction here is you could theoretically build a wall that no one could get in. Okay, so then hypothetically, if we could build a protection software or an ID verification system that would ensure it would be impossible for kids, then you would say that these pornographic companies should be forced to do that?
No, because if there was 100% way of doing it, it would be like an AI on device, like determining whatever their kid is looking at, whether it is or is not pornographic. But it would still.
So still not even engaging in the hypothetical, but you're addressing the fact I don't want to do this because of data breaches. So if it was perfectly safe, there could be no leak. You could not be hacked. Then it would be okay, right? Because the argument that you're putting forth is that it's your data is not safe. And goalpost moved. Making the entire internet safe for children is a slippery slope that will destroy the fundamentals that make the internet so amazing. I do agree. I do agree. Just as I said, we have porn age locked in Australia now. For the big sites, I have to show ID or use AI biometrics to get in. Just go to the minor sites now. Yeah, well, you always find it. When I force ID for every single site, that's what the government and ISPs have wanted since the beginning. Well, technically you do, because you have to use ID to sign up. Your IP address is already tied to your ID.
Will be on device if there is even a way.
I think that it's look. I don't know you. I'm not trying to make any judgments to you. I'm not. But I'll say this: the argument's sort of, in my estimation, grotesque, because it's like there's always a way for the addict, the pornography addict, or the producer of
phrasing. I think he means the smaller, low-key sites. Correct yourself, Vanessa. I'm holding you up, but make sure. Was it Podesta? Yeah. Well, make sure you clean that up. Disavow.
For the addict, the pornography addict, or the producer of pornography, there's always an excuse. Well, I mean, come on. Okay, some kids are going to get access to it and blah, 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 blah. It's like, I don't know. All of this seems flimsy. It all seems flimsy. You're like, well, we could build a wall that no one could get around. And I'm like, oh, so if we could no, that wouldn't be good either if we could do that. So the real philosophical merit here is whether or not your risk of being hacked by requiring to show ID when you're consuming online pornography outweighs the more protection children would have if we had age verification. And I don't think it's close. I really don't. I don't think that your risk, because you have the right to choose not to consume pornography. You don't have to give them your ID, right? And so I just think, in the same sense that we would require strip clubs because the nature of the harm of children seeing sexual content.
Neither did I. And that's why I fucking don't clip it. Don't clip it. Please don't clip it.
We have strip clubs require identification. The same should be true of a virtual strip club, which is in effect, pornography is even worse. Not only is it a virtual strip club, but it's actually intercourse in many cases. So I'm unconvinced. I know it's a question of values, but I'm unconvinced.
Who's watching porn that doesn't have intercourse? What?
convinced that the potential to be hacked and some people could get around it anyways outweighs us protecting these children.
And I would stress like the amounts like we're talking about, like the cost associated with just that database existing. There's a large cost like associated with it, and I would stress that
But you
there's
already
a
conceded
serious
this.
lack of benefit.
She's already conceded that that's not really what it is, because even if those problems didn't exist, then she's like, well, no, then it would still be a problem. So the fact that it's not safe is not really the reason.
Because again, they're just if they're at the point where they're going to be going to Pornhub or whatever on their goddamn device already,
When are you gonna become my porn? You know what I'm saying?
then that means there's 10,000 websites they'll be going to, and they'll be using a VPN to go to some website and host it in some other country that doesn't.
Guys, don't forget
won't
about
have
Morty.
the
We've been going
verification.
over an hour and a half, and he is dying of hunger. Nothing, nada,
Or,
zero.
Well, the benefit is virtually nil. I would say.
I disagree.
virtually-
I don't think it's virtually nil. I think that it would have an absolute effect on people trying to do this. And there is no law that you could say that it'd be like saying this. Well, we shouldn't have age of consent laws because theoretically someone could fly to Thailand and sleep with a 14-year-old. It's like, yeah, I suppose they could, and we'll arrest them if we find out that they do that. But the idea that it's like, well, because theoretically someone could go outside the country, or we shouldn't have, like, in fact, let's do an apples to apples comparison.
I don't know. I haven't watched this. As soon as I saw what it was and that it was Rob and it was this with a VTuber, I was like, let's go. So I don't know. A lot of you have seen more of this than I have.
You would agree with me, I think, that having underage performers in pornography is heinous and something that should be avoided and illegal, correct?
Correct.
Okay. But what if I said, well, in Thailand, they're allowed. So theoretically, you could just get on a website and go to Thailand to access this. So why even bother?
Hey, we got Glowing Dog. Welcome to the party. Don't say that. Don't say that.
Be illegal in the United States.
As importantly, I would say that there's a great benefit to age restricting the participation in literal pornography. The benefit is that you don't have those kids in porn like to thousands, tens of thousands. That is extremely measurable. I'm saying all I'm saying is that the benefit for these age restriction sites is very small. Like you're turning my analogy into something that it entirely isn't. I'm saying like let's do the calculation of like what is the benefit, and in your analogy there would be a great benefit despite the fact that you won't be blocking 100% of kids in pornography, but there is a great benefit in doing that. But I'm arguing that there isn't in age restricting the site.
Look, I'm gonna admit there is absolutely truth in that people will go to other avenues if some places go, but in the places.
There's definitely studies that will go either way, but I think the question of is it a positive influence on society, if it's just a matter of, well, this study says that and that study says that, I much prefer a discussion, a more conversational thing about it. Like, I'm not to say that they shouldn't bring up studies, but I would be bored if they were just like, well, this study says that, no, that study says that. Rob uses arguments that are based on the outcome. Porn is bad for your brain and leads to less reproduction. But if you say that restrictions could have other consequences, he rejects the validity. If you say that restrictions could have other consequences, he rejects the validity. Meaning that he's applying the outcome for porn, but not the outcome for the restrictions. Is that what you're saying? I think that's what you're saying. Hey, shout out to Olivia, and he has arisen. He has arisen. Of course, every donation. Reach your neck, you lazy bastard. Reach your neck, you lazy bastard. There we go. Thank you so very, very much. Treats for the puppy. And we did have to refill. I gotta get another whole fucking thing. I get like the 9-pound bag. And it's expensive. Gang. Thank you so very, very much. And of course, that makes you the new sponsor of the stream. Already with the first donation, guys. The first donations, and we are already 1/5 of the way there. And 5 days. I think that works good. Thank you so very, very much. Let me grab some of these. David said, I guess you have to define society and what is good for it. mean, if you want your society to have all the women prostitutes, then all the women should just be on OF and just pick how we want. Pretty much. I mean, it's kind of it depends. I mean, technically, Casey did concede the entire debate, but a lot of people in the chat here are not agreeing. Of course, shout out to Livia. Lucid, you have a good one. Thank you so very, very much for hanging out. I don't see any way that he does. Well, I mean, and again, technically he did, but even on the conversation that they are having, that's a little bit more general. That just porn is bad. He's still rocking it. All right. Shout out again to Olivia. Let's dive back in.
And that people will go to other avenues if some places go. But in the places, and I'll admit, I'm just looking this up because this isn't data that I had at my fingertips because I didn't know the topic. But looking up the places that have done this, in 2023, Louisiana was the first state to force age restriction. Pornhub reported an 80% drop in traffic. 80%. In the UK Online Safety Act in 2025, Pornhub, when they did similar things, Pornhub, X videos, and others dropped between 36 and 25%. Now, this I think will show, you can say, but those weren't all underagers. Of course not. I agree. But it shows that there is significant decline in those sites. Given that those sites are the easiest to access, the most well-known, and by far the sites that the most people in the world are going to, I think that it shows that there would be a precipitous drop. It's not an apples to apples that like every drop from Pornhub is one less child that's watching, but it certainly speaks to the effect that that barrier is working for a lot of people. And so I just don't think. I'm going to be honest, I don't have the data in front of me, nor do I know that this data has been compiled that shows just how much of a drop-off, but I guarantee there's some amount of drop. How about this hypothetical? What would the drop-off need to be for you to say it would be worth to do these age restrictions of people under the age of 18 watching pornography? If I was able to show you a study, for example...
This is a good question. This is a good question because this ties it to the reality of whatever the principle is. When the rubber meets the road, people are not willing to put their ID. I mean, some people are, but 80%, according to what he just said, of people are just like, no, I'm not doing that. It's not that they're stopping watching porn; they're just going to other sites. But then theoretically, the question is, if all sites like that had that, would people use them? And yeah, if somebody lives somewhere where you do need an ID, can you use a VPN to get around that? I would assume so, but I don't know. Glowing Dog said 3/4 of the people who stopped going to Pornhub either went to another site or used a VPN. Yep, that's what I was thinking. But it's still a good
people
question.
Under the age of 18 watching pornography. If I was able to show you a study, for example...
Yeah, still a good question of what level of drop off would you need to see to change your mind?
It said it led to a 20% overall decline of people under the age of 18 viewing pornography. Would you say that's worth it?
Yeah, that would be worth it. I'm saying that it's not nowhere near that.
But you don't have evidence to that, right?
I don't have evidence that's not that. Yes, because it's not that. I don't have evidence.
It's just your guess.
Yes.
I'll fully admit I don't have the evidence that says how much the decline is, but you're in no better position than me. You're just saying I feel that wouldn't be the case. I don't know that that's the case. I think that. How about 10%? How about 5%?
It's just whatever would be icky.
Like what would be the lowest level meaningful percent that you would be like, yeah, okay, if we dropped children's consumption of this by that much, it would be worth it.
I'll give you 5%.
Okay, I think there's probably a very good chance. Like without looking at data, I think that most of the people, and again, it's one of those things that we're going to have to gut check and use our gut feeling. And I understand not everyone's going to come to the same conclusion, but I implore everyone listening to this, SpeakeaZy, everyone listening, or anyone who sees this in the future, just ask yourself, do you think putting reasonable age restriction barriers on all pornographers in the United States to ensure that some form of identification to prove your age be given before that account can be accessed would reduce 5% the amount of under 18 people?
Let's hear that in full again.
I implore everyone listening to this, SpeakeaZy, everyone listening, or anyone who sees this in the future, just ask yourself, do you think putting reasonable age restriction barriers on all pornographers in the United States to ensure that some form of identification to prove your age be given before that account can be accessed would reduce 5% the amount of under 18 people that are viewing pornography? I think the answer is yes.
Well,
so I misunderstood the question. The question was what percentage of people putting out the content what drop off would you need to see before you'd be like, okay, yeah, there was 5% of this was underage? That's what Casey was saying. I thought they were talking about the general drop off from adding the ID restriction. Like we said, if you are paying an OF model, you are identified. The issue isn't ID or age. It's if porn is good for society. Oof, cartoon lady, why you had this? So I tell you guys, it's not just having a conversation. There is more to it, and Rob knows what he is doing.
Under 18 people that are viewing pornography? I think the answer is yes.
Well,
And
is that even possible to do?
Yes.
I mean, it's 10% of the internet is pornography.
It'd be like this. It'd be like this. You might say, if I said to you, should we require ID to buy alcohol? And you're like, nah, because kids will find other ways to get it. You could just have your older brother, your older sibling, blah, blah, blah. Now, I might not have a specific amount of data in front of me of how less young people drink alcohol because we provided an ID, but we know the truth that it's declined the number somewhat.
Mm-hmm.
We know that.
Yeah,
right. And so it's
hard. Yeah, it's a hard wall to get over is not being able to buy it yourself. But the wall that we're talking about is merely breached by just typing in a different URL.
Okay, elaborate. What's the straw man? Okay, I know you love your feelings, but let's use our brains. What is the straw man? Casey chose the prompt. Yep. So in case you're not familiar, the Noerr prep debates. That's Rob Noerr. He has no prep. He has no idea. He comes on the panel. He doesn't even know who the debater is. The debater comes up and says the prompt, gets put on the screen, and they get to it.
Yeah, but if we did this ubiquitously with all U.S. sites and we punished the sites that were U.S. oriented, and then we started to intentionally block pornographic sites as they popped up that didn't require age verification in the United States, I think that we would start to see serious inroads.
I mean, we couldn't shut down the Pirate Bay. I don't think we're going to.
Yeah, but how many people do you think, in a general population sense, how many people do you think use the Pirate Bay or even know of it?
Well, I think there's other things, better things that
Allegedly,
but I don't know. No,
do you think you're
actually? I haven't really needed torrents recently. Like, shout out to WeFlix. That was when we were watching the movie last night. I mean, WeFlix.org got everything.
more likely to consume, let's say pre-internet days, are you more likely as a 15-year-old to consume pornography if your dad's got a bunch of magazines laying around, or if he doesn't?
Pornographic magazines?
Right.
Really?
The easier the access, the more likely you are to use it, right? If you have to jump through
fair.
more hoops, well, now I got to get a VPN, and now I got to download from a site like the Pirate Bay. Absolutely, that'll diminish the amount of people watching it. I would just say from my perspective, and I know I'm a boomer, I wouldn't know how to use the Pirate Bay to get pornography. Like, you have to download torrents and shit? Is that how the Pirate Bay works?
Yeah. What? Are you serious right now?
That's the last thing I use torrents for, and I don't believe that's illegal, right? No, yeah, chronologically lost. Somebody recut the entire series into chronological order, and they just have you just go to chronologically lost. You go to chronologically lost. Come on, there we go. As all the stuff here, you just download the torrent and you got chronologically lost. But so that one is a torrent because it's fucking an entire series. But couldn't shut down the pay. Yeah, but isn't it dead? I guess it's back. It was down for a while, but yeah, good argument.
Down like torrents and shit? Is that how the Pirate Bay works?
Yeah. What? Are you serious right now?
I don't know shit all about torrents. I just don't.
So Casey would be like, okay, but that's because you just don't know yet. Like, if I just said, oh, you just download uTorrent, then you would know. The point stands. I think Rob is making a good point that not a lot of people are doing that. But I think that he's underestimating the number of people who don't do that now because they don't have to, versus if it becomes more difficult to just go to a site, then people will learn how to torrent. But as he's saying, it's going to be a way lower number. It's still crazy to me that people pay for more than one fucking subscription streaming service at a time. That's crazy crazy work to me. That's crazy. Spending like $200 a month. I probably watch more TV than any of you. And I promise you it's not worked that way. Shout out to TPB. David, the days, yeah, it made it drop by a lot. Yeah, I thought it was still down. But apparently not. I got another 2 anchor tattoos. One is for Pirate Bay and one is for Demonoid. Well, all right, I'll dilly that. Arr.
I don't know shit all about torrents. I just don't. Like, I remember, the only thing I remember of this is I remember Napster, right, and LimeWire for music, and I remember, like, that I had some friends that had, like, a PlayStation emulator.
I told you, $50, I'll show you my titties.
And I think they'd go to Pirate Bay or something, and they would, like, get torrents of games, right, like, and then they would play the games. I couldn't fucking set that up without someone helping me. I had a friend put it on a computer of mine once.
Nope. You just go to weeflix.org and whatever you want. They're right there. So they have they technically have the weeflix.to or weeflix.org. Some of like with the fact that it's the same kind of thing as crack streams, like sometimes it'll be a little janky, but like if you let's just see, like let's say we wanted to watch Squid Game, then we can open it up, and even if the first if the alpha server isn't working, then we so that's gonna see, so that's working there, but it looks like maybe not the best quality, so let's check out the Bravo server, and that looks a little bit cleaner. There you go. And I haven't had to go down to all these, and I don't think Charlie works, but Alpha, Bravo, and Delta have done me work. So, I mean, theoretically, it is not a legal thing, but nobody's going to come after you for that. But use a VPN use the site at your own risk. Not an R pirate or a Yo-Ho pirate. I'm a Photoshop cost too much kind of pirate. Fair enough. Use VPN for Netflix if you want to see content that's only available in some countries. Yeah, that doesn't work as well as they say it should, though. Like when people are like Express VPN, you can it doesn't work as well as they say, because they're, especially with the home Wi-Fi, that like if my account is tied to this router, then I have to go through hoops if I was to come over and hang out at your house. We want to watch my account because of the fact that it's not the home Wi-Fi. I would have to sign in and And so with the VPN, sometimes that messes stuff up. But Weeflix got it all. Weeflix got it all.
I couldn't fucking set that up without someone helping me. I had a friend put it on a computer of mine once for PlayStation and got me the game Front Mission 3 because I couldn't find it on my PlayStation, but I wouldn't know how to go about. And I'll bet there's a lot of people with as limited as of a technical understanding as me, but I could certainly tell you how to sign on to Pornhub.
Everything.
So, yeah, I type in the words Pornhub and bam, there's pornography. That's it. That's way simpler.
Okay, you put the torrent into uTorrent, and then there you go. You have it. Again, good. He's making good point, but the things that I'm saying is what Casey should be saying.
And, the same with a VPN. I do know how to use a VPN, Proton VPN. You guys should check it out. But I have no fucking clue, how to go about using the Pirate Bay. And also, there's people that are scared of that shit because they're like, well, this is sort of illegal. I'm downloading shit that maybe I'm not supposed to be. So that's a barrier. Because instead of just clicking and watching a website, you're actually downloading something, which is
Yep, I have Lost, How I Met Your Mother, and The Office ready to go. Just in case something goes down. I will always have those shows.
More of an active step.
And others.
Isn't that all an issue for you? The idea of you like scanning your ID, your state ID, and like sending it to some website somewhere. Do you see that as somewhat of a you would like to do that as the least amount of possible?
Yes, but that's true. However, I counter with this. Some of the two-factor authentications that I've set up, especially since my Twitter account got hacked, does have me showing my ID, and I willingly acquiesce to that. In other words, I feel that the benefit I'm getting is worth the fact that I'm submitting my ID.
That's crazy. Why would you not pay for so like, okay, let's say YouTube is kind of different. So you pay for YouTube Premium, and then 1 month you have Amazon Prime, you peep what's on Amazon Prime, then you cancel that and you head over to Netflix and you catch up on the last few months so it's on Netflix. Then you cancel that, you go over to Disney, catch up on, and so on and so on and so on. I don't understand how that's not the go-to. Why are you paying for all of them at the same time when you can only watch one at a time?
Feel that the benefit I'm getting is worth the fact that I'm submitting my ID. If I thought I don't want these websites having my ID, I could choose to not view pornography, which is what I would do.
Well, while we could, the trust amount on Twitter, it's relatively high, and yeah, I would even say the trust amount in like some site like Pornhub would.
No, just well, I mean, BitTorrent has turned into uTorrent, but same thing. Nope, you just have uTorrent, and you download the torrent file, put the file in uTorrent, and you're done. Well, I mean, it's got download, but
relatively high, and yeah, I would even say the trust amount in like some site like Pornhub would relatively high, but I'm saying that the thing that you're asking,
I will never get premium.
Possibly, you're asking tens of hundreds of thousands of websites to be asking for these IDs, and no one trusts these sites. No one's going to do that, right?
I mean, all the more. I mean,
well, I have access to Amazon to Prime Video because my parents have Amazon Prime, and so we just add our my sister and my brother, we just added our cards and stuff, so we use Amazon Prime. But like, if I didn't, then I either would wait until, like, for example, The Boys was just coming out. So that would be, okay, I want to watch The Boys as it's airing. And so even though these sites typically, like the WeFlix sites, have them with, if not the same day, the next morning, then if that couldn't happen, then same time period, you can get a torrent of it. I'll just do that. But to Rob's point, it is extra steps. It is extra steps. There's a list of shows that I used to watch because, it was in the time when Netflix was really the only big streaming platform. And so things were either on Netflix or they weren't. And so I would torrent a lot of stuff there. But now everything is it's out there. And there's a lot of things that I would torrent because it was what I was used to. But if it's not just shown to me on one of these platforms, I'm just not gonna, I'm just not gonna do it.
These sites, no one's gonna do that, right?
I mean, all the more. I mean,
there you
again,
go.
Think of what you're saying. Yeah, pornography is a net influence. It's good, right? And it would be a shame for you to have to give these IDs to these sites, and we shouldn't have age verification because these sites are horribly untrustworthy. Do you see the contradiction? Yeah. Let me take this in slightly a different.
I use a friend's login for Disney, but again, like she's got, because she's got a daughter, so she has it for her daughter. And she had an extra spot, so I'm like, let's go.
Direction. You're aware of the fact that there have been several instances,
a different direction,
pornographic sites like Pornhub and other ones like that, where underagers actually had videos on there performing sexual acts.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, well, if you're admitting that can happen, and you're admitting no one really trusts these sites, you don't see the problem here?
Hold on. I would be for, if you're uploading content, I'm all for you having to verify the people who are in the videos or whatever. And
with what,
you yourself, if you're gonna add content.
Okay,
so now you've established a difference. If you're watching the porn, you shouldn't have to use your ID. But if you're making the porn, you should have to use your ID. Why are those different in your mind, Casey?
That's a big gap between that and going to view what's on the site.
But again, I could make all the same arguments that you just made about having to show ID to view the content against having to show ID to upload the content. The same arguments would still apply. And you're just like, yeah, but I think if you want to upload it, you should be willing to show your ID. Okay, I think if you want to consume it for the same argument you just gave there, you should have to show an ID.
What are those?
Now, I'll give you the last word in this because I think, as we both admitted, this is...
I will always go for something that looks amateur over something that looks polished. I mean, it's about the vibe, but it's also about the angles. We also I forget what movie it is, but somebody's talking about like the behind angle where let's do it in front of the mic. Yeah, nobody. Who's watching that? You got to get the good angles.
Tangential to the actual topic.
Let me back that up a little.
I think if you want to consume it for the same argument you just gave there, you should have to show an ID. Now, I'll give you the last word in this because I think, as we both admitted, this is tangential to the actual topic, but I wanted to give you the courtesy of talking about it. I think I've made the case that I want for it. I think it's damaging. I think reasonable age restriction is something we should do. Too much, we sexualize children, and we ought to, the companies that are making millions upon millions of dollars ought to do their best to invest some of that fucking degenerate money into preventing children from accessing that service.
I think I missed you. I think I missed you, but Equality, if you are still here, you have a good one. Yeah, but hey, amateurs should be free, and you should just be happy that people are watching. I forget where. Oh, I wouldn't be able to tell you, but there was some P-Hub type girl on a podcast somewhere. And they were talking about the business side of it. And they're like, it really is very similar to having a YouTube channel in terms of the analytics, where you got to make sure this, and you know, the what you use as a thumbnail and all that kind of stuff. So it's very interesting how that works. But exactly, like if I can get amateur just from the hub, why would I pay $5 for a 7-second video? What are we talking about? This thing's 35 minutes. It's got a backstory.
Do their best to invest some of that fucking degenerate money into preventing children from accessing that service. That's my opinion. But I'll give you the final word on it, and then we should move to something maybe closer to the topic.
Fair. Yeah, I agree. I think there should be stronger protections and easier to enable protections on smart devices broadly to stop this type of thing of happening. I think that's where you're going to get 99% of the blocking is going to be on device. and on the flip side of it is entirely unreasonable / actually like an impossible thing to ask for all of these sketchy ass websites out in the nether that have porn on them to ask for people's IDs. They're not going to give them. They're just going to switch their hosts to somewhere outside the US, or like they're just it is an unreasonable ask, and the legislation is largely just targeting the larger ones, but that just is going to divert traffic to less large websites. And by the way, we're also going to, the more websites that people are going to broadly, the more difficult it is to find instances of like children in these videos themselves, and to hold those people accountable for uploading that and or for hosting it. So we lose as we decentralize where the porn is being hosted. We're also going to lose a modicum of being able to control what's in the videos themselves.
So just I guess I have.
So they all tend to do that. Like you're not going to get a lot of sway on the internet as just like a normal looking person. So you either have to be some type of character, or you have to try to appeal to people who want to watch little girls.
To respond to this, that's a new argument.
Oh, you do.
Just to be clear, there's an amount of people out there that are exploiting and filming sexual content with children, right?
Yes,
we agree with that. Your argument is as such: better they upload to Pornhub, because if not, they would upload other places.
Well, I think that. I mean, that is true. We'll more easily find them if they're on.
I don't even need to go down this road of the fucking intense grossity. Like that's going to be a drubbing for you if we go down that road. So I think that's an argument that we should maybe scrap. I don't think that's going to apply. If these people are monsters, if they're uploading it, they're going to be monsters regardless if Pornhub has age verification or not, right? Although some people have uploaded to Pornhub, I don't think that we're getting vast swaths of like these types of people arrested and finding networks because Pornhub doesn't require age verification. I don't think there's any reasonable expectation of that whatsoever. That just seems to be completely out of left field. This is akin to the we shouldn't make abortions illegal, even though it's murdering babies argument, because you could go behind the alley and get an abortion.
Exactly. Just because the restriction doesn't end the bad behavior doesn't mean that we don't need the restriction. Shout out to Costco Law School. Welcome. Said the porn epidemic is a result of the woman problem. If we are going to ban it, we need to give men back marriage and their country, or there might be a mass killing thing epidemic. Strong words in favor of giving men more power. Welcome to the party, sir.
it's murdering babies argument, because you could go behind the alley and get an abortion, and so therefore we might as well make baby murder illegal. I'm sorry, I don't buy it. I just, that is not an ethical standard to have, and I also think that it's grotesque and doesn't bear out even any utilitarian calculus as to why that would be the case. These monsters are largely going to exist outside of Pornhub anyways.
That I agree with, but the thing I said is still true. And those outside the Pornhub places, I think there'll be more traffic to those places if we restricting access to places like Pornhub.
I don't see that. I don't see. So there's a.
At least you don't have to deal with them. I mean, I haven't really been dealing with them either, but eventually I do want to fucking wife and kids. So
person right now that's interested in watching underage pornography, who is currently watching Pornhub, hoping that underage pornography is uploaded. But if you put an age verification, that person's like, now I'm going to go to a shadier site where I'm more likely to find underage pornography. That makes no sense to me. Right. And the same with the uploaders, the content creator. Well, you know, I'm currently uploading underagers to Pornhub, so there's a better chance to catch me. But man, I'm really going to go underground with my underage pornography that I'm uploading if they put age verification.
Right. I think we would agree they're going other places anyways. But if they were going to Pornhub, like they're more likely to be caught. That's all I was saying.
But no, not if the best. Even the actual underagers that were on Pornhub, there would have been no way, unless you were somehow in the know of that particular, like, I don't know, what are you, prostitute, actor, actress, whatever you want to say, was underage. You wouldn't have known that. It's not like they're fucking putting 16-year-old has sex, right?
Yeah,
in fact, if they did that, they should go to prison. Pornhub's argument was we didn't know. So if they didn't know, how would the consumer know? So who's the consumer that's currently wanting to diddle little kids that's watching Pornhub that's like, well, if you make me age verified, then I'm going to go elsewhere and watch more child pornography.
I was mostly talking about the uploaders types, and usually it's like some victim or whatever later on in their life is like, hey, they filmed me and I found this on Pornhub and this is me and I was underage and reported to the.
They're everywhere.
While it's more centralized it is, the easier it is to track down the uploaders and stuff.
I don't see benefits of that whatsoever. Allow Pornhub to not have age verification and the upload that underage pornographers upload to Pornhub so we can catch them later. Fucked up.
It wasn't the big part of my argument.
Yeah, but this is what was the other thing we were just talking about with some trans thing where somebody's saying you can't show me a study that letting men in the women's bathroom hurts women. It's like, oh, so you want women to get hurt, and then when we show you we were right the whole fucking time about the fact that women could get hurt, then you'll capitulate. Do you see the problem with that? We're trying to prevent something, and you're saying, well, okay, if it happens to somebody, then we'll change things.
I think it's a fact, but I don't well.
Okay. All right. Well, let that color our moral judgment, I think, going forward. Would you like to make, like, I got to be honest, listening to your opening statement, I really don't know what's a really strong offensive reason for you here, why the question of if it's a net positive influence on society. Some of the things I had was, we already dealt with the age restriction thing. It makes society less repressive. It reduces shame. It benefits relationships. It leads to conversation about consent. It's an outlet for coomers. It's not positive in every case. That's about it.
I mean, I wouldn't hate it. I if that was the best that we could do, I wouldn't hate it because I don't care. But there is the principle that it enables the rest of the ideology, but it's already here, so we got to do something about it.
What do you think's your best case there? Let's start with that, and then we'll go back and forth so that one of us isn't dominating the time. So go ahead and give your strongest argument why pornography is.
No, dissociative identity disorder is like the movie Split, where you have multiple personalities. Borderline is when you have trouble controlling I think it's your amygdala, your hypothalamus or something, and like a crazy woman. She just will snap on anything and go crazy negative, or anything. She can just be in the clouds and not be touched down to reality. It's there's a spectrum, but it could be pretty wild. It could be pretty wild. And guys, that $5 dono is sitting alone. So sad, just like our hungry puppy. Please do consider hitting up the weekly goal. I really did have a good time watching Airplane with you guys, and I would love to see some more classic American movies that I've never seen. Jurassic Park almost won, and Die Hard almost won. I have not seen either of those. Please donate to the cause. Thank you so very much.
So go ahead and give your strongest argument why pornography is net beneficial to society.
Yeah, probably the freedoms of sexual expression, as it relates to the converse being the wrapping women in sheets, afraid of sexuality or whatever the fuck is wrong with those people anyway. Like more open a society is about,
I've seen Alien, but not the other two. I've seen no Terminators.
they're like just the at least healthy sexual thoughts and adults expressing them. That it's going to be.
I have a list of them. I mean, I wrote them down because I don't remember, but yeah, the Terminator's the one that comes to mind. I've never seen any of the Jurassic Park movies. I mean, shout out Bog said I will match. I don't know him $10 or less. Doubling up there.
Thoughts and
earn that
adults,
movie night.
Expressing them. That it's going to be. It's a more broadly open, free society.
I think all the reasons I've given offense drastically outweigh that, especially the children one, which we both agreed is prima facie. Pornography certainly leads to a path where children are more likely to be assaulted in this way. But let's deal with this argument on face, right? Would you admit that pornography is very expansive in the United States today?
It's like I said, it's like 10% of the internet.
But it's even worse than 10% seems like, 10% of people. 10% of the internet, which is unfathomably huge, right? It's like porn is so big at this point. I would be willing to say that I have no idea to venture a guess. I would guess that probably at least 50% of this country is of adults, we'll say, between the working age adults, maybe not 80-year-olds. 50% of the country or more use pornography, view it once a month or more. Would you think that's probably a reasonable number? I don't know without looking it up.
I'll capitulate to that now.
Yeah, it's huge. Just so the audience knows. Hopefully, you're all good people out there not viewing porn, so this is all foreign to you. But it is that big.
It's not that foreign. And speaking of foreign, we got our Aussie in the building with the big 10. Thank you. So very, very much, sir. Of course, we get a treat for the Overlord. Thank you. So very, very much that here's some donos for your movie night fun. I'll try to join if the time zone works out. Well, let me know, because most of us are in America. And so, and we usually do it on Sundays. So there's a lot of flexibility. So let me know what that would be for you, because we can definitely try to accommodate. It's not like there's a whole fucking, it's not like there's a whole bunch of people all over the world. And so if we could do something that you can fit into, then we can definitely make that happen. Shout out again. And of course, that makes you the new sponsor of the stream. Very, very much appreciated, sir.
Hopefully, you're all good people out there not viewing porn, so this is all foreign to you. But it is that big. It's that big of a problem. You'll also acknowledge that there was a part in history in the United States where that wasn't the case, where pornography was very rare. Like maybe 1940s, 1950s.
It was more rare. I don't know how many subscribers like Penthouse had, or whatever it's whatever came before it. Yeah, but it was less.
It was certainly less, and it was certainly more hidden, and it wasn't out in the open. You would agree with that?
Yes.
Did we have women in hijabs, burqas?
No, we were more oppressive to women. Broadly.
Why is that bad?
That's part of the correlation.
Okay, but so when we're deciding what you call oppressive, which has a negative connotation, when we have to decide whether that quote oppression, I would call it more adhering to sort of gender norms and sort of like more duty-bound principles as opposed to the principles of just feeling good in the moment.
Oh my goodness. Big Box with another 10. Thank you. So, very, very much. Man of his word. Dilly to that. Dilly to that. Very, very, very much appreciated, gentlemen. And I know that's awesome money, but here we just go by rounding it up so you guys can be co-sponsors of the stream. Very much appreciated. Up to 71 points, 3 out of 15 for the night, and 25 out of 75 for the night. Let's go. You guys are doing it. Thank you so very, very much.
Duty-bound principles as opposed to the principles of just feeling good in the moment. How do we determine whether that was good or bad? Should we, for example, look at, for the example, it seems that you're saying oppression has a negative impact on women. They're the ones that have to cover up in the hijabs, correct?
Yes.
The data is stark. Ever since we've had like the sexual liberation movement and we've sort of had a second and third wave feminism, all metrics, study after study after study shows that women are far less happy. Far less.
Yeah. If I would posit that there's value in women having freedoms equal to men. I just would posit that as a first principle.
Well, just to be clear, that's a different question when it comes to the concept of pornography. On the question of feminism in general with freedom, I recommend a book to you. It's called Occult Feminism. It's by my friend Rachel Wilson. And what you'll find is that most of the things that we think women couldn't do pre-feminism is a lie. They could own property, they could work. It was just that we had these structured gender norms that were for a duty-bound reason, most of the way through religion, that we set up family structure. So women, it wasn't that they had to be a housewife, they wanted to be. And culture pushed that, and it was beneficial. The women were happier.
I mean, if you don't believe that, go check out the my coverage of Rachel Wilson versus Brian Shapiro, and that went bad for him and for feminism.
Happier, we were having better birth rates, the American dream was easier to live. Now we see that because we've embraced freedom, which always existed, women could always go the other way. But the idea of freedom is not tantamount to the question here. We already dealt with whether or not pornography should be legal. Outside the scope of that, we're saying whether or not it's a positive or a negative influence as a net. And my argument to you would be, explain to me if women are less happy now that they're more involved in pornography and other sexual liberation shit, if they always had the freedom. And I'm not even saying they shouldn't have the freedom. I'm just saying it's bad.
And so this is an interesting way to take this, because now he's tying it in general that it's women doing this and women. I don't know that this is really as strong of an argument in general, but knowing that Casey's not going to be ready for that. Yikes. Let's see where this goes.
He's had the freedom, and I'm not even saying they shouldn't have the freedom. I'm just saying it's bad. They're doing worse off.
I think if you ask women, they would rather have freedoms than not have freedoms. I also want to point out that happiness is an extremely hard thing to measure. It's when are you asking it? How are you asking it? It's a very difficult thing to.
Well, that may be.
No, we said those things, but we didn't diagnose anybody. I was just explaining what they are. A diagnosis is saying you have this thing. I'm just telling you what dissociative identity disorder is and what borderline personality disorder is.
True, but they've done this and all metrics have showed it. Let me ask you this. You already said earlier that you, if pressed, I know this isn't debate, so just humor me for a second. Is alcohol a net positive influence to society? You seem to suggest no.
I said no.
Okay. If I were to say, so you're taking away the freedom to drink alcohol, your response would be?
That people should have the right to choose whether they engage or not engage, despite the fact that they would be better if no one, for the society as a whole.
Then you know my answer, right, to your claims of freedom. The freedom's not in question. The question is whether or not it's a positive influence. So you're making the argument, I think women should have the right to consume pornography, and I think women should have the right to create pornography. We've already talked about the legal metrics in the first part, and both of us agreed that it's not necessary to the conversation of positive influence. So already you hearken back to but they should have the right to do it. Sure, you should have the right to make all sorts of terrible fucking decisions. That doesn't mean it's good. It doesn't mean that it's positive. And my argument
it's definitely not positive. Like I correct me if I'm wrong, but it seems like your mind is going to prohibition, and prohibition made things worse. I definitely agree with that. But the analog would be if we never discovered alcohol, would we be better off? And it does seem like that's the case. You could definitely make a stronger argument as to why that would not be the case. I'm not hanging my hat on that, but who's being a net positive is an absolutely wild thing to say. That's what I'm saying. But hey, make the argument. Well, I mean, Bucks never said anything about that supposed straw man that Rob put up. I'm gonna start starring your shit. I'm gonna start starring your shit. How is booze a net positive? He ain't gonna answer.
Decisions. That doesn't mean it's good. It doesn't mean that it's positive. And my argument is that overwhelmingly we can see pornography and the sexual liberation movement in general has been bad for women. It's been bad for children. It's led to more marriages breaking up in single parent household, which is the number one indicator of children being assaulted by people that are brought into the house, of children eventually growing up and going to jail.
So what Rob is doing is tying that all to women's happiness. And so now Casey has to say that despite all the negatives that are affecting women, pornography itself is still a net benefit because reasons.
Of not graduating high school, of being physically abused in the house.
What
Pretty
are
much.
you owing to this?
Apparently not. Apparently not. When I was on probation and I couldn't smoke because I was getting I was getting drug tests. And it actually sucked because I only got drug tested the first time and then never again. So I could have been smoking the entire 2 years. But I wanted to be a good boy. So I would only do coke and alcohol because that gets out of your system. But I mean, like, I'm an addict. And weed is definitely medicinal for me. And so when I couldn't smoke, then I got into alcoholism. And like now I'm I have my fireball nights every once in a while, but even during the stream, like I'm always drinking in front of you guys. I'm diluting it. It's half a mug of a fucking seltzer at a time. And but at the time when I was on probation, I was drinking wine. This is when I worked in an Italian restaurant, and we could take home like the wines were only good for like 3 days or something. And so if someone opens a bottle of this and they don't finish it, well, you guys can take it home. And so we got a bunch. I was drinking like a bottle. Remember, guys, I'm 5'4". I'm tiny. I was drinking a bottle and a half of wine every single night. And no God. So probably not, though. Joy in moderation.
All of these things.
What am I
pornography.
owing?
You gave a list of things that were causable
Yes.
of what?
Single parenthood.
Oh, okay.
So my argument is that pornography attaches to the women's sexual liberation movement, and those things combined have led to a situation where we're now seeing divorces, sort of all of this stuff, the traditional sort of family structure that we had before. Pornography is one of the cornerstones in shattering that norm, which has led to all of these negative outcomes, which hurt women.
My mom can't have more than one drink. I think she's like actually allergic. Like the Asian glow is an alcohol allergy, but I think she like because I had a friend who was Chinese and a friend who was Filipino in high school, and they would get red. The one guy gets super red after like 2 drinks. My mom gets red and starts like fucking having hot flashes and stuff. She has more than a glass of anything. So she'll have like fucking champagne for New Year's, but that's about it.
In shattering that norm, which has led to all of these negative outcomes, which hurt women, which hurt children, which hurt men, as I outlined in my opening statement. So I don't see where the positive is. We're on this point because you said the single biggest point you have is that if we say pornography, it's a positive influence because it allows less oppression. I don't think so. In fact,
you definitely wouldn't agree if you guys fucking watched Euphoria. This is so directly relevant. The fact that Euphoria is doing what Euphoria is doing this season. And we're talking about this now, but there is no way for me to connect those two. Is infuriating. It is infuriating. There's so much. There's so much there to talk about. Specifically with this. I would love to be able to see exactly how Maddie did this with that, and you think that. And so Cassie was doing this, and she thought that, and that led her to this. You guys wouldn't have any fucking idea what I'm talking about. Go watch pop culture stuff.
Let me ask you this. If you're addicted to a serious drug, like, I don't know, meth or heroin or something like that, I hope I'm allowed to say those names on YouTube. If you're addicted to that, you may have the freedom, but in a sense, aren't you being oppressed by your addiction?
So can you define?
No, you would define oppression there. If you define oppression as some outside person, then I could wiggle out of that, because you are oppressing yourself. But I would say that's inherently not oppression. Can we get a dictionary definition of oppression? Dictionary definition says unjust or cruel exercise of authority or power, often used to burden, restrict, or marginalize specific social groups. So I mean, maybe we could get here, and maybe that argument would fall down. But I would at least try. That. Like when I'm talking about oppression, I'm talking about people on people, government on person. The right to oppress yourself is in and of itself a right that I think people should have, or whatever. I used to be straight edge. I was this close. To getting a straight edge tattoo. Man, am I glad that I didn't do that. Man, am I glad that I waited for Akon to be my first tattoo. God damn. I also agree though. I mean, at our age, it's not like, and maybe you used to, and now you don't anymore. That's normal. But if you're like, no, I never drank in my life, giving you the side eye. There you go. Shout out to Invincible. These people say, yeah, the power scaling was just awful. Same thing for the boys. The power scaling in the end, it doesn't make sense. With Invincible, like the power scaling is kind of, it's kind of meta in the sense that they always just show that it's like, oh, he's just so powerful, and then he needs to punch a dragon and whatever. But yeah, the what's that? Basically, Demogorgon. That season was it season 1 with the Omni-Man fight? Oh my god, tears. All right, diving back in. So yeah, like, well, aren't you being oppressed by your own addiction? And now she's asking, well, can you define addiction? Whereas I would say, can you define oppression?
Aren't you being oppressed by your addiction?
So can you define addiction off the top of your head, or
yeah.
Get into this thing whether like food is addictive, or can you have a rough?
Yeah. I'll define it off the top of my head. I would say an unhealthy compulsion to continue a behavior.
Fair.
Okay.
I don't know that's just off the top of my head how I would define it.
Okay, I would even, if I can, I would add to that that it is something you keep doing despite negative consequences.
Yeah, unhealthy, but sure.
Relationships or monetarily, just like negative consequences, but you keep doing it.
Yeah. So, for example, you could have something. You could be as addicted to something as simple as your cell phone. There's actually a lot of studies that show this. That like instead of paying attention to your spouse or to your children, you're on your phone all the time. Or you could be addicted to video games in an unhealthy way. I'll agree with you. Just
you could be addicted to working out.
Because you're using something a lot doesn't necessarily mean you're addicted to it, right? That key of being unhealthy or having negative outcomes is something that we would associate with addiction. Totally agree. Like, for example, we wouldn't necessarily use the term addiction if we're talking about praying. You're addicted to praying. We'd say, well, there's not really a negative outcome with that.
And in the same way, even though I understand what the message is that you're expressing when you say somebody's addicted to praying, you'd say that doesn't really fit. And so when you say the drug is oppressing you, like I get what you mean, that it's hindering me, but that inherently is different than the type of oppression that Casey in this case is talking about. But you gotta say it. You gotta say it. Hi, Mort. You're fucking adorable. Who's such a good boy? Can I have a high five? Or can I have a shake? Yeah, you'll shake for me? Thank you. Thank you. Maybe we'll do that. $5 and up gets a high five or a shake or a touch. He does nose taps. Nose tap. Here, can you give me a touch? Yeah, good job. There you go. And 50 or more, and we'll go over back here, and we'll do his whole run of tricks. Morty is definitely addicted to peanut butter. That's a good one, right? $5 or more for a trick, and under 5 gets just a treat.
We're talking about praying. You're addicted to praying. We'd say, well, there's not really a negative outcome with that. So we'd say that's good.
Right.
It's good that you have a healthy prayer religion. Now, if you got to the point of praying where maybe you didn't eat, you're like some monk and you're starving yourself, then maybe we would have a conversation of that. Though obviously,
exactly.
There's this conversation of spiritual health versus physical health. Nonetheless, you see the point. What I'm trying to say here is, though, like the addiction to pornography. Now, I just want to be clear, just to wrap up this. I don't think you've made the case whatsoever.
Hey, we got Mad Puppet just joined the server. I remember you talking some shit in Confidence's server, but that's okay.
That if we said that without pornography, that we would have women in hijabs. I think that when pornography was far less prolific in the country, right, women.
No, it's because I want people, as it grows, I want some whores to be fucking throwing their shit in there. We'll get there eventually. Oh, you're Mad Puppet. You were talking shit to me, motherfucker. I forget what you said. I forget what we were talking about. But you were talking some shit, but welcome. See the good server. The good server. Actually, his server's a lot more alive than mine. But we're working on it. We're working on it. We're working on it.
In hijabs. I think that when pornography was far less prolific in the country, right, women were happier.
Never seen Monty Python.
Children were having better outcomes, men were having better outcomes, and it's not just correlation, it's also causation, because pornography is part and parcel with the sexual liberation and feminist movements, which actually led to all of these negative outcomes. And so, no, I don't think you have any. If we ban pornography tomorrow, I think there's a 0% chance that within 10 years you'd see women in the United States being forced to wear hijabs. I don't think it's, in fact,
would you say it's that these freedoms that women have in a society is somewhat correlated between freedom of pornography? Is there correlated? It's not correlated.
What?
That over time the more accessible and the way that we have viewed pornography as less taboo, it has gone along with of freedoms for women, good or bad. It sort of has gone.
Can I say this?
Did anybody catch what the fuck that she was asking? Come see the oppression inherent in the system. Help! I'm being repressed. Sounds like a liberal.
Will I say this? That pornography and all this has led to what maybe you would consider more sexual liberation for women, and at least a cultural, not a legal freedom, but a cultural freedom, right, to do what they want. More freedom. For example, it was never illegal for a woman to have premarital sex in the United States, right? But culturally, it was shamed.
No.
Right?
What do you mean, well? Well, what? What law was against women having premarital sex ever in America? None. Okay, exactly. What the fuck is on my eye? The hell is that? The fuck was that shit? It was? All right, let's see. Was it ever illegal for a woman to have premarital sex in the U.S.? Oh, you got it. He's drinking his water. Can you see? Oh, well, you can't see. He's drinking his water. You got a little sneak peek at the brand that I drink. But yeah. All right. I don't know. We're about to see. We are about to see. Again, was it ever illegal for women to have premarital sex? Yes. In many parts of the U.S., fornication was literally illegal. Sometimes both for men and women, and in some places laws were written that focused more heavily on women. The term was usually fornication, meaning sex between unmarried people. Wow. All right. This was through the 60s. Most states still had some form of fornication law on the books, though enforcement had become rarer. Some states kept them much later. Utah repealed its fornication law in 2019. That is non-surprising. When did it effect become unconstitutional? A weird historical irony. For much American history, marital grape was legal in many places, while consensual sex between unmarried adults could be illegal. In other words, the law often... Yeah, I know. We know what that means. Not fully... that's crazy. That's OD. Am I stuck again? God damn it. No, it's not. You just happened to be a broken clock, right? Broken clock, right? Still waiting. What was the other one? Yeah, you were going to talk about how booze is a net positive? And then, come on. There we go. Water's good. Gatorade's better, though. All right. True.
Right? But culturally, it was shamed.
No.
Right?
I'll take your
So,
word
like,
for it.
1940s, it wasn't illegal for a woman to go out and have
Say it
sex.
again. What did I miss it?
Like after prom. But we looked down on it. We said, that's shame. That's not good. Right?
I would assume just unwanted intercourse between a married couple.
There was more of a cultural liberation more than a legal liberation for women. There's all these misnomers that there was all these restrictive legal rights. Women couldn't work. They couldn't own property. They couldn't have lines of credit. Not true. And what you see is that most of these are just myths that were spread by feminists. The idea that
So let's see if she's going to bring that up. Like, that's a huge point there. That's a huge point. That's never been illegal. Yeah, the fuck it was, bro. Until 2019 in Utah.
We've got looser with pornography being more readily available, and we've taken away the cultural stigma of it. At that same time, women's sexual liberation has opened up and more women have gone in the workforce. That's true. And that's basically what you're.
Okay, so the question was, booze is a net positive. I feel more, I'm assuming, strongly about that. I'm thinking the water is not safe to drink, so we gave everyone and the kids ale, then switched to coffee. Booze and coffee is what made America. How does that have any bearing on what it is doing today? You're talking about the significance of alcohol in American history. You're not talking about the positive effects of booze today. Maybe you could even say booze was a net positive. But today it is not. That is silly.
Sexual liberation has opened up and more women have gone in the workforce. That's true. And that's basically what you're saying.
No, the women not being able to open bank accounts, that's not a myth. That's
Okay, show me.
As far as I know it. Show you.
I don't. Also, say is I guess that's beyond the scope of this debate. I recommend you read Occult Feminism. Most of these myths were garbage, and to the extent that any of the little kernels of truth that were there, it was because even though it wasn't enshrined in the law, our cultural duties that we placed on men were actually there to ensure that women were far happier, as all the metrics show us.
So, was it ever true that women could not have a bank account? Yes, but with an important qualifier. Women could have bank accounts in parts of U.S. history, but married women often faced major legal and practical restrictions on opening or controlling them independently. There's not a blanket nationwide rule that women couldn't have bank accounts. For the late 1800s, yeah. So that's two things that Rob was just like, nah, and then she didn't say anything. This is the debate. This is the time. You're like, wait a minute. That did happen, as we just did. Hey, shout out to Chronic. I think it is. I think it is because I think there's a lot of people like me who, it's still my responsibility. I'm not trying to advocate accountability, but I think there's a lot of people like myself who, without cannabis, would be doing harder stuff or just more alcohol, which is more dangerous in other ways. Definitely. Welcome to the party, my fellow stoner.
We're actually there to ensure that women were far happier, as all the metrics show us. What I'm saying is, if you answer the question in the affirmative, when you say, is it correlative, pornography correlative to all of these freedoms of women, and I outline them as, sure, the sort of cultural acceptance of, you go, girl, go in the workforce, sexual liberation, don't worry about having kids. I agree with you. It is correlative to that. The only difference is I say all of those are bad for women, for children, for men, and for society as a whole. And you're saying they're good. So we're both willing to agree that pornography is at least somehow connected to this shit. I say it's bad, you say it's good. I think the evidence overwhelmingly in this debate supports that my position is correct. And we haven't even got into sort of the reasons that I outlined in my opening statement to prove such. But to this, I'll give you the final word on this. If this is your strongest point, that women will be in hijabs if we don't say pornography is a positive influence, I don't see any connection whatsoever. I think pornography enslaves women.
I think it's more about the society that would outlaw it or, ban it broadly or not allow it. I think that's the same society that would, do other.
They DoorDash. I don't know where you live, but I've recently figured, I don't know why I never looked, but they will deliver you alcohol. You got to show an ID when they get there, but I think you'll be all right with that. Shout out to Lava New. I'm going to call you Lava. Welcome. Pervs suck. Fact. True. Welcome to the party. Guys, if you are new here, please do hit that subscribe. I am live every Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 8 p.m. Eastern, and sometimes whenever I feel like it. And you know that YouTube sucks with those notifications, so you may as well ring the bell so you never miss an Indian Jesus live party ever again. Let's dive right back in.
not allow it. I think that's the same society that would, do other restrictive measures against it. I think it would be largely targeted towards women and their expression of.
Then this argument goes out the window for this debate because you've already conceded that we don't have to argue the illegality of it. We just have to say it's not a positive influence. It's a negative influence. So, like, I don't have to argue to make it illegal. Just because it's legal doesn't mean that it's a positive influence. And so if your key argument is, but if we made it illegal, that's not saying that pornography itself is a positive influence. That's merely saying that outlawing it would be negative. By the way, I disagree with your rationale, but that doesn't help you in this prompt.
Right. And so, yet again, prompt cucked yourself.
My only point was stating that the society that would do one thing would also do other things. That's all I was pointing to.
Fair enough, but if that's your strongest argument, you see the weakness of it. For example, let's go back to that alcohol question. You concede that alcohol is a net negative on society. Well, what if I said this to you? Yes, but the society that'll ban alcohol consumption is also more likely to be oppressive. You would say?
I agree.
Right. So now do you change your opinion that alcohol is a net positive on society?
Well, it's the fact that it's not illegal would be a net positive. Yes.
But that's not the prompt. That's not the question at hand. And you already, on the alcohol question, we're already honest that no, you view it as a net negative. It wouldn't change your opinion to say, but the types of society that outlaw.
Well, let's be fair though. Remember, Casey created this prompt and prepped for this debate. Rob just showed up. And is dealing with what was thrown in his lap.
Tend to be worse societies. That may be true. It's correlative, not causative, but nonetheless, it doesn't address the question at hand as to whether or not, if you're trying to advise someone, hey, I'm thinking of consuming alcohol, like 5 drinks a day, you think that's a good thing? You'd be like, no, that's bad. And if I stepped in and said, but making it illegal would be more oppressive, you'd say, yeah, maybe so, but that's not what we're asking. We're asking whether or not it's positive. This individual should consume alcohol like that. The answer still remains no. So I think that the big answer that you've given here doesn't really address the question at all as to whether or not pornography is a positive influence. It merely states that oppressive states tend to outlaw things like that. By the way, not all of them. Many oppressive states actually don't outlaw pornography, or if they do it.
Are you thinking, are you of the opinion that people are not talking about Thomas Massey? Even though I explicitly say over and over and over and over and over and over that this is not a news reporting channel, I still cover Thomas Massey. You saw the thumbnail. You read the title. What else do you want from me? This is what we do. I'm not a news reporter. I break down debates, conversations, and podcasts. If you don't like it, sorry.
States actually don't outlaw pornography, or if they do it selectively, and they actually encourage pornography and other deviant sexual behavior in other ways. Like, for example, let me just take a hunch. What's your stance on Israel?
Shout out to Rowdy Gaddy over
My
there.
stance on Israel
Is
is
it
that
oppressive society?
Palestinians deserve to be free, and they're not free.
So you would say Israel's hugely oppressive.
Yes.
Would you not agree that many people from Israel are profiteers and push pornography?
I don't know about that.
You don't know? You want to see some Reverend Shmuley clips selling his dildos?
Yeah, I don't know about the extensive of I don't know pornography in Israel. I'm not studied it.
Well, it's the people that are purveying that would happen to be people that support the government of Israel, like Rabbi Shmuley. Anyways, I'm not really trying to get into that debate. I'm merely making a point. Let's go to my first argument. I think on face is far more important.
I do want to I need to restate something, because to say that like pornography is a positive influence on society, I think that baked into that is like pornography in its it being not illegal. Pornography and its status as not being illegal is a positive influence.
No, I mean, talk about moving the goalposts. Literally, yeah, there are no goalposts. We're just running around kicking the ball. We're just running around, throwing the ball around, shooting hoops, whatever the fuck you want to call it. God damn. But I mean, we having fun, right?
I disagree. I disagree with that in the same sense that if the topic was alcohol is a positive influence on society, most people would read that and say like, oh, this is someone who's going to say drink alcohol. It's good. Now, the alcohol, it helps the economy, blah, blah, blah. They wouldn't read it as, oh, this is a question on whether or not it should be legal. Same thing here. And especially when you conceded at the top that was the case.
I think they would accept that as alcohol in its status as being legal is a positive influence in society. I think that's how they would read that.
I disagree, and I also think that you conceded this at the top of the debate. It was the very first question I asked. I said, this is outside the scope of whether or not pornography is a positive influence, whether or not it should be legal. You said, I agree. That's what you conceded to. Nonetheless, we'll move forward. So far, we've gone through sort of at least two of the main topics you wanted to talk about. I'll focus on this. The physiological negativity of pornography. Do you acknowledge that an overwhelming amount of studies have been done that talk about brain changes that occur with addiction to pornography?
Yeah, I've skimmed those.
And so your answer to, if that's true, if pornography is as addictive as hardcore narcotics, as study after study has showed, and by addictive, we do mean...
So there you go. I think that was Glow earlier asking about, didn't science say it's technically about... There you go. More addictive than dupe.
As hardcore narcotics, as study after study has showed, and by addictive, we do mean...
It doesn't show that.
Okay, what's it show?
Okay, there we go. So finally, some fucking backbone. She's like, well, hasn't it maybe like this or like that or like maybe kind of impressive? Okay, actually, we're getting some fucking pushback.
And by addictive, we do mean...
It doesn't show that.
Okay, what's it show?
Like the same group of people who looked at internet video games.
All right, hold on, I can't reach my phone with my fucking my headphones on. Hold on, he's getting cold down here. And while I'm up, I'll take a little bit of a pee-pee.
And this group of people who looked at internet video games and decided that it would be classified as an addiction. The same group of people decided that internet pornography should not be considered an addiction.
Who? What's that study?
It's not the study. It's the AMA looking at whether to classify internet pornography as addictive. And they said, where they said that internet video games should be and is classified, they also said that internet pornography isn't.
Okay, so I'll look at some of the studies that I've just pulled out. 2014 JAMA psychiatry study by Kuhn and Gallia said pornography consumption is correlated with smaller gray matter volume in the right caudate, the part of the brain's reward system, reduced activation in response to sexual cues, lower functional connectivity between the caudate and prefrontal cortex involved in decision-making and impulse control. They resemble almost exactly what we see in serious substance addiction. 2025 fMRI study on the internet pornography found that frequent viewers show altered brain connectivity similar to drug activity, with hyperactivity and...
Again, Rob, when you're reading things, especially when other people can't see what you're reading, you have to read slower, not faster. You talk slower when you're reading and faster when you're talking, not the other way around. Let's turn this down so we can see what the fuck he's saying.
Found that frequent viewers show altered brain connectivity similar to drug activity, with hyperactivity in some reward areas and inhibited function in others, plus stronger sexual arousal but cognitive emotional disruptions. Then we see with the mental health. 2023 study by Prevera, which I've read this one, says pornography use strongly linked to higher stress, anxiety, depression, and conflicting emotions. If I recall, when I was reading that study back in 2023, what it suggests is that it's sort of exponential, that limited amounts of pornography have small increases in anxiety, stress, whatever, but the more you consume it, and it was talking about people that are consuming it like more than 3 times a week, you started to see those numbers exponentially rise. Like there's also the evidence that shows that it leads to weird sexual compulsion. It leads to lower self-esteem. It leads to less social behavior, so antisocial behavior. And almost all of the studies show this. A BYU study in 2023 says any level of pornographic use by men or women negatively impacts romantic relationship satisfaction and stability. Longitudinal data by Perry et al. Says that pornography use roughly doubled the likelihood of divorce from roughly 6% to 11 to 16%. That number was actually higher for women that use pornography. So almost all studies.
I mean, that's not like 6 to 11 isn't like huge, but double is something to look at. Understanding that it is only 6 to 11% is one thing, but it still doubled.
That we see on this shows that it has physiological effects on the brain. It affects mental health. It affects social health.
Studies. You don't get to list 3 studies or 4.
Show me the study that
yeah. Well, yeah, but you're not gonna do that, right? I would love if you would do that. I was like, no, actually, but Box doesn't do that.
Yeah, I'll point you to the DSM-5, which does not list internet pornography or porn addiction as a formal diagnosis.
Yeah, no longer list gender identity disorder either, or gender dysphoria. So,
and How does that responsive to what I'm saying?
Yeah, obviously, such a medical body would be looking at all of the evidence, not just a study here and a study here there, which is important in science to look at all studies.
No.
Wait, is my camera shitty again? Why is that? Is that just on my end? Or is it all shitty? Nobody said anything.
No. That's not true. Just because it doesn't list it as an addiction, quote unquote. Does it list video game addiction, DSM-5? Does it?
Nope.
I can't remember. It might have been just the psychiatric, because it might have been a different body that did that. I'm double.
Okay, but the DSM-5 does.
Thanks for letting me know, guys. Thanks for letting me know, guys. Give me a second. I'll pop back in. Are we good? It's not the end of the world, but please do let me know. You know, we're trying to run a professional operation over here. I saw it right. I saw it immediately. Is that what you're saying? All right. Well, in future. Thank you. Yeah, exactly. So when I say, please let me know if you can't hear the video, that includes if you can't see things.
Psychiatric, because it might have been a different body that did that. I'm double.
Okay, but the DSM-5 doesn't. It doesn't list video game addiction. I can look it up if you want. I know it doesn't. You know it doesn't too. Video game addiction is not in the DSM-5.
And then even if it was, you go, okay, what about addiction to working out? What about addiction to eating your toenails? What about any of the things that My Strange Addiction has said? Are those addictions or are they not addictions because they're not in the DSM-5? Of course they're addictions.
It's listed as internet gambling disorder.
Okay, so specific types of video game, like buying loot boxes and shit, that would be considered gambling. But it doesn't.
But wouldn't you also agree, Casey, that it is an addiction if somebody, despite the DSM-5, that if somebody cannot have a normal life because they're stuck to their video games, that we would all call that addiction or an addiction. Appeal to authority.
Video game addiction.
And
Correct.
then it says, yeah. It says,
okay, so does video game addiction exist?
It is listed under Section 3, Appendix Style, quote, conditions for further study.
Okay, what does it say about it?
The conditions, the APA says IGD, internet gambling disorder, included as a condition needing more research, while gambling disorder is the only behavior addiction formally identified.
Oh, bingo.
Just about anything can be an addiction. So appealing to the DSM to say that the APA must determine that this particular thing that you're addicted to is an addiction disorder. Okay, fine. Then being addicted to video games is not a specific psychological disorder. But it's still a fucking addiction. Things like chewing fingernails is listed under obsessive compulsive disorders. Exactly. She's saying she's appealing to it, specifically saying that they don't list porn as an addiction, and that falls flat because it would go under some other thing just because it's not explicitly stated. Is it still in there? I think they definitely changed it. I don't care enough how, but they definitely changed it from the 4TR to the 5. I don't remember the exact one, but we're more psychologically addicted to weed than physically addicted to alcohol. I'm definitely physically addicted to weed. There's no question. No question.
Gambling disorder is the only behavior addiction formally identified.
Right.
Okay. So if it does.
Right. So that means anything else is not going to be listed as this addiction disorder. It's just going to be listed under other things like obsessive compulsive behaviors. And we would still, colloquially call it an addiction. Yeah.
If it doesn't list video game addiction, right, then we could say that it doesn't exist, or else the DSM-5 would say as such, correct?
It doesn't. I wouldn't say that it doesn't exist. I would say it's strong evidence that the science is not conclusion.
And so when I'm citing specific studies that they've done on people that consume pornography, and there's a litany of it, and you saying that the
Okay, hold on. We're gonna back this up because I have a little side quest here. So, well, like I said, I stop from time to time just to let myself know I can. I don't. Also, stopping weed is the best dreams ever. Not for all of us. So I don't know what it is. I don't know why, but I rarely remember my dreams. Rarely remember my dreams unless something like I didn't smoke enough or it's too hot in the like I need it to be cold when I sleep. Like I'm fucking tiny and I got no body fat. So during the day, warm. But I need it to be brick ass cold when I go to sleep. And so if it's too warm or the conditions aren't right, which is why I think that I'm physically addicted to weed, then I will have the most intense dreams. However, it's always some variation of the same fucking dream where I'm traveling and I either have drugs on me that I forgot to leave at home, or I'm, trying to get my kratom and I can't get there, or something like that. And usually there's an aspect of me being in trouble, meaning being arrested, or like my parents are finding something. It's always that dream, always that dream, and it's fucking so frustrating because I looked into lucid dreaming. So I started doing the things. Have you ever seen the movie Waking Life? Amazing trip movie. But the idea of training yourself to do lucid dreaming, where you start doing behaviors in your real life that just become a pattern in your mind. And so when you're dreaming, you do those same patterns, and things like flicking the lights that will work in real life, but that's not going to work in a dream. Or you look at the clock, or writing, like all those things are supposed to not work in dreams. The light thing doesn't apply to me. Lights go on and off in my dreams. And the best signifier I've seen in terms of trying to be aware of my dreams is Morty is very, very, very rarely there. And so whenever I'm like, oh no, whatever is happening, then I'm like, okay, where's Morty? And I've gotten to the point where I can recognize that I'm in a dream, but my brain stops me there. Like I'm like, okay, I know that this is a dream, but I can't control anything. I'm just like stuck there for the show. I'm just like, all right, well, hopefully we wake up soon because this fucking sucks. Crazy. Don't do 70H. Another movie I've never seen. Donate for a movie night. All right, we're gonna back this up. Guys, only 2.5 minutes left to hit the goal before we head to the members only after party. Do not worry, if you are not a member, you need not go anywhere. But the chat itself is going to members only. I will leave Rumble up if you want to go and chat over there, but of course that won't be part of the show. But the party rages on.
Doesn't list video game addiction, right? Then we could say that it doesn't exist, or else the DSM-5 would say as such, correct?
It doesn't. I wouldn't say that it doesn't exist. I would say that it's strong
Right.
evidence that the science is not conclusion.
And so when
Shout out to Dark Side. I'm gonna call you Dark Side. Welcome to the party. Very good to see ya. We are checking out this no prep debate that Rob came in with no idea, and Casey here brought the prompt: pornography is a positive influence on society. Not doing so well. And again, guys, real quick, if you are new, please do hit that subscribe. I'm live every Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 8 p.m. Eastern, and sometimes whenever I feel like it. And YouTube sucks with those notifications, so you may as well ring the bell so you never miss an Indian Jesus live party ever again.
Evidence that the science is not conclusion.
And so when I'm citing specific studies that they've done on people that consume pornography, and there's a litany of it, and you saying the DSM-5, by the way, the same DSM that was like advocating all of these gender treatments for children that were a fucking abysmal disaster.
Don't fuck with kratom if you don't need to.
But the appeal to my science and my experts, it doesn't appeal to me in that sense. when we see these actual studies that correlate with anecdotal evidence that we've seen, like, yeah, it absolutely makes sense that these individual studies are showing the negative impulses that come with pornography and the consumption of it, especially once you start to get to an addictive phase of it. And just saying, yeah, but the DSM-5 doesn't specifically say pornography addiction. I'm sorry, that's not responsive to these studies. Just like it might not say video game addiction, it might not say loot box addiction, it might not say vape addiction. So
I'm definitely addicted to my vape.
all of those things could be true. You could be addicted to all sorts of things. What we're talking about here is pornography's effects, physiological.
The pretty girl from panel last night, I was saying it was hot. Maybe. I don't know. I don't remember the name, but maybe.
On the brain, its effects on physical, mental,
that
and
was
social
Dark
health.
Side, right?
For example,
were you on Easy's panel last night?
What the DSM-5 mention, if the only thing that I was saying was,
shout out to the Lord Sephiroth. Said it's not addiction, it's obsession. Okay. So where then is the difference? Where is the line between what is addiction and what is obsession? Because I would argue that every addiction is obsession, but not every obsession is addiction. Hey, there she is. Dick Johnson, #1 mod. Shoot your shot, bro. Diving back in.
What the DSM-5 mention, if the only thing that I was saying was, studies show pornography use doubles the risk of divorce. Would the DSM-5 comment on it? No. They would say that's outside our purview.
Correct.
Okay.
I need to.
It's a diagnostic manual.
I need to I misread. It does. It explicitly does say internet gaming disorder is listed in the DSM-5, but is not listed.
Okay, but
as
that's
a
irrelevant. We've already gotten past this point because it doesn't matter. Even if it doesn't say it specifically, then you can be addicted to eating your toenails. That's not going to be listed in DSM-5 as a specific disorder. That doesn't mean that it's not an addiction, unless we're talking to what Lord is saying. I think is different. I think the difference is a chemical dependency. Well, I mean, that's what I mean. I think that collapses your argument because the addiction comes from the neurochemicals that create that dependency. And so in things like, heroin and kratom and stuff, then there's additional things that aren't from what you would call everyday life, but the obsession with something is caused by that chemical dependency. And so you're not dependent on an external chemical. You're dependent on a level of chemical in your brain. So I think we're saying the same thing. Oh my goodness! Shout out to Boggs with a big 5. Thank you. So very, very much. Of course, every donation comes with a treat for the Overlord. I gave him a double there. They were a little bit small. Thank you so very, very much. Box said I'm addicted to food and water and peeing and pooping, and I just can't stop doing it. Well, lucky for you, we can send you to a rehab where you can never eat or drink again, and you'll never have to peep and poo again. Peep, 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 peep. Thank you so very, very much, sir. And of course, that makes you the new sole sponsor of the stream. Very much appreciated, sir.
I misread. It does. It explicitly does say internet gaming disorder is listed in the DSM-5, but is not listed as a fully official diagnosable disorder in the main disorders section. Okay.
Hey, we're all addicted on stolen land. Not diluted, very strong. I like it a lot. All right, thank you. Again, let me update this banner.
Listed as a fully official diagnosable disorder in the main disorders section. Okay, so it is in there with an asterisk or something. I just want to make that clear. Okay.
All right.
I said
you could play the same game. There's specified sexual dysfunction disorder, unspecified sexual dysfunction disorder, compulsive sexual behavior disorder. It's an impulse control disorder that talks about problematic uses of pornography. So there are disorders in there that talk about one of the symptoms of unhealthy use of pornography. So if you're going to say, well, technically, the point I'm trying to make is this is a red herring. This is not responsive. It is clear. Let's just take the science out of it for a second. You don't know anyone that got addicted to pornography and all of a sudden weren't interested in relationships?
No, I don't know anyone.
Well, you need to get out more.
Hold on. That's going to a poll. That's going to a poll. And I feel like some of you, because you want to say pornography is bad, I'm genuinely asking. We're already on the same side that pornography is very obviously not a positive influence on society. But I'm going to put up the poll. Do you know anybody? Do you know anybody who has both had a porn addiction and was uninterested in relationships? I may or may not have had the opportunity to buy like 2 strips about like 5 years ago, and have kept, I think I have 3 more left. Ooh, my goodness. Dark Side feels welcome. Well, that is the goal. Dilly dilly to you. Glad because you very are welcome. Mushrooms are fun, but acid's just next level. Darkside said the reward system gets all jacked up with porn, just like the rest of dopamine creating behaviors or substances. Right, and so that's why, Setharos, when you're saying you're separating, addiction and obsession, then I think that's just two different ways to say the same thing. That the obsession is based on the addiction, or vice versa. Not all obsession, well, because we would say not all obsessions are addictions. I think that's fair. Like, oh, I'm obsessed with movie stuff. That doesn't necessarily mean you're addicted. But all addictions are obsessions. Sound good to me.
Relationships?
No, I don't know anyone.
Well, you need to get out more. Maybe that's indicative of using a VTuber avatar. You need to get out there more. Take your face. Get out there. Nonetheless, I'll tell you that it's actually quite common. I know a lot of people that have just checked out of sort of the marketplace of trying to meet women, particularly men, but I've
never seen it.
I don't have as many female friends, and I'm sure the story's true with women as well. In fact, in many cases, we can see women's use of pornography is actually darker. That women are more interested in, like, I believe I read before that, like, in one of the most common search terms for men on pornographic websites are things like sexual acts, like oral sex, terms for that and shit. With women, it's like sexual assault fantasies, right? So it's like the idea that women are also, utilizing this isn't true. The evidence is overwhelming.
All right, the poll is up. Do you know anyone who both has a porn addiction and has trouble with relationships? And to be clear, I'm not saying that it doesn't happen. I just don't feel like that's a very common thing that you would know about. Because, and like, maybe you could say, because even if, I should ask, are you aware of anyone that you know? Because I'm sure that we do know. I'm sure that we each do know someone who has that addiction, but you probably aren't aware of it. And so when Rob is like, oh, you got to get out more. There's a bunch of people addicted to porn around me. It's like, what? Aren't you Mr. Christian conservative? Like, why are you hanging out with all these DEGENs? I don't know anybody who has a porn addiction. I also don't get out much, but
are also
Is that it? Is that it? That's the end of the normal show. So stick around, even if you're not a member, because the party rages on. But the chat is gonna go to members only. Again, I will keep Rumble open, so if you want to go hit up the Rumble chat, we can. It's not going to be on screen, but of course you can still chat. Of course, memberships start at only $2.99 a month. We do this for after party every single stream. So the first thing we'll do is kill Twitch. Fuck you, Twitch. Twitch is gone. And I will give you guys 10 seconds. And of course, obviously, if you're not a member, you can still get your super chats in for the movie night. All right, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And we are on members only chat. If somebody wants to drop some gifted memberships, I'm sure that would be very much appreciated. Shout out to all of the disciples Fucking love you guys. Let's party on.
Fantasies, right? So it's like the idea that women are also, utilizing this isn't true. The evidence is overwhelming, though, and anecdotally, it matches up. People go ahead.
I'll never say that the internet's pornography. Like, there's not like negatives, even some, like, especially that individuals can experience, or even that there isn't someone out there that the way that you describe them not being interested in relationships anymore. I'm not ever saying that person doesn't exist, or they're not collectively. How many of those people exist? I have no idea, but I'll give you that they exist. But a lot of things like have negative consequences. A lot of things. Especially when individuals, like, the alcohol thing, a lot of it affects people in different ways, well, that's obviously addictive. Even outside it's addictiveness or whatever. Like, taking alcohol affects people in different ways. And I'm not saying that.
Shut up, Jesus fuck! We gotta shout out our boy Bucks with the 5 gifted memberships. Thank you so very, very much, and shout out to the Lord Sephiroth, the Clone, Western Intelligence, Jennifer Lewis Harris, and Karen. You guys are all now members. Let's fucking go out sponsoring your goddamn self. And I did look for the again soundbite, but I'm gonna have to make my own. So for now, I'll do it again. Thank you so very, very much. Going for it and got it.
There's not ever like negative things associated with pornography. I'll give you that individuals might have had that negative experience. I object to the labeling of it as an addiction, because broadly speaking, people don't keep doing it. They won't. It'll be like, they won't go bankrupt.
No. That's a different question. I'll concede. Is it possible to utilize pornography without it being an addiction? Sure. Let's say that you've looked at pornography 2 or 3 times in your life and you're 30. Would I say that that's a pornography addiction? No. Does that mean that pornography then is a positive influence or not a negative influence? No,
exactly.
Not whatsoever. The more you use it, the more likely you are to become addicted to it. And
there we go. There we go. Shout out again to our boy. Remember the... Oh, wait. I got to double that. We got to double that. Double points for any dono in the after party. So we got 16. I got 70, 77. We are at 77 points. 1 out of 5 and 15 out of 20, guys. $5 more or 4 donos of any amount, 99 cents counts. And that not only makes me have to do push-ups, but gets Morty some peanut butter. Box, thank you so very, very much.
The more you use it, the more likely you are to become addicted to it. And there's certainly the problems get worse as you get more addictive. But as you heard from some of the studies I was mentioning there, it's sort of a rising scale. Utilizing it, even in limited sense, tends to have negative repercussions, such as in marriage, right? And it certainly makes it more likely that you'll consume it more, which makes it even more likely that all these negative outcomes are exacerbated. So I think you're doing a clever sleight of hand here. You're like not really challenging the negativity that could come on the physical, emotional, and mental impacts of this. You're merely saying, I wouldn't call it an addiction because you could utilize it without being addicted. I agree with that. It's not that everyone that uses it's addictive. It's that many people get addicted to it, and the use of it in the first place opens up the risk of becoming more addictive, and in its own right is negative, even limited uses of it. And I could take the debate to the spiritual, which I'm not going to, right? But you could look at why this is sinful.
It said, did Rob do a point-by-point refutation of the positives stated in the opening statement? Like for sex ed, but that is proven to give unrealistic sexual expectations on both sides. So, no, but it's kind of because Casey didn't really bring out any strong points. Like, essentially, she was just like, well, it's going to have more oppression. And so, kind of just generally talking about it. For someone who created this prompt and asked for this debate, woefully underprepared. You had to know that the Christian conservative Rob was not going to agree that freedom should mean pornography. Yeah, bet you do. It's not like porn is restricted to just healthy sex porn. Very true. Very true. Oh, did I miss the sexist stretch? That's not the porn people are talking about when they say porn. Oh yeah, not at all. Not at all. I don't think that I think even Rob would be, well, I don't know. I think Rob would be, I think Rob would agree that some level of sex education is important.
And its behavior in the eyes of God, that's something to be, rejected. But I won't do that. I won't take it there. I'm merely keeping it to the
Remember, guys, the goals and all that stuff, they're not working well. And if you do sign up, it doesn't seem to show. So just let me know.
Idol, and in this case, to the physical body. It is worse for you. It is worse.
One of the
Erectile
studies-
dysfunction for
You just joined right now? Yeah, let me know. Shout out to Podesta. And shout out to the Mons for grabbing that. That counts, guys. That counts. Let's fucking go. Welcome to Discipleship.
physical body. It is worse for you. It is worse.
One of the
Erectile
studies-
dysfunction, for example, rampant with people that are frequent users of pornography.
False. Those studies are doing, what they're saying, that people who watch pornography actually last longer in bed, and they're calling that erectile dysfunction. If
Let's
you
see.
actually read those studies.
Okay, let's try to bring one up.
Entirely
We'll go through
bullshit.
it. Let's see what I have here.
Oh wait, double points. I almost forgot the double points. Let me get that. So we're at 72, 83. So we need
Let's
three
see.
more.
So
we're
we
at
have the
82.
National Library of Medicine.
82 points, baby. 82 out of 250 for the week. Let's fucking go. And I think, where are we? 2 out of 5 and 18 out of 20, guys. 18 out of 20 to hit that goal. I'm too puny, and Morty's too awesome to not get peanut butter.
Let's see. So we have the National Library of Medicine, associations between online pornography consumption and sexual dysfunction in young men, multivariate analysis based on international web-based surveys. Let's see. Result. According to the scores, 21.48% of our sexually active participants had some degree of ED. Higher CPAT scores indicating problematic online pornography consumption resulted in a higher probability of ED, while
Sure.
controlling for covariates. Masturbation frequency seemed to not be a significant factor when assessing ED. So this is people reporting it, that people that consume pornography.
I think the connection is like not that like, oh, you're lasting long. I think it's the idea that you can't get off. I think to be as charitable, I think that's the understanding, that it's whatchamacallit. I forgot what I was gonna say. Yeah. So she's not going in the sense that, oh, like you're doing so good. It's that you're trying to bust and you can't bust. That, I believe, still falls under ED. I could
So
be wrong.
this is people reporting it, that people that consume pornography, of those that were sexually active, nearly 22% of them said that they were experiencing erectile dysfunction.
How are they?
Wait, what are you saying? Were you you called out the membership? Yeah, okay, you called out the membership, right? But you were already signed up, no? Yeah. What did I miss? What did I miss? I don't know what the fuck are you talking about?
Nearly 22% of them said that they were experiencing erectile dysfunction.
How are they? How are they defining erectile
Well,
dysfunction?
let's-
You're defining it as last.
There we go. Now they're going to define it.
That's
Well, I
that's
don't
what I'm
think-
positing.
If you're self-reporting, right? Do you think that if someone's self-reporting erectile dysfunction, would you acknowledge that that's self-reporting something that they're not happy with?
Yes.
Okay, so at least we know, regardless of how each individual responded, that they were experiencing erectile dysfunction. Even if there was a variance in what each one meant by that, what we could clearly assume is all the people saying they're experiencing ED weren't happy with it. So that's
We don't
22%
know.
Just put Nightbot out of business, guys.
of the people that are consuming pornography that right out of the gate are saying the way that my sexual organs work have been negatively affected as I use pornography.
We don't know if that's what they were asked specifically.
All right, let's see if I can find the methodology specifically in what they were asked here.
And again, so you see how she's just looking to poke holes. She's not making arguments herself, even though she's on the affirmative. She's just like, no, well, not that. That's wrong. That's wrong. That's wrong. which is good strategy to put it on Rob.
Methodology. 118 item survey was published online. Data collection took place between April 2019 and May 2020. 5,070 men responded. The response 3,419 men between 18 and 35 were analyzed. The survey used validated questionnaires such as cyber pornography addiction test, the international influx of erectile function, the IIEF5, and the alcohol use disorders identification test. The estimated amount of porn watching was calculated. Univariable and multivariable analysis. So they use the International Index of Erectile Function.
Do I want to know?
Let's see if I can figure out how that
Or are you just talking about that you need to pump up your dick for it to work?
qualifies ED. See if we can find that website.
We can skip the clickety clack.
It's undoubtable. It's
actually, I
undoubtable.
took that back when I thought about they could be extrapolating the ED from what they asked them. It could be, yeah. Do you last longer in bed? And then it's like, yeah, I do, or something. Or
The
okay.
I mean, a hell of a thing to be talking about on a Thursday or Friday, or what is it, Thursday night. Here we go. The IIEF5, the International Index of Erectile Function 5-item version, also known as the Sexual Health Inventory for Men, is a short validated questionnaire used to assess erectile dysfunction. It does not give a strict binary yes/no, but instead provides a total score from 5 to 25 that classifies the severity of erectile dysfunction problems. So, for example, a score in the range of 22 to 25 would indicate no ED, whereas a score between 5 and 7 would be severe erectile dysfunction. Here is the 5 questions that it's seeking to analyze. Number 1, confidence in getting and keeping an erection. Number 2, how often erections were hard enough for penetration. Number 3, how often you could maintain your erection after penetration. Number 4, difficulty in maintaining erection to completion of intercourse.
Right. That's what I was thinking. Difficulty maintaining an erection to completion of intercourse, meaning that you're pumping and now you're going and you're going and going. So no, not that. So yes, the aspect of the soft dicks, but what Casey's arguing is that, and as Rob just read, that it's more than that. And so the aspect of you can't finish if you can't bust. Apparently, that by the IIE whatever, they determined that to be ED. Oh my goodness! Oh my goodness! Shout out to Avery! That means we have hit the goal! Let me get some peanut butter!
Shadows gather where the truth once stood. A kingdom of confusion carved out of falsehood. Body walks through the ruins like a prophet reborn. A voice wants in fire, a mind on this door. The chaos watches with an all-seeing glare. Guardian
Oh
of reason,
my goodness! Again! I don't want that shit. I got you, bro. I got you. Thank you. And I read the other one, but Avery said, "Oh God, not Casey." Yeah. The Overlord. I got you. Hold on. Switch up some peanut butter. I'll do a double. Here. That's a big scoop. Remember, guys, every dono now comes with a refill. Oh yeah, we're gonna get that in the dust when it's done. Yeah! You did it! Oh, come on now. Thank you so very, very much. Shout out to all of you guys, all of the donations. But that goal is hit. Let's see if we'll get you any more. All right, thank you. Let's dive right back in. Oh, wait a minute. We gotta go back We're adding more push-ups. We're adding more push-ups. Box with a big 5. Said can't bust. This is a woman/feminist study for sure. Just spit on her back. Call it even. Well, damn. So we got another refill. What did I refill? Oh my goodness! Oh, again! Let's fucking go! I got some push-ups to do. Yeah, buddy! Hell fucking yes. Thank you, thank you, and thank you so very, very much. Shout out to Gemini, Censor, Brienne, and It's Drew and Anslam. You are now disciples. Thank you so very, very much. You guys are amazing. Amazing. W's all the way around. Thank you, thank you, thank you so very, very much. And with that, let's dive back in. Let me get that banner up.
For penetration. Number 4.
Whoa. Oh, yeah. So we were talking about what ED is. What is ED?
Erection. Number 2. How often erections were hard enough for penetration? Number 3, how often you could maintain your erection after penetration? Number 4,
Bingo.
difficulty in maintaining erection to completion of intercourse. Number 5, how often intercourse was satisfactory to you? Now, you said bingo on number 3. How often you could maintain your erection after penetration? That implies it's erectile dysfunction if it's not long, not if it's a very long time. It's the exact opposite.
Nope. She's right. She's right. That if you keep going and you can't bust, then eventually you're going to go soft because you can't bust.
Opposite of what you're suggesting, as is made evident by question 4, which is difficulty maintaining erection to the completion of intercourse. If they were defining erectile dysfunction of you stay hard for too long, then that question would make no sense.
Right. How long you can maintain an erection. If it's a short amount of time, they're going to say that's ED.
Correct.
Right.
Yes, that's exactly my point. So this is people that are saying, I'm unhappy with my sexual life because I can't get an erection. I can't maintain an erection. I can't hold my erection through penetration. I can't hold it through sexual satisfaction. So I'm exactly right when I'm saying that when they're identifying as having ED, they're saying my sex life is suffering because I can't get or maintain an erection.
Do that one.
Or maintain an erection.
Correct. That's erectile dysfunction.
Yeah, except
don't clip that, you motherfuckers.
Except that it's not it's not that they ended early. We're missing the part where you lose your erection without having done the load thing, right? We know.
Yes, that would be part of considered erectile dysfunction.
I would think that would be an important to actually tie these things together would be
no. That still would be part. You're saying a person who does not climax, right? Because they lose their erection before they climax.
Yes, that's a.
Yes, that's erectile dysfunction.
Well, no.
Yes.
Right. I'm saying that they're saying it the other way too. I'm just saying whatever the time
that's
that
your
you are
assertion.
climaxing.
That's your assertion. That's not what.
All right, shout out again to everybody with the after party donos. My goodness, those double points really come in handy. So we are already halfway there. Oh, not exactly, but about halfway there. And my man, oh come on, it was in reach and then it rolled away. Hold on. I got you, bro. Thank you. So very, very much.
Other way too. I'm just saying whatever the time
that's
that
your
you are
assertion.
climaxing.
That's your assertion. That's not what this study and this
the amount
organization.
of time that you're able to stay erect. Right, but it didn't say it doesn't outline the conditions.
This is what you're arguing. In
Yeah,
effect,
Are you not entertained?
this is what your argument is. It's erectile dysfunction if you can't maintain an erection that long. It's erectile dysfunction if you maintain an erection very long. Everything is erectile dysfunction. No,
Yes,
it is clear
that's what they're
that's
saying.
not the case. Then explain to me why this organization doesn't mention that anywhere in their questionnaire. Why doesn't it mention it anywhere? The study is using this international test that they use to identify erectile dysfunction.
international
Nowhere in that
What was this for? Let me see. You see it right there. Yeah, what was this for?
test does it mention? Oh, and by the way, if you have an erection for forever, that's also erectile dysfunction. That's called something specific. That's called priapism.
It is. Wait, I think it is. I think it's categorized as that too.
All right, let's just do our own fucking thing here. Is it technically filed under erectile dysfunction if the person has no issues getting erect, but they cannot climax, and so at a certain point they will just lose the erection? Because I mean, that's really the crux of what we're saying. If it is based on what they read, that's my understanding of it. If I'm wrong, then I'm wrong, but that's what we're going by. So usually, no, if someone can really get and maintain erection for a meaningful period, but just can't reach orgasm or ejaculate, that's generally not classified as ED. More categorized as anorgasmia, delayed ejaculation. Erectile dysfunction, specifically a difficulty achieving or maintaining an erection sufficient for sex. So it's sufficient. Right? You're just not busting. How many points more towards orgasm ejaculation issue? Okay. So it is not. Rob is correct. The VTuber is wrong again.
Right.
It is. Wait, I think it is. I think it's categorized as that too.
I do not believe that is how this organization is categorizing it. I think that it's so far you have made that assertion. I have read the actual methodology of the study. I have read the questionnaire, the criteria for the questionnaire. Nowhere does it suggest that. And even if we accepted what you're saying, it is clear that these people, in fact,
oh, are you kidding me? That camera didn't catch that? Oh my God. Did you guys see what happened? He tried to jump up and I had to give him a little boost. Oh, that was fucking adorable. I love this fucking dog. The reason they said call doctor if it goes more than 4 hours is the blood can congeal in the penis and then you lose it. Oh God. Ever since this gayest stream you've ever done, Lunch, nothing but dicks have been mentioned since I've joined. Well, maybe that is a you problem because we've been talking about porn the whole time. So I don't know what that says about you, bro.
Even if we accepted what you're saying, it is clear that these people, in fact, the last question that they use is, how often is intercourse satisfactory to you? It is clear that there is a negative connotation with erectile dysfunction. Negative. People don't say, I have erectile dysfunction. It's fucking awesome. I love it. I stay hard.
Right. But again, we would imagine that it wouldn't be awesome to just stay hard and not be able to bust. It's just not ED.
Forever. It's the best. They're saying this is bad. It is a bad thing that I have this. And so when people
and so she should be saying, you don't think that it's a bad thing that you're just you're erect for 8 hours and just pumping and never bust? You don't think that would be a bad thing? Because again, we now know, we just looked that up. And so we saw that he's correct. But they're not looking it up. You got to make the arguments.
They're consuming pornography show increased rates of erectile dysfunction. It is clear that they are saying that that's a negative. They ain't saying that's positive.
Would you agree that it's a pretty loose definition of ED? It maybe not be what you first thought. It would be like you can't get it up at all or whatever.
Where did I ever suggest that? If you ask me, Rob, what do you think erectile dysfunction is? I would say it's people that have trouble getting and maintaining an erection. That's what I would have said. So it's not that, if you're ever able to get an erection, you don't have ED. No. What most people that consume pornography, and you can see anecdotal stories of this, all over the place online. What happens is, because of the hypersexual and unrealistic standards of pornography and the fact that it's being consumed by people, it means that it's sort of
I was just misinterpreting the specific wording.
mundane. It's sort of like the arousal portion of the brain, and it makes sense when you factor in the other parts of sort of the areas of the brain that are shrunk and activated when it comes to consuming pornography. They're sort of overstimulated with the pornography, which means that traditional sexual intercourse with an active partner becomes something that's less likely to have the same levels of mental arousal. In addition, the same levels of the physical capacity that goes into the parts where you're getting and maintaining these things. And so there's all sorts of other health reasons. It leads to, not only does it lead to increased divorce, it leads to likelihood of people having more violent sexual tendencies. It leads to, like, serial killers that have been interviewed said that their first step to getting in this was grotesque consumption of pornography. So in all these metrics, when it comes to physical health, you haven't provided one
Yo, look at this super chat. That thing makes me irrationally angry.
piece of evidence why it would be something that would be positive for physical health. You make an assertion in your opening statement. You said, you said two things. Oh, wait.
I don't know how people be taking extensive notes on other people's statements. Like, I don't know. Like, when you're giving if I'm your opponent and you're giving your open statement, I'm trying to listen. Like, you'll see me type, like, I'll have little, like, bullet points, but some people will be like, he's probably going to quote her word for word.
You said it reduces shame. Okay, I think shame's good. I don't have a problem with that. You said that it leads to conversations about consent, which we'll get to. And then you said it's an outlet for coomers.
That's important. That's a really important point on my.
You would say that.
I'll underline that, especially that these our Weaver society were being overcome by coomers, and all that they are on the internet all the time, just cooming in some Twitch channel. It's important.
Define cooming for me.
Thank you, because I'm familiar with gooning, but this sounds like something different.
So we're on the same page.
Oh, sure. Cooming is like you're thinking about sex and sexual activity, like for a long amount of time without doing anything about it.
Oh, okay. That's different.
You're just have it on your mind. You're cooming. That's
okay.
What is this?
Makes it more likely for people to be coomers?
Less likely.
How could you fucking say that? How could you say that the people who are constantly looking at sex are less likely to be thinking about sex?
What?
That don't make no sense.
So just to be clear,
but you have to use it responsibly. I just want to be
clear with what you said.
Yeah.
Access to porn makes it less likely that people are thinking about sex as much.
Yep, that's what she said.
If you're using it responsibly.
No, I mean, come on. You don't believe this.
I do. It's an important part of my belief system. Yes.
It's an important part of your belief system that coomers can goon. Did I say that properly? That coomers can goon max.
You need to watch it, and then you need to get on with your day. That's an important part of good use.
That sounds like life with extra steps.
Of healthy use of pornography. Yeah. You can go on the porn site and you can spend 3 hours there. Yeah, that exists. But I think those people are going to be like cooming anyway, wherever
10% of the internet is porn, and you're like, thank God, because without that, people would be thinking of sex.
But guys, would you agree that after you whack off, guys are not thinking about sex anymore?
I don't know. For what? An hour?
You say you wouldn't know?
Yeah, like I said, I don't know, an hour maybe. I just like look. This is one of those things. It's like a source please moment. I mean, get the fuck out of here. Like, rampant sexual imagery online.
I forgot about our poll. Where'd it go? So yeah, most of you do not know somebody who has a porn addiction. You ain't wrong.
Is not decreasing the amount of time that people think about sexual imagery. I mean, It's outlandish to entertain the argument. It is
On
one
its
of the
face.
silliest arguments
When
I've ever heard. I'm
used
not offended,
responsibly.
It's just outlandish.
When
And so
used
that's where Rob, I mean, he's getting so comfortable now because there's no question that this is his debate. But I would look for an explanation. You'll notice that when I'm talking to someone who says something crazy, I'm like, okay, explain more. Before I just say, no, that's wrong, I'm like, okay, convince me of that. Okay, give me your argument. Let them enough rope to hang themselves.
responsibly.
Let me make your argument for you better.
All words are made up terms.
Yeah, of course, Rob. It probably does lead to more coomers to have pornography. However, it's a net benefit because it gives them an outlet. So let's say that it increases the amount of coomers, or the people that are hypersexual in their thinking, by 40%.
We're all porn addicts on stolen land. Dilly. Look at this motherfucker. He's cooming for fucking peanut butter. God damn.
Let's say that it increases the amount of coomers, or the people that are hypersexual in their thinking, by 40%. But if it overall diminishes the amount of like sexual assaults, etc., by 50%, wouldn't that be worth it? That's the argument you're trying to make. You're not trying to make the argument that there's a problem with people thinking about sex and sexual imagery a lot. So thank God there's porn, which reduces the amount of people thinking about sexual imagery. Stupid.
Both are true. Yeah, you stated it better than I did. But,
I know.
both-
I oftentimes I'm able to do that. But no, I don't think there's any proof of that. I
Got
think
her.
quite to the opposite. I think that probably what you're likely to see is people that engage in sort of heinous sexual acts, such as assault, maybe statutory crimes, other such things. I'll bet a disproportionate amount of them are vast consumers of pornography. And what we see, as I've cited with the serial killer example, is it's sort of a gateway drug, right? And so, although it might be true that, say, like without pornography, some guy's grocery shopping and he sees an attractive woman that's like getting groceries in front of him and he thinks, wonder how she'd look naked. That may be true. That guy's not like assaulting her. He's not following her to the car and assaulting her.
He's just cooming.
99.9% of the time. But the more you get into pornography and the more you then take the next step into violent pornography, what ends up happening is it sort of like affects the brain in these negative ways, like an addiction in many cases, that makes it more likely in severe cases for that very guy to go do that.
Where the fuck
So
did he
no,
go?
I don't think that it is a healthy outlet. I think it makes it more likely for these things to occur.
Intel is wild said Rob is cooking this girl. I mean, guy. Thank you, Intel.
I haven't asked, nor do I give a shit. I don't give a fuck about
Wait, what does it say? Hold on. I hear you, Morty. What are you doing? Oh, you're just eating some bullshit? That's okay. Rob is cooking this girl. I mean, guy. Got him. Gumming is not gumming on anything.
that. But thank you, Intel.
Fair enough.
So yeah, I don't think that's true at all. I think is what you're really saying this, that there's some guy out there that maybe may go force himself on a woman, but instead he's like, well, I'll just watch porn up instead.
Yeah, I think so. I think that is an outlet for.
That's crazy. That is absolutely insane. Absolutely insane. And as Rob correctly pointed out, is this backwards? Why does it sound fucking weird as shit? As Rob pointed out, there's no way that in any category that if we're trying to decrease thinking about the thing, then engaging in watching that thing is going to have you thinking about it less. That don't make no sense. But shout out to Jennifer. Welcome to the party, Mark. Come on up. Yeah, come here. You know what's good, Ninja. You know what's good. And where's the spoon? We got the spoon? All right, I'll play this for you guys. So what do you got on?
Or harmful thoughts or whatever. Like, yeah. Would that not stop that individual?
Oh.
They just whacked off.
And sorry.
Would that not stop that individual?
Sorry, I didn't read that. It said pornography, not for me. Sorry, not sorry. What if? Never mind.
Individual?
No, often not, because
No?
the thing about sex with both men and women is, right, like it's not just this static thing, right? It's not just like, I have sex and then I repeat that process at some time in the future. What's likely to happen is escalatory. You even see this in relationships, right? People get bored with sex and escalate it to an extent. So maybe you get
Gotta
more adventurous and
spice it
shit
up.
like that. Point being, though, like what you're saying is just like there's some dude with a horrible compulsion. It's like, well, if I could just jerk off to some pornography, that's it, then I'll be good. But no, what he's thinking of is the next time, it'll get a little weirder. Or, yeah, I did that now, but 3 hours from now, I'm ready to do it again. Or now I have this opportunity to do this in real life with a woman, and I'm going to make it more likely to happen by slipping something in her drink. Or
and of course, double points.
Other sorts of things. It creates unreasonable expectations. It affects the brain physiologically, and it makes these things more likely. I'll try to find, I'm fully admitting, I hope you'll give me a little leeway since this wasn't a topic I knew was coming up. I'm going to try to look up to see if there's any studies on whether or not pornographic consumption makes it more likely someone commits a sexual crime.
It has to be.
I have a strong inkling that the answer is going to be yes.
Thank you again. And that brings us up to 134 points, guys. 134 points. It's only Monday. Let's fucking go. Shout out to you guys. Shout out to this motherfucker having the time of his life. And I've got push-ups to do. Oh my goodness, Jennifer signs up. Oh my goodness. Another treat for the Overlord. Excuse me, sir. Excuse me. I have more for you. I have more for you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I'm going to refill while we listen. Thank you so very, very much.
I have a strong inkling that the answer is going to be yes.
Correlation between pornography and sex crime.
Let's see. So there's mixed reviews. Right in all study, it seems it says 22 studies analyzed that said that there was an increase in violent acts of sexual aggression with porn. Ferguson and Hartley reviews and says they didn't find a strong link, though violent pornography did have a weak link to it.
Thank you so
other reviews,
very, very much.
Systemic reviews cited in
up
the National Library of Medicine.
Member.
It says,
yes.
The study explores how sexually permissive attitudes and acceptance of sexual double standard mediate the relationship between pornography consumption and engagement in sexual practice, violent sexual practices among a sample of the population. The sexual double standard refers to the societal belief that men and women should be judged differently for the same sexual behaviors.
Now remember, guys, points. So in the normal stream, $1 is 1 point, but in the after party, everything is doubled.
With men often praised or excused for promiscuity. Findings reveal gender differences in engagement in sexually violent practices during sexual relationships. Men are more likely to perpetrate these behaviors, while women are more likely to experience them. Importantly, both lifetime and last year pornography consumption are associated with increased involvement in violent sexual practices.
I'm reading my AI overview is
AI
at the population
overview.
level, studies often find no increase in rape or sexual assault rates when pornography becomes more available. And some studies even find a negative association. A 2022 meta-analysis concluded that evidence did not show nonviolent pornography. Well, that's a hell of a qualifier. Did not show that nonviolent pornography was associated with sexual aggression. Violent pornography was.
Yeah, that doesn't really help us because now we got to get into, okay, what is violent versus not violent?
It's only weakly correlated.
Okay, so even that suggests that violent pornography is weakly correlated. But here's the thing. I've sort of pulled a trick.
I mean, it's definitely correlated. There's no question that it's correlated. The question is that all she has is that it's just correlated and not causally connected.
Did you ever watch The Princess Bride?
Another movie I've never seen. The Princess Bride.
The movie The Princess Bride?
Yeah.
I sound like Vizio or whatever, right? The inconceivable. But no. So this part, I'm about to drub you on this point. All right, you ready? Here we go.
There's like, at the end, he's like, good job, name. It's like, bro, he's been helping you out the whole time.
You remember the scene where they're sword fighting for the first time, and then Inigo Montoya's laughing, and the other dude's like, why are you laughing? He's like, because I'm fighting with my left hand, and I'm right-handed. That's what I'm doing with you in this.
And now you're going to die. Is that's from that, right? Shout out to How I Met Your Mother. Yet another way that I understand some of that. I know. But you guys are doing the work. It looks like we're going to have another movie night. If you keep it up, it looks like we're going to have another movie night. And I think Princess Bride needs to be at least in the poll.
Like, why are you laughing? He's like, because I'm fighting with my left hand and I'm right-handed. That's what I'm doing with you in this part here. Here's the sleight of hand. I don't have to prove that there's a violent correlation. You have to prove that it helps. You're the one making the claim. So all the studies that you just read, which knew I would be able to get you to read, none of them say there's no correlation or there's no causation. It doesn't say that the causation shows that actually the more likely you are to consume pornography, the less likely you are to commit these offenses. So what say you? The very studies that you just cited there don't make that argument.
Still going.
Both help my argument in that.
Nah. Oh no, I did see Braveheart. I watched Braveheart recently, but I might have fallen asleep. It was pretty boring.
If it's not a negative, it would still be helping my argument.
No. If it's neutral, it doesn't help because you're making the affirmative claim. Thank goodness. One of the reasons that pornography is a positive influence is because people that otherwise would be out there committing these offenses are staying home watching pornography. It doesn't appear that's the case whatsoever. In fact, if anything, the study seemed to somewhat suggest the opposite of it.
The opposite, exactly. That if you are somebody who has, so the way to frame this would be, okay, let's talk about one person who is on the edge, teetering on the edge of having violent tendencies. So we have that, we have that same person, and so now we're talking about two different examples, but the same person. So we have that person, and they're teetering on violent tendencies. So there are some ways that they could live this life and just be completely normal, and there's some ways that they could live this life based on the cards that they were dealt, and they become a violent felon. All other things being equal, do we think that if that person had access to pornography, that they would be more or less likely to be violent? There is just no way you could say, I don't know, which then undercuts your entire premise that it's a positive influence on society, or you could say no and destroy your entire argument. Porn sucks. Why do I need to watch what I already know? No, thank you. That is a woman comment if I ever read it.
That's the case whatsoever.
Or visual
if
creatures.
anything, the study seemed to somewhat suggest the opposite of it.
Why do you think I keep asking for her to see them titties, girl?
Right. Well, yeah, and there would still be a factor of, for instance, people who are thinking about doing violent sexual crimes would be more interested in violent pornography. So,
True.
like, to say that they would be watching that wouldn't even necessarily mean that caused them to do that.
You have to admit,
interested in that anyway.
My trick was pretty clever there, right? I got you to read the very studies that I knew would make the argument that I wanted. Pretty clever of me.
All right, so since there's plenty left, this chapter is entitled Erectile Dysfunction. So let's jump ahead to shame, privacy, and the industry. Because I'm tired of talking about dicks.
I would say, ultimately, we also see problems that don't show up in those sort of statistics, such as shame, which is good. When you can't live this down. I just saw, for example, anecdotal, but I just saw the other day, just watch a whatever podcast, right, with these chicks. The other day I saw Clavicular, right? And he has this.
Hey, clavmaxing. No, it's not for you, Morty. Clavmaxing.
Podcast, right, with these chicks. The other day I saw Clavicular, right? And he has this OnlyFans model on, and they're bringing person after person up to talk to her in like a dating situation. First dude, some dude that spent $2 million on, ew, get this guy away. He's a fucking creep. She's grossed out, as she should be, because she knows the type of people that are doing this are fucking gross. Then she brings up a bunch of people. She's so defensive. I'm not going to do this forever. I'm just trying to. Why not? If there's nothing to be ashamed about, if you're happy about it, the truth is that the women know that it's despicable. And when if they end up finding a situation where they have children, my goodness, the mental health crisis we're about to see of children that experience the shame of their, particularly mothers, but parents, having porn.
I'm intrigued and look at them titties.
Pornographic material easily accessible online is going to be catastrophic.
Is that a good thing? Is that shame a good thing?
Yeah.
Yes.
First off,
Yes.
It doesn't matter if it's a good thing. It is.
As some, we'll go there. But as somebody who engages in pornography, yes, that shame is a good thing.
That's all that matters,
I'm asking
right?
if it's a good thing.
Secondly, yes,
Why?
because shame exists in order to enforce
It's a corrective mechanism. It allows us to control other human beings in a way, collectively, that doesn't require a government. Governments are bad. A necessary evil, you might say.
social controls in society. For example, should you be shamed if you're at the movie theater and you're like, yeah, it's fucking, hey, what's up, man? Blah, blah, blah. You would say, yes, you should have some shame. That's not something you should be doing. Should you have some shame if you're some dude that looks like me and's fat? Yes, a little bit of shame is healthy. We should say, you know what? You should lose weight. That's not good. Should we have shame at people that are going to pride marches and wiggling their ass in front of children in these parades? Yes, some shame there would be good. I absolutely think that shame is a useful.
Why, in terms of OnlyFans particularly, well, why should you be shamed for being smart enough to use what God gave you to make?
You're not
being smart enough.
Shame.
As if the women who are not on OnlyFans don't understand that their body has value. Because if they did, if they were smart enough, they would have used what God gave them.
Stupid.
For being smart enough to use what God gave you to make.
You're not. It's not. You should be shamed because it's degenerate behavior that's leading to many negative downfalls in society. It's the same way that.
Wait. Like what? Like what?
Wait, I missed that one.
You should be shamed because it's degenerate behavior that's leading to many negative downfalls in society. It's the same way that.
Wait. Like what? Like what? That's the heart of the discussion.
Yes. I've outlined already many things that were the problem with it.
Right.
Yes.
Do you have any positives or no?
Contributing to sinful.
I'm
just
sorry, Bubba. I can't just give it to you. Then they won't pay me, and we're gonna go broke. I'm sorry. Don't whine. Just lay down. Wait. They'll be nice. Just wait.
You should be shamed if you're a drug dealer. Same thing. Yes, it is not beneficial to society. These are bad, sinful behaviors. My religion shows me that prostitution and the selling of sex is actually a sin. And so that's a reason that you ought to be shamed for that behavior as well. Why does the shame exist
I think a lot of even like I'll say people who are pro LGBT and in the community. I think a lot of them hate the Lilitinos of the world because exactly what Golden Dark is saying. That I loathe the gay men and others who go to parades and flaunt their dicks and ass makes us all look bad. That's why I hate when somebody's openly atheist and acts like what Christians think an atheist is. Makes us all look bad.
Not good. What was it? So, some evil prick some time ago was like on his own was like, I believe we'll say that's shameful because promiscuity led to the destruction of the families. Promiscuity led to destruction of families, lack of child rearing, increase of sexual transmitted diseases, all sorts of things that diminish the societal rules that we had. Right. Well, as we've quote lifted that shame and just embrace yourself, but we see the logical outcomes when rejecting shame does. We have like the trans or the cross-dressing. Let me finish real quick. You remember when we saw those kids with the trannies dancing in front of them in lingerie?
It's not gonna lick itself. Oh wow. Okay. Wow. I did not expect to see that. So the where this came from. I mean, obviously, people use that kind of language, but in general, the reason that we're bringing it up is because there was let's try that.
Protests erupted in Dallas outside of a gay bar after a family-friendly drag show was put on, and parents brought their young children to dance with and give money to drag performers. The left is defending this. I don't know if YouTube's going to allow me to show that. It says it's not going to lick itself. This is the crazy thing. It's not going to lick itself on the back wall at a family-friendly. Is that what you think?
There's children,
These children
right
are
here.
then told it's not going to lick itself. They're going to be like, oh yeah, just like mommy and daddy told me it was cool, told me it was good. They brought me there. I remember that. That's good. It's not good. It's not appropriate. It's not for children. That's what.
So that's where that's coming from. It's not going to lick itself.
You remember when we saw those kids with the trannies dancing in front of them in lingerie with the sign that said it's not going to lick themselves? That's the logical extent when you say, oh, we shouldn't shame sexual behavior.
Not all that is true is appropriate for children, though, now, is it?
Yes, the shit should be shamed, a vast much of it. Absolutely. And it doesn't matter if it should or not. It is. And let me ask you this, right? Look, I'm not trying to fucking have this conversation. I have my feelings on the trans issue. I'm not trying to fucking have a debate with you on that. What I am going to ask you, though, is I don't know if you're a biological man or woman, right? You don't have to tell me if you don't want. I say that because the pitch of your voice and you're using an avatar. But be honest. If you had a child, whether you be a man or a woman, and that child...
I love the scrunching of the face. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh shit. That might be the funniest thing of the night. Holy fucking shit. Look at the look from. Oh my god. I did not expect that. All right, let's go from here.
I say that because the pitch of your voice and you're using an avatar. But be honest. If you had a child, whether you be a man or a woman, and that child saw you engaged in pornographic acts as he grew up and was a teenager, would you be embarrassed? Would you be shamed?
Yeah,
And you don't have to answer that if you don't want to.
Yeah, I'm not.
Wait. If I had a kid and is that I don't know.
Right.
Did
You have a kid, they turn 14. You're an OnlyFans. You used to be OnlyFans, right? And then because the only reason I bring up the trans, I think the argument's stronger if you're a woman, right? You're a mom. And all of a sudden, you did OnlyFans, and then you did it for 4 years, and then you get pregnant, then you have a kid. And now you're 14, and your kid's surfing the internet. And all of a sudden, bam, there's a video of you getting fucking railed.
Shameful. In our society, it is shame.
No. Would you be shamed?
You personally.
About society.
What do you mean?
Would you be shamed?
Would I be shamed?
Yes.
No. Not would you be shamed. Would you be ashamed? Would you be ashamed? Being shamed is external. That means somebody's saying, oh, look at you. And she's saying, I don't care about that. What we want is to establish, will you feel shame that your child comes home and it's like, Mommy, they were making fun of me because we saw your asshole. That's the question.
I would like to live in a world where it's not shameful.
Just to be clear, you want to live in a world where if your kid sees a video of you having sex, you're like, I don't think that should be shameful at all. That's the world you want to live in?
Well, no kid should see a video of their kids.
Why?
Why? Exactly. There you go. Why? If it's not shameful, then why not? If it's safe and it's legal, why should it be rare?
Why? That's the point. Why? Because the answer is you would be shamed.
That is
Why?
a very specific. That's a boundary issue.
But why?
No, because it's actually it'd be harmful for the psychology of the kid to see their parents having sex or that one of their parents having sex.
Exactly. So not a positive influence on society.
Sex.
Now I'm a streamer.
That shouldn't happen.
I won't be ashamed if my son sees video of me streaming. Before this, I was someone who worked with autistic individuals. I wouldn't have been ashamed if my child knew that and saw me doing that for a living. I know people that are carpenters, people that are teachers, people that are welders, people that are lunch ladies, people that are chefs. All these people, none of them are shamed.
But this is conflating things, isn't it? You don't want anyone to see your asshole. Nothing to do with it just being kids. Well, obviously not, bro. Obviously not if they're showing their asshole. People who don't, all of the people in the world who don't want their asshole to be seen on the internet don't have their asshole to be seen on the internet. There's a lot of asshole on the internet, though, isn't there? So I mean, I get your point, but the reason it's asked that way is because it's in direct relation to the prompt. Yeah, unfortunately, yeah.
Elders, people that are lunch ladies, people that are chefs.
This is a common thing. There's actually, I'm gonna see if I can find it. I wouldn't know what it is, but so you're gonna have to give me a minute. But there was a podcast that was some OF girl and her younger brother, And they'll constantly be talking about like, I hate that you do this shit. Like, I get it. You want to do what you want, but like, I get so much shit from it at school and blah, 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 blah. I'm going to try and find that. But yeah, that's obviously, if you're on OF, you're going to be, telling people that you're on OF so that they sign up. And so in telling people in the same way that I'm like, hey, I'm the Indian Jesus. I'm live every Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 8 p.m. Eastern. I want people to come and see this because that's how this grows. That's how we get people into the Discord, which you should all join. That's absolutely free. Link is pinned to the top of the chat. And I make money. I can't make money if you guys aren't here. So all of the people who don't want their asshole on the internet, unless they've had a revenge porn, don't have their asshole on the internet. There's a lot of other people that maybe don't want their asshole on the internet, but not as much as they do want the money for putting their asshole on the internet.
I know people that are carpenters, people that are teachers, people that are welders, people that are lunch ladies, people that are chefs, all these people. None of them are shamed. It's only the sex work people. Why?
Whether you did it for work or not, a kid should not be seeing a video of their parents or any of their parents.
It's almost like there's something about the sexual act that does have the ability to. It just is that we know that they're shameful. Culture. It's private. It's not something that's supposed to be out there in the open, and it's shameful. The same way you would be embarrassed or shamed if you accidentally, didn't put underwear on and your fly's open and your dick's hanging out. You'd be embarrassed and shamed. There's something about that. There's something to be inherently
because parents have sex, right? Parents have sex. That's okay, right? That's
but that's the same. But they don't. But don't they kind of feel shame if anyone knows they see it? Well, yes, but that's exactly the cognitive dissonance. Is that there is some level of shame, but not enough shame to stop people from doing it. And so there should be enough shame that as a mother, you don't want that for your kids, despite the fact that you can make decent money. Despite the fact that maybe you look good at 40 and whatever, that it's more important that your child doesn't have to feel that shame because that shame is based on your behavior. The kid shouldn't feel ashamed for your behavior. If a kid does something stupid, then yeah. They show it to strangers because they don't have to face anyone that sees it that would disapprove of. No. Because then, it finds people. Or if it's out there, people find it. People look for people in my area, people that I went to high school with. You just got to hear. You could search somebody's Instagram handle, and they got the links. It's all there. It's all there. The internet is forever, and so even if your intention is to go and put this out to strangers, somebody that you know is gonna see it, and if somebody that you know is in a similar age to your children, why would they not be like, hey, yo, I seen your mommy's booty hole? I would do that as a kid. Women do not have to don't want their parents or children to see it, but they're okay with random men seeing it. And right, and that's the disconnect. Is that they don't get to choose that. You don't get to choose that only strangers seeing it. You don't get to choose that it's only random men. And because of that, it is likely that your parents, children's, friends, coworkers, or whatever will see it. Shame comes from knowing that other people think it's inappropriate, right? People walking around naked on a nudist beach don't feel shame. Exactly. So what is the difference between being on a nudist beach and being on OF? Why would they feel shame from that one, but not that one? Because there's something different about just being, I forget what the word is. Not voyeuristic, but just, the freedom. Just letting it hang. That's an entirely different thing than selling your body to other people, knowing they're going to goon. Ugh. There's a video of Glow in Dark said, if there was a video of my mom, Glow in Dark says, sucking D on the internet, I probably would have self-deleted. I was already on a hard time while I was in school. I definitely wouldn't want to see that. I definitely wouldn't want to see that.
Something that we inherently have
because parents have sex, right? Parents have sex. That's okay, right? That's okay. But
Sure.
that they shouldn't. A kid shouldn't be walking in on that. That would be
agreed
harmful to
because
them.
there's
Right, but you by having sex in general, you can close the door. You can wait until they're not there, where you know they don't have access to viewing that. Once you put it on the internet, that is no longer the case, and you have to be aware of that before you put it on the internet. And come to terms with the level of shame and decide: do we want to? Am I willing to engage in this level of shame or not? Shout out to Jennifer. Oh yeah, you're ready. You're ready, motherfucker, aren't you? Okay, I'll take that. I'll take that. But we got this too. I'll fill it while we're listening. Thank you. Said for the normies and me. Well, I mean, do I get to count as a normie? I'm not like a constant gooner, but I mean, I use the hub.
Shouldn't a kid shouldn't be walking in on that. That would be
agreed
harmful to
because
that
there's
kid.
something about the sexual act that it is embarrassing to see other people seeing you have that.
Bingo.
Yes,
I'm talking about the
agreed.
particular
That's my
your
point.
Your kids shouldn't be seeing that. Just
Okay, so
flatly.
you're
And
happy
you
your
don't
It
neighbors.
is
Are you
entirely
embarrassed?
unrelated to how we
Are you
broadly
embarrassed
see
if your
sex
neighbor's
as a
kids see you?
society.
You embarrassed if your neighbor's kids see you?
There you go.
No kids should be seeing it.
Why?
That's another level of should
Right,
be.
right. Because there's
Because it's
something
harmful.
about
Because it's
it.
bad
It's
for
specifically
society.
harmful for the psyche of the kid to like go through.
Thank
having
you. You're
seen
making
that.
my point. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
I never said that wasn't. I never said that wasn't true.
Yes, this is exactly my point. The mere fact that we're like, first off, a bit, man, there's a couple times you're going right up to the edge of me being like, what the fuck? Like the argument that you're like, you want to live in a world where it's not shameful for your kid to see you performing pornography is fucking crazy.
Now you're putting no. Now you're putting words in my mouth. I never said
No,
anything.
he's not. He directly asked you that. He directly and specifically asked you. And you said no. Actually, no, he didn't. You offered that up. He asked if you would be ashamed, and you said ideally we would live in a world where that wouldn't be the case. Now you're putting words in my mouth. You just forgot what you said, sweetie.
Performing pornography is fucking crazy.
Now you're putting no. Now you're putting words in my mouth. I never said anything like that. I never said anything like that.
I thought that's what you said. You can correct it.
I said amongst adults viewing another adult doing pornography.
Well,
I would
we were
like to
talking
know that
about your
wasn't
kid.
Inherently shameful. No, you brought the
Right. We were talking about your kid. That's how this whole thing started. I don't want to get into the trans thing. It doesn't really matter if you're a man or a woman, but it's a better argument for a woman. But if you can, should you be ashamed of that? Well, in a perfect world, we wouldn't be. That's exactly what you said.
your kid up. I don't.
No. We were talking specifically.
I always said that was flat. That was flatly like damaging to the kid, regardless of the shame thing. So don't put words in my mouth saying that.
Well, it sounded like
I wanted to live in a world where that wasn't shameful. I never said anything close to that.
If I could just try to cross the bridge here, what I think Casey is saying is that in no situation he's saying it's good for kids or kids should be involved with pornography.
That's fine. It sounded perhaps that's what he said, and I misheard. When I specifically
a man, baby. It's a man.
Say, if your kid saw you and you said, I want a world where that shame doesn't exist, I intuited that the implication was where that wouldn't be shameful for your kid to stumble upon you seeing it. If you want to correct the record and say that's not what you meant or I misheard, fine. Fair enough.
I misspoke.
He did get quiet at the end of his sentence. He said for adults at the end. It was really quiet.
Okay.
So
nonetheless, fine. The point that you're making for me is the mere fact that we say, yes.
So that just means that you just didn't answer the question then. Okay.
We don't want kids seeing this behavior intuits that there's something different about this. No other careers do we really suggest that of things that we consider really positive, or at least very rarely. Even careers that we might think are scummy, like lawyers. We're like, if your kid sees you practicing as an attorney, you would never be embarrassed. There is something about that. It's ingrained into us, right? There really is. And I don't have to get to the biblical sense to argue why.
All right, guys. Let's see if we'll keep going. I'm gonna start another goal. We went through the hour. I'm gonna start another goal. Same shit. But it's gonna be a 1 hour goal. You got 30 minutes to start it. I think that's fair. I think that's fair. So we did hit the goal in general, but for this one specifically, because this would be the end of the show, and I'll be doing push-ups. So we can keep going. If you're done, then 30 minutes will go by. Don't donate, and we'll we'll do push-ups, and we'll call it a night. But if you'd like to keep the party raging, you know how to do it.
Right? There really is. And I don't have to get to the biblical sense to argue why.
Thank you, Dick.
Because these are supposed to be private acts between two people, and you don't want your neighbor seeing it most of the time or it's shameful, and you don't want your family members seeing it, even if they're adults, and you don't want random people in the public, most people. That's shamed, and rightfully so. It should have been. It exists whether you want it to or not. And your kids will have to deal with the consequences if you're engaged in this sort of content creation. They will. And you might say, society shouldn't be like that. My kid shouldn't be shamed because all of his friends are picking on him.
Oh.
That they can see me getting pounded in the ass online.
Yes, they should.
That's ridiculous. That shouldn't be, but it is. And you're doing your kid a disservice. And you could say, but it should it be like that? It doesn't matter if it should. Yes, we should discourage pornography.
I said shit. Me too. No, Box is awake. He's having fun with he's blasting fucking the same songs everywhere. Stop DMing. You don't need to DM me. You don't need to DM me the things in the Discord. LOL. Thank you. All right. Diving back in. Did I miss
You
something?
can say, but it should it be like.
Am I missing something with any of that? Let me know. I feel like I'm caught up, but if I forgot it, then I forgot.
That. It doesn't matter if it should. Yes, we should discourage pornography because it is shameful on its face. And I've articulated why, because of all the negative consequences. We could have more at length about that. But it is, regardless if you want it to be or not. You could wish, I wish that we didn't have to eat food to survive, I guess, but we do.
Yeah, the best thing was that there's a private act that just generally is there's a private act shouldn't be a public thing.
Okay, so porn's not good.
I'm saying that was the best point you made for why it should be shameful.
Okay, can you knock that point down?
It should at least be much less shameful than it's viewed by many people today. Because again, I would reiterate the idea that some people are engaging in they're just making money because of they have an asset and they're just using that asset to make some money where they wouldn't be otherwise. So I don't think within that framework it is should be viewed as particularly shameful.
When it comes to not just the societal impacts but also the individual impacts, we can see when there's behavior that leads to like sort of drubbing your health and bringing it down precipitously. We would say that there's probably a reason.
It's freezing again. But he's like, I need some more water, bro. All this peanut butter.
Inherently that we shame that. So it's not just about how it affects negatively everyone else. It's also about how it negatively affects you. That's why, for example, if you're an opiate addict, right, it maybe doesn't affect your neighbor. It doesn't affect this person, that person, but it affects you. And we consider it shameful. So when we see not just the assault.
That's why when I talk about my fucking most shameful moment in my life, I bring up drug addiction. Because it is shameful, and so it gives you a basis to understand. Okay, you were a pillhead. That's shameful. And then, but you also cast a vote for Hillary Rodham Clinton, and that is more shameful.
Numbers that I cited before. That same Swedish study reports 83% of performers of pornography experience significant PTSD symptoms. 78% show high levels of dissociative symptoms. 53% experience severe depression. 80% had at least one mental health diagnosis. 69% had attempted to end. Let me finish. Okay, please. 69% attempted to end their own life. And it's not just this study. We see other studies. 2011 California study that showed 33% met the criteria for depression compared to 13% in the control group. That's more than double your risk of depression for performers that are in this. We can see qualitative studies outside of that show that PTSD, bipolar disorder, trying to take one's life, depression, etc.
Yeah, this super chat on there saying kids are savage, have no filter. If you don't know that, you've never worked with them and have none.
These are all incredibly common. The only argument you could have against this is, well, that's correlative and not causative. Nonetheless, we then want to ask our question. I think, one, that's not true. The numbers are so stark that it shows the behaving in this behavior, as has been self-reported by many people, helps exacerbate these things. And secondly, we should ask ourselves why
there's a people. It's a type of people who,
I disagree.
Who get into pornography.
I disagree.
Typically, they're like damaged people.
Okay, if 65%. Okay, so let's look at it this way. Do you think that if you were graped, that would increase your chance of having depression?
No, I would say yes, probably.
Yes.
If 65% of the people in this same study said that occurred to them, you're saying it's purely correlative that the 80% that experience PTSD experienced that even before they were in pornography. That's your argument.
My argument is that the numbers are extremely inflated because
notice how there's never a clear answer. There's never a yes. That's what I mean. No, that's not what I mean. What I mean is this. You never get clarity because she's dancing around. She's deflecting and finding any way to run down the clock.
I already experienced rape.
I will not. I will argue that you're probably right and be willing to make a concession limitedly. In other words, that yes, this probably attracts the type of people that already have mental health conditions, but I certainly think the evidence strongly suggests that.
I was just talking about when I was on probation, I couldn't smoke, and I was drinking like a bottle and a half of wine every night. And remember, I'm tiny.
That makes those worse. And even if I wouldn't win that argument, we would have to ask ourselves, is it a positive industry that's attracting people with such rampant issues of mental health disorder?
Yeah, I would say that I want to defend the porn industry as it stands today, but just merely
some people, you know, it's a gene. It's definitely genetic. It tends to skip a generation. So my grandfather died. My dad's dad died at 49. Because we're already a Hunger Dance. God damn, bro. He died at 49. He was drinking, he was smoking constantly. And I remember, you know, a few months before my dad's 49th birthday, he was getting fucking spooked. Which is like, oh, this is as far as my dad made it. And so, you know, like I said before, my mom turns red after one drink, and you know, my dad will have he'll have a couple of drinks here and there, but he's not a drinker like that. I've gotten him to smoke recently, but again, only a couple of hits. He's not interested in getting fucked up. But me, well, even if it's not even substances, even if it's just like streaming. I get into streaming. It's like, okay, balls to the wall. Everything about streaming. It's just what I do when it gets into TV shows. I want to watch what I want to watch, and it has to be that good. Otherwise, fuck it, it doesn't matter. And then want to watch the best show ever. If that means I have to rewatch Breaking Bad 7 million times in a row, then that's what I'm gonna do. I'm just built like that.
The idea that it can be done a lot better and should be done a lot better. It should be legislated different things for or highly
that is not getting fucked up or anything.
More controls over the pornographic space so that it's done better.
So just to be clear, the prompt isn't about hypothetically what porn could be in the future. It's as it exists now. And secondly, let's assume that that's possible. Can you show me one time in history when pornography was? Let me finish. Can you show me a time in history where pornography was done in the healthy way that you're suggesting?
No, I'm advocating it to get better. I think it's gotten better. Probably.
So if it's a positive influence on society, why does it need to get better?
So no true Scotsman's fallacy.
But also, I'll highlight the fact that you said that the debate is about how pornography is today.
I mean, I will say that like I've never like went to a rehab or anything. Any bad habits that I've ever had, I've just been like, all right, we can't be doing this anymore. And maybe I didn't stop doing it right at that moment, but yeah, it was just like, all right, this ain't working. Like for the alcohol, it really was just getting off probation, starting to smoke, and I'm like, oh my God. I don't even care about drinking right now. I wish I could be this. I wish I could be at this level and smoke. That's why you guys, I rarely will smoke. Even with the roll up and chill, it's the roll up part. Because once I smoke, then we start talking like this and fucking like, I don't know. It's like, you know, this bitch is trying to fucking talk shit and like, it just don't be like that. Yeah, you can't even fucking hear me.
That the pornography, then that would apply to the legal status of pornography, as well as the how it is,
The
how
legal,
it is. Yeah, the legal.
Go
the
in the
legal status is
Discord!
irrelevant to that
into the
point.
whole question.
The legal status
I'm
is
reverting
no.
back to the previous point because what you just said goes against what you said before.
It does not.
that
There's
is-
no contradiction in what I said there. I'll explain it to you.
There-
There's no contradiction. One important concession that we just had there. You acknowledge the pornography as it exists today, which is clearly the prompt, is not a positive influence, that you would want radical changes to it before you considered that, which means that I win the prompt. Secondly, this in no way, shape, or form means that I have to then be arguing whether or not porn should be legal or not while discussing whether or not it's a positive influence on society. Yes, we're discussing pornography as it currently exists, and yes, it is currently legal, but that doesn't mean that whether or not
All right, mods, I'm going to help you out. And I definitely would appreciate if you were in the Discord. But I just dropped a screenshot of all of the Nightbot timers. The better you guys are with that, I can turn that shit off. Yeah, I mean, so make sure you join the Discord. And, Glow, what's your name in Discord? Because I got to add you to the mods group chat, which if you're a mod, you should be checking.
that currently exist, and yes, it is currently legal, but that doesn't mean that whether or not discussing if it's a positive influence on society means that I have to argue it should be illegal if it's not. For example, if we're arguing whether or not video games are a positive influence on society, and I take the position they are not a positive influence, but hypothetically 100 years in the future they could be if X, Y, and Z change, but no, right now they are not a positive influence. That doesn't mean that I have to argue therefore video games should be illegal. It doesn't mean that.
You don't have to argue it either way, but I'm just saying that at one point you disallowed me to change the idea of the exact pornography that we're talking about, or the society within the pornography that we're talking about. But the first half of this debate, you were at least at parts leaned into the idea that we weren't talking about.
Just type something in free chat real quick so I can find your shit easy. Thank you. Come on, play, you fuck.
Exists today legally.
No. You're conflating.
I was saying that entirely was baked into the prop. So
at no point
you could pick one or the other.
At no point in this debate did I suggest we were talking about pornography in some hypothetical abstract sense in the future. The entire debate, in every single aspect, including the parts I was making about talking about it being a positive or negative influence on society, is the question of legality stands outside the scope of that. All of that was talking about pornography as it exists today, not in some hypothetical, what if we...
I should only let this be a super chat, but I love you guys. So shout out to your Sons Band, Youth, and Asia. I like that. Megadeth tribute band. Dilly dilly to that. Are they on YouTube? Because if you give me permission, then we can play that. But I'll search. I'll search.
Change. So you're conflating concepts. You're saying, well, pornography as it exists today is legal, and so therefore if you're saying it's negative, you must argue that it shouldn't be legal. No, there is no part of that whatsoever that means that I must argue the legality of it to say that it's not a positive.
Wait a minute. Is this them? Is this them with 1.6 million views? 1.1 million views? Oh no. Okay. So that's an album from Megadeth. Got it. All right. So send. What's their? Thank you. Glow. That's yeah. Okay. I was like, what the fuck? That makes a lot more sense. But yeah, if you want to drop a link in the Discord, then I will play it. And in the future. This is a freebie, but I am down to, promote your shit. But it's got to come with a $5 super chat. But yeah, Jenna, if you drop that, then I'll play it. Boom, boom, boom. All right.
Part of that whatsoever that means that I must argue the legality of it to say that it's not a positive influence as it stands today. None. You've conceded that it's not a positive influence as it stands today, saying that you would want to make radical changes before you would make that sort of claim.
I have not.
Okay, so then
just because I say that it's not perfect or that there are negative aspects to it doesn't mean that I concede the point that it's quote not a positive influence.
So
right?
Just on this question,
right?
so fair enough.
Is that correct?
Sure. So just on this point alone. So you're forced to concede that it leads to all of these people involved in the industry being sexually assaulted in the most heinous ways. That all of these performers, like huge portions of them, are depressed. Over 60% are trying to take their own life. And you're like, that's all fucking horrible. I would change that. Of course, it's never been done in history, but I would somehow change that. And yet, I still think that pornography is a positive influence because your arguments outweigh that. What were your arguments again?
That it that with the hold on.
Yikes. Shout out to Duris over on Rumble. Said, do Kushner cushions make silent fart sounds? The real interesting questions. I don't know. Why don't you tell me? Welcome to the party.
Well, you want me to reread my?
Just give me some of your arguments. We've gone through. I didn't hear anything that would remotely outweigh that one point.
Well, outweigh the point of how.
Yeah, just tell like if you ask him how can we search it on YouTube? Give a specific like a name or whatever. He'll know how to find it. So just be like, how do they find it on YouTube? And then we'll do it.
How damaging it is to the performers.
Treated.
Yes.
Right. Versus a world where we don't allow pornography.
Back to the legality question, which is irrelevant to the prompt.
Just to let you guys know, we've hit 2 hours. Just wanted to check in to see if you guys wanted to continue or if you were ready to wrap up.
I can keep going, but if you're ready, it's up to you. I don't know.
Well, it seems like I don't know. You've got plenty of time. You've got about 13 and a half minutes. And if we don't see any donuts, then I will know you are done with this shit. Otherwise, we party on.
How much more room we have to cover. I think that. Go ahead.
What is in the wrap up? What is that? Is that like we get? There's like.
Oh yeah, like if you want to go into closing statements, but if you still think, because to me it sounds like there could be some more meat on the bones here. So if you want to keep going, I can check in again in another hour.
I don't know. What do you want to go like? You want to go?
You yourself concede by saying we've sort of beaten this horse. Like you yourself concede by saying say that booze is a negative influence on society, but you wouldn't make it illegal. So I don't know where there is to argue after that. You've conceded, but I guess for the sake of humor, I guess you'll force me to argue because quite frankly, you're getting your ass kicked in the debate. I hate to brag about it in that way, but that's why you're so desperate that all of your offense on this is, but it should be legal, but it should be legal, but it should be legal, which is not a statement of positivity. It's just saying, regardless if it's positive or negative, we should allow.
Nerd said, my brain, my scramble. Hey, if you hear you are down for brain scrambling, I'm sorry.
To be legal. I guess I will go back to that, which we started the first 40 minutes sort of on that. So, okay, part of you saying that it should be legal is that we should not have age verification for children.
That we should have only the device side restrictions.
Part of it, let me rephrase. You're saying there should be restrictions on the device, but when it comes to pornography, websites, creators, etc., they should not. It would be bad and it would be against the prompt in your estimation to force them to have age restriction.
For viewers.
Correct.
Yes, correct.
Okay, I massively disagree. I'm willing to argue on that hill. We could beat this horse again, but I think that I proved it. I think that this is a way to make excuses for allowing children to have access to pornography.
I was like, why the fuck are you sending me this fucking box music?
And the burden that's on people who want to willfully consume pornography, just like people that willfully want to go to a strip club to force them to prove that they are 18, that's outweighed, that minor inconvenience is outweighed by doing everything we can to restrict children from getting access to pornography.
But we could do a lot of things that just so wouldn't affect it. And we already made the argument that that 99% of stopping underage individuals from accessing pornography would be done on the device side. And if you're trying to, you could apply these age restrictions to like a couple of sites that might do what you said, or they might just make.
So interestingly enough, I did see the clip that Rob posted of this because as you can, well, I guess you can't see, but as when he doesn't, Easy doesn't change the thumbnail. So you have to click on the debate to see what the debate is, which I don't know if that's a good idea or a bad idea, because then a bunch of people might click and be like, I don't really care about that. But anyway, Rob posted a clip, and it was like a 30-minute clip. And it must be later in the debate. So shout out to whoever clips for Rob. I think that's Avarice, right? Or maybe that's him. But either way. Oh, my goodness. Yeah, Morty. Yeah, Morty. Jennifer's feeling generous. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So very, very much. Yeah, you got two because they're little pieces. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So very, very much. That adds another push-up and another refill for Morty.
Restrictions to like a couple of sites that might do what you said, or they might just ban the IP range, which they've already done. They don't actually do the thing. They just ban IP ranges from the places that weren't. And then those people just get a VPN, or they'll just go to a different site. So it does virtually nothing to restrict these. I
disagree. You have no evidence. You have no evidence that it does virtually
no
nothing.
evidence of what?
You have no evidence that it does virtually nothing. You're making assertions. You're like, well, people could find ways around it. Children could find ways around it. We've already gone through this and said that, yes, you could do this with all sorts of things and say not to make it illegal. Shouldn't be illegal to purchase booze when you're to have to show.
And Durus, I got to go with Lost. Lost is tied with Breaking Bad. Best show ever. But also, Better Call Saul and El Camino are the same story. So I cheat a little bit when it comes to my best show ever, because it's actually 4 shows, because 3 is one story and it's tied with a different story. But that's the way we do it. That's the way we do it. It's my world, and my show will be my show. All right. Let's jump to the next chapter and see what we got.
Tell you a story.
We had a rage quit. All right, we had a rage quit. Hold on here. We had a rage quit.
The companies that do this are actually collecting your data, the very things you have fear about having to provide an ID.
Thank you so very, very much. You have a good one, brother.
You're suggesting that even when an adult wants to get on pornography, that we set up the computer and phone to automatically have an AI that is monitoring all of the activities you're doing. Okay.
It has to be enabled.
Let me finish then. Let me finish the point then. If you're suggesting it's something that has to be enabled, we already have devices that have to be enabled in order to access those websites, and it's not effective because kids find ways around it, and so many parents aren't proactive. So why would having an AI be added on and make it more proactive?
Now you're making the opposite argument that there is no good way of doing it. Though it doesn't matter if you do it or not. You're making the opposite argument now. Like I actually brought up a good method of stopping them from accessing it.
Your method right now isn't that a good method? Now, can I ban Pornhub on my kid's computer?
Yeah.
I have to proactively set that up, correct?
Yep.
Some sort of
your argument is section. We should program an AI to realize if my kid's on Pornhub, but I also have to proactively set that up.
You would have to enable it.
Same way I would right now. Right. In both cases, I have to enable the restrictive thing. We already have right now on my fucking Windows computer, I can set up to restrict adult content, and it's very good. It restricts 99% of it. So your big solution is I have this radically new plan that will solve this. We use AI.
I never said it was radical, but I think it was an improvement. And how does it detect? How does it detect what's porn and not porn?
Because the way I believe these systems work is that there is some proponents of it has access to imagery when it determines whether or not these images are pornographic. That's why you can see, even if you go to like a Google search, Google Images, it'll automatically, if you don't have it set up otherwise, blur what it considers pornographic images. The way it does is it uses some sort of metric to determine whether or not that reasonably looks like something that's pornographic. I believe there's probably also metrics in that's individuals or AIs or some form of both that are flagging websites as adult websites. So I don't understand why AI would make this any different or better. What you're really advocating for is the status quo, where you know that predators want to get to children, and the easiest access they have to children. Predators have talked about this over and over and over again. the people that they target are the people that they know come from families that are the least proactive. Of course, we both agree the best measure of defense of this is proactive parenting. But the truth is there are an awful lot of parents that don't do that. So if we're trying to stop children from being victimized, the very thing that you're talking about as a measure to stop them would require proactive parents, which won't exist. And so therefore, as a line of defense against those people, or for those children, we should have the actual pornographers themselves have age verification. And I would suggest a strong suspicion that not only do you know that, but you don't have a problem with those vulnerable kids getting access to sexual material.
Dude,
that's my suggestion.
Dude, no, if you're gonna accuse me being a pedo, I'm gonna fucking hang up. Like, right the fuck now.
See you later. Stop getting aggressive. And trying to be a tough
shit! Oh shit! Here we go. Come on, play, you fuck.
No, if you're gonna accuse me being a pedo.
Not only do you know that, but you don't have a problem with those vulnerable kids getting access to sexual material.
Dude,
that's my suggestion.
Dude, if you're gonna accuse me being a pedo, I'm gonna fucking hang up. Like, right the fuck now.
See you later. Stop getting aggressive then and trying to be a tough guy. Now, back to the point. I don't think that any.
Rage Queen.
I tried to be polite the whole way through the debate, but if we're gonna get there at the end, I definitely get the heebie-jeebies when someone's making the argument
So I saw this part. She comes back.
We shouldn't
for
have
better or
age
worse.
verification for accessing pornography sites. So, well, that's that. I bit my tongue.
And in general, where that argument was coming from is that they were talking about age restriction or like just using the ID to get porn in any other context. And then she was saying something along the lines of it's on the job of the people who are posting the content to make sure that no minors see it or some shit like that. And so when Ozark was good. I mean, Weeds is great. Ozark is great, but just not better than Lost. Back to the debate. Yeah, like essentially, Rob made the argument that if we have the ID for this, then there's no reason that we wouldn't use it online. And that's when he's like, well, maybe you want these kids to be vulnerable.
But if we're going to get aggressive, there you go.
Fair enough. It's there's
let's go. Dilly it up. Here we fucking go. Dilly fucking dilly.
There's bound to be at least a couple rage quits through these Noerr preps, so you know.
Now, to be honest, I don't know, right? But this is the exact type of argument that a predator would make. I'm not suggesting, right? If I'm on here and I'm talking to a libertarian, maybe the question's a little different, but they would be able to argue a little more competently on this question. But my argument to the libertarian would be this, like, we have to weigh as a cost-benefit analysis, unless we're going to have a full ANCAP society with like none of these legal controls whatsoever. We have to argue like when it is worth having.
Damn, she was gone for a minute. She was gone for a while. Look at this. Oh my God. Okay, so that's 250 and we're at 235. That's a good 20 minutes. God damn. All right, let me let him finish what he's saying. Then obviously we want to get back.
Even there, if like we were going to go further with the argument, one of the big problems with AI is lack of privacy, right? So if your suggestion is, I have privacy concerns because I don't want to submit my ID when I go to a pornographic website. Instead, I want an AI that's monitoring everything I do. That'll alleviate my privacy concerns. I mean, how does this remotely make sense? So when your argumentation seems to be that you're very aggressively arguing against reasonable restrictions on age verification for pornographic websites, one of the most obvious answers is you really don't give a shit.
Nope.
Yeah, and I've surprisingly.
Right, I'm gonna pee and then we'll jump.
Argument. They say like, no, I want it to be on.
I'm gonna pee and then we'll jump back to where she comes in and then we'll knock it down. I'm not forgetting about them push-ups.
The parents, it's their responsibility to make sure the kids don't get on it and stuff like this. And surprisingly, I've heard a lot of people make that argument. And
it's the argument that like
with his AI there and stuff. When he first came around, it was hard for me to get past the AI and then the guy's voice and everything. But he's always respectful here, and he's done good debating before. So
I didn't.
Not against me.
Like, look, there are certain topics that like it's hard to say this. You try to approach in good faith, but like it's like this. Let me give you one that's not as controversial. Anytime someone's like, "Well, I'm an atheist," and let me tell you what would be good.
Come
for
on,
Christians.
Rob. Come on, Rob. Don't fucking do this shit to me. Don't fucking do this shit to me. There's just been Sons of Anarchy. Katie Siegel's a legend beyond Peg Bundy. Agreed. However, I do think that while Sons of Anarchy was a good show, the rewatch value is nada. I watched that. I watched at least I binged a few seasons while it was airing to catch up, and then I think the last 2 or 3 seasons I watched as they aired, and I mean it was good, but like, oh, okay, got it, cool. Tyler Oliveira got banned from Israel for trying to see the wall. Well, there you go.
Right, and guess what? It just so happens, you know what would be good for Christians? Don't get political. Just sort of stay in your house and don't vote. And trust me, that's good for you Christians. Now, is it entirely possible that person's making good faith argument? Of course. But you can't help but have a strong suspicion. Geez, I don't know. This is exactly what someone would say that one.
You do everything we need you to do, Jennifer. All right, let's see what this is. Let's hop in a little bit before she comes back.
Okay, so should we allow parents to let their minor children have sex then because it's their responsibility? And they'll go, no. Well, then, yeah, we can't just let fucking parents do whatever they want to their kids, you know?
I mean, he did do an entire video on the Jews in Lakewood, New Jersey, but it is an issue.
So, like,
yeah.
I noticed now that I'm
Casey came back. Back.
Now that I'm a parent,
welcome back,
Casey.
Casey.
Real quick, and I'll leave Casey speak. Now that I'm a parent, I realize this more, right? I'll notice other people that are parents, other kids, right? I can't tell you how many times I'll just be like in a grocery store and you see some like girl that's somewhere between the age of like 11 and 15 wearing clothes that are shameful, like skimpy clothes. And then you'll see some parent behind them like pushing a cart. It's like, what the fuck are you doing? Like you didn't sit your daughter down and like, fuck no. If your shorts aren't longer than your fingertips, it enrages me. I'm like, what the fuck are these people doing? You think that parent? My guess is that parent that's leaving that girl walk out like that probably ain't put.
It's not even that he did the video. It's just a vibe I get when he says certain things. Who are we talking about? Sultan? I mean, fair enough. I don't know him well enough to say nah or yeah, definitely, but I don't know if it's just if it is just that. So you're saying it's not, but if it is just the Lakewood video, Lakewood be like that. Fair enough. Fair enough.
The parental controls on the fucking device. That's my guess. You disagree, Casey?
Hey,
Sorry,
there she is.
Forget it.
Okay,
so I
fine.
will let's do this then instead. I'll say I will say.
All right, guys, 27 and a half minutes left. We will run this into the ground if we need to. If you want to keep the party raging, you know how to do it.
Say, for the sake of getting heated, look, I have a reasonable suspicion anyone vehemently arguing for this stuff could actually be a predator. That's not what I ultimately think you are. I think that you're a person who's probably not a deep-held ANCAP, but views your own preferences as more important than possible children being harmed. That's what I think, honestly. I still think it's horrible, but that's what I think about you.
Okay, I'm staunchly, I'm very against any of the Discord wanting ID. California passed a law where like you have to log in with like your actual, like you have to verify government ID. Like I'm against all of this stuff. I just think it's a means to track people online.
But again, if the logical extension of that, then you would be against creators having to show ID. Which you're not.
Right.
No, I think that the standard is higher for someone uploading content broadly, especially if it's paid for it.
But I don't
you almost
really see. I don't really see the difference.
You don't see the difference.
I mean, as far as payment concerns, that's one thing. But if let's say it's someone's like, I don't give a shit about that. I just film myself having sex and want to upload it to Pornhub. Why not? Why do I have to provide an ID?
Well. It's another level of like what of things you're doing that you should be or in responsibility as well. Like you have a higher responsibility if you're uploading porn than you do for trying to view porn. But
Yeah,
I just want to say that generally, like this is a hot topic. Like today, about there's a lot of different avenues.
Okay,
Of,
yeah,
of
whatever.
trying
We
to
don't
get
just get
people
the
to
argument.
use their ID to register their ID to use different things. I think it's keeping the internet as anonymous as possible is a positive for.
And I agree with that, but not at the expense of CSAM floating around.
Everyone.
Yeah, but you could
Quite frankly.
choose, like, for example, like if I want to start up, I don't know. I'm sort of talking out my ass here, but I would assume this is, well, let's say I want to start what, Etsy, is that a thing? Like where you create your own little shop? Am I right about that? There are websites like this, right? Oh, I want to do a little craft, right? And I'm going to start a little channel on Etsy, and then I make, blankets and I sell them. You have to submit ID and shit for that, right? Probably to get paid.
Maybe. I'm pretty sure for Twitch I gave them like a business name. So
Okay. The point still is that, like, there's an awful lot of things that people are willing to say, okay, although I might not be the biggest fan. Fuck, I think
Wait till you come visit me, girl. You ain't gonna walk for a week, girl.
might require some form of like name or some shit like that just to be able to chat and log into Rumble. I've heard people complain about that. The point I'm trying to make is this. There are points that, although you're right, that it could entirely be plausible to say, I want as less government infringement as possible. The truth is, we all accept, unless we're the biggest ANCAP in the world, which clearly you're not, because an ANCAP would say the creator shouldn't have to give it. Right. So then it's a threshold.
This is what convinced me that, like, oh, wait. Yeah. As much as I personally don't want to give my ID to access the hub, that's just that's it. That's the only reason I don't want them to do it, because I don't want to have to do that. There's no principled thing. I just would like to remain anonymous.
Question. And I just think when it comes to this issue of a pornographic site, right, having some sort of age verification, that's something that's reasonable. And let me, like, think of it this way. You're like, with the creators, it's different. You have more of a responsibility. If I see two girls and I'm like, hey, what's up? And they're a little flirtatious, and I'm like, I want to show you this dick pic of mine. Is it incumbent on me to do my best to verify they're adults before I do that?
Sorry, who's showing the dick pic? Sorry, I couldn't.
It's me. Of course, old dick pic Rob. I see these two girls, and I'm like, oh, they're at I'm at Drewski's fucking house. Diddy's buddy Drewski. I'm at his house. There's these two girls sitting around the pool. I'm like, what's up? And they're flirting with me. I'm like, wouldn't it be incumbent on me somewhat to try to verify their age before I'm showing them pornographic pictures?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay, and if I want to send it to them digitally, I don't have to, and mass send it out to millions of people.
Oh, if you're sending dick pics, I think it's entirely. I don't think having the excuse of you didn't know they were under 18. I don't think that's that.
That's my point.
Excuse.
So if it's at a mass level, though, then it changes.
Right,
so
exactly. This is what convinced me. I was like, oh yeah, shit, fuck. Hey, yo, come through. Let's have some fun.
I don't think having the excuse of you didn't know they were under 18. I don't think that's that.
Right. So he's saying that if you as an adult send a dick pic to a child, that would be a bad thing. But Casey is arguing that if you send a dick pic to the entire internet and people are under 18, then it's okay.
What?
Can you agree? Porn sucks? Nope. Not just you, but I just when I mean, I'm probably it's probably less than once a week for me, but like, especially like when I'm trying to sleep. Like if I wake up and it's like 7 a.m. and like I'm trying to fall back asleep, I'm just like fucking torqued. It's like, all right, just fucking throw some on, go back to bed. Sorry.
This is my point.
Excuse.
So if it's at a mass level, though, then it changes. So I have to verify, but Pornhub doesn't before it sends nude pictures to people?
Right, it would be the publishers of the media. That would be that.
No, that's totally unreasonable. If that's what you're suggesting,
it's the
then
same thing.
No. Let me explain why. Because you're saying it's the uploader that should have to verify, not Pornhub.
Yes.
How the hell's an uploader going to verify the person that's logging into Pornhub? They'd have
Made no sense. I could never understand why dudes would just be like sending unsolicited dick pics. Like, I've been asked for dick pics before, and I mean, well, with my girlfriend at the time, like, that was no big deal. But like random girls that I'd be talking to, or getting into it, whatever, and she'd be like, "Oh, let me see, bro." All right, ready for secret time? Shh. I just Googled brown dick and found ones that look legit.
no ability to do that.
The uploader on.
But I'm happy to surprise you. You're going to be surprised. You're going to be surprised because they all think that height and width are correlated. And I'm here to tell you they are not.
Pornhub.
Yes, a man and a woman decide they're going to film themselves having sex. They've given their ID, which you suggest they should have to do to Pornhub. They upload to Pornhub. You're saying it is that man and woman's responsibility to check the age of the person at home that's typing in Pornhub.com and going and watching that video.
No. I'm just saying that the uploader of explicit content, either when it comes to Pornhub, but yeah, that they should be verifying their age. And if you're in a private conversation with someone, you should have to verify their age. Yes, it's two different standards.
You don't have to pretend. It's okay. I get it.
It's two different standards. True.
But my question is, if we accept the standard for the individual showing the individual nude photo should do their best to verify the age, why is it if I do it on a mass scale, it's no longer incumbent on me to do that? The same principle should apply.
Yeah, but the problem is, again, like on principle, that's true. But it's just for the mass surveillance type of reasons. I think it's important.
But you don't. No one's forcing you. No one's forcing you. You don't have to give Pornhub your ID.
Right.
Even if you cannot access pornography anywhere online without showing your ID online.
I'm a generous lover too. Oh, you okay? No.
You're still able to get physical pornography. You can still go to an adult store, right? And guess what they're going to make you show?
ID.
Yes. But you would say, well, that's fine.
The standard is different because one of them is anonymizing the internet.
Correct. So then the point is, you could voluntarily choose to not give your ID. What's the issue? Just like you could say, I'm not comfortable with the sleaze bags at the adult bookstore having my ID, so fuck them. I'm not going to purchase if they make me show an ID.
That being said, whoever said that this was all based on the nudie DVD store being behind this, I don't know. Lucky you.
Same's true online. No one's forcing you. So you could say, well, I'm against it because the same way, no one's forcing you to get a Facebook account. I could tell you right now, you know how shitty Facebook is? They sell all your data, all this shit, but no one's forcing you, and so I don't understand why.
Same argument. Again, you can apply it to all the things though. Like you could say that we're less likely to have like predators like hitting on like minors in Discord if we all had to register the Discord account, right? Would you agree with that?
Yes.
With a state ID. You could and then you could expand that to what they're doing in California, which is like you have to register it on the goddamn OS level. Like you can make all of these arguments. It's like it's safer if we give up this information. You can all make it's true. It's objectively.
Are we done here? I feel like we're done here. Yeah, I mean, is anybody opposed to us not continuing this conversation? I feel like we've got all we can get, and I've got push-ups to do. Don't tread on me. Dilly to that. So, like I said, we were going to have a lot of fun tonight, and I think we had a lot of fun tonight. I done told you. And now, it is time for push-ups. Where are we at? 46. That is 23. I can do basic math. 23 push-ups? I can do that shit. You can do that shit, guys. You paid me. Now, pay your goddamn selves. 23 push-ups. Here we fucking go.
truth once stood, a kingdom of confusion carved out of falsehood. But he walks through the ruins like a prophet reborn. A voice watching fire, a mind drawn this door. The chaos watches with an all-seeing glare. Guardian of reason in a world unaware. When the overlord stalls at the edge of the frame, the faithful rise up, they already know his name. I'm here to resurrect the second coming of common sin. I come to aimlessly leave the church of great defense. The second coming of common sense.
And that, ladies and gentlemen, is yet another Indian Jesus party co-hosted by the Overlord. Guys, I hope you had so much fun. A big shout out to all of the donations. You guys fucking went hard. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So very, very, very much. You guys are amazing. I know that you guys could be doing anything else in the world. And yet, here you are. Monday night, 1 a.m. on the East Coast, and here you are, hanging out with us. I cannot tell you how much I appreciate that. If you are new here, please do subscribe. I am live every Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 8 p.m. Eastern, and sometimes whenever I feel like it, which is most other days. I usually take one day off. Definitely taking tomorrow off. Actually, I'm not promising that I'm taking tomorrow off. I might take tomorrow off, but I don't know. So subscribe, because you know that YouTube sucks with those notifications. So ring the bell so you never miss an Indian Jesus live party ever again. Once again, this is Morty, and I have been your host, Lutch, aka the Indian Jesus, here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. I do see a bunch of shit going on over in Discord, so if you have not joined, fucking join. It is free. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Until next time, guys, we are out of here. Peace.